Chapter 1846. She also found out that Yi Jifan's political achievements were excellent, but he didn't have any connections with the military. She wanted to build a relationship with the military, but he was always rejected. So she completely believed that saving him was not a trap. But Mrs. Li was right. No matter what the result of the investigation was, seeing was believing. After he finished speaking, Du Kaiwei, who had been very polite the whole time, stared at him without blinking, patiently waiting for him to answer his question. Commander Du, this is not a matter of whether I believe you or not. I just don't want my daughter to stop studying. Also, my daughter is still young and naughty. She made a big mistake in the college entrance examination, so she can't take the college entrance examination for the next 5 years. Yi Jifan said very slowly. He told Commander Du the truth about Yi Ying's situation. He didn't believe that Commander Du didn't send someone to investigate these things. Since he couldn't hide it, he might as well tell him everything. At least, he could leave a good impression. At that time, I thought that I couldn't let my daughter go to the military. Since she can't take the college entrance examination, then she should go to the military. But I didn't know, because of some things in my family, my daughter also fainted in junior high school. When she went to the People's Hospital for a checkup, they found out that she had a heart problem. All these reasons made it even more impossible for her to go to the military. Although I wanted to, I had no choice but to accept the fact. After thinking for a while, I finally decided to send my daughter to study abroad. Yi Jifan let out a long sigh and said, "It's all because I didn't teach her well when she was young. Fortunately, she is not a bad girl. Otherwise, I would have a headache." After he told Commander Du the truth, the smile in Commander Du's eyes deepened. What he said was not different from his investigation. It was reasonable that Director Yi didn't want to talk about his family's problems. If she has a heart problem, she can go for a more detailed checkup. Other things are not important. It's just my daughter's little mind. Du Kaiwei had a little sister who was even more troublesome, so he didn't think that Yi Ying's things were out of line. Director Yi, you can think about it carefully. You don't need to answer me in a hurry. Director Yi is now in a high position. I can't help you with other things. Only if your daughter goes to the military, I can say something. Also, when my family found out that it was Director Yi who saved me, my parents really wanted to come to Southern Province to thank Director Yi in person. Unfortunately, both my parents were busy and couldn't get away. They could only wait for an opportunity to express their gratitude to Director Yi. When Yi Jifan heard this, he knew that he had made the right move. The Du family was indeed trying to rope him in. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Fortunately, he knew about Madame Li's past, so he did not rush to agree. When the Du family was investigating Yi Jifan had already investigated the Du family. However, he had always been cautious. When he found out that Madame Li was actually in charge of the Du family, he hurriedly investigated Madame Li's character. As a result, he found out that Madame Li had done something back then, which made him break out in a cold sweat. The old madam of the Du family had a cousin who had once lent half a liter of rice to the Du family during their most difficult time. About 10 years ago, that cousin saw that the Du family had become rich. He had not visited the Du family for a long time, so he took this opportunity to visit the Du family. He wanted to help his grandson, who had not been admitted to a good university, get in through the back door. Mrs. Li immediately agreed and sent her grandson to university. As a result, he was directly assigned to the most remote place after graduation. Chapter 1847. The cousin tried to get in through the back door again, but was rejected by Madame Li. She said, "I've already repaid the debt of half a liter of rice." "Cousin, are you trying to force me to repay your debt?" "I'm sorry, but I won't fall for that." It wasn't easy to investigate this incident, and it came from Staff Officer Du's hometown. If he didn't know, he would have brought his daughter's information to them. Taking things slowly was Yi Jifan's rule as an officer. He was never aggressive and never took risks. With someone supporting him from behind, he just needed to walk steadily. He knew that as long as he didn't make any mistakes, he would have a meteoric rise. Therefore, Yi Jifan was so cautious that he wouldn't take action immediately. No matter how much he wanted to send Yi Ying to the army, he would stay calm. Because of his cautiousness, he avoided the minefield again and didn't let the Du family notice anything suspicious. With Du Kaiwei's words, Yi Jifan left Nangguang with a smile on his face. So what if Chen Dongfeng was capable? So what if Uncle Jin was respected by so many soldiers when he was alive? He didn't care about Commander Liu and political commissar Yan. With the Du family's position in the army, he wouldn't give up on what he wanted for his daughter. Yi Jifan didn't mention to Sun Dongqing that he had a relationship with the Du family. Before the matter was settled, it was enough for him to keep it to himself. He didn't even want to mention Yi Ying for the time being. Xia Jinyuan only found out that Yi Jifan had a relationship with the Du family at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon after the training in the mountains ended. Yi Qian said that he didn't want him to get involved, but as Yi Jifan's position increased, he couldn't really let his guard down. Since he wasn't in Nangguang, he naturally had to ask someone to keep an eye on him. If there were any big movements, he would know immediately. The person on the phone with him was none other than Xia Wei. The person who asked him to keep an eye on Yi Jifan was naturally her, the secretary of the southern province. About 40 days ago, Yi Jifan saved the life of Du Kaiwei, who had been at odds with his elder brother since he was young. He returned to Nangguang, and about half a month ago, he made another trip to Nangguang. His accompanying secretary inadvertently mentioned that Director Yi had gone to the Nangguang military district, so I guess that he did indeed have dealings with the Du family. Yi Jifan actually saved Du Kaiwei's life? Xia Jinyuan furrowed his brows. How could things be so coincidental? Little Fox had just started a feud with Du Jiai when Yi Jifan had already made friends with the Du family. Have you investigated who wants Du Kaiwei's life? Yes, Du Kaiwei led soldiers to cooperate with the relevant police to clear out a drug manufacturing village in Nangguang. When he showed up, he was seen by someone. The villagers cooperated to pay for his life. Xia Yiwei explained very clearly and also investigated very clearly. The person who helped her investigate was none other than Ho Zi, who was still showering in the bathroom. Sundays in the depths of winter were suitable for lying lazily in bed. Xia Yiwei rested her head on a soft, white pillow and looked at the falling snow outside the window. Her voice was charming but sharp as she said, "This time, it's really all connected. Our family Xia and the Du family have always been at odds. Who knew that my sister-in-law would come into conflict with Du Jiai in advance? And in the end, Xia Yiwei described the network of relationships one by one. It was really complicated. In one sentence, she concluded, it's really fate that my sister-in-law and our family Xia are fated. I'm also fated to be with your family Xia." A familiar male voice suddenly came through the phone. Xia Jinyuan did not even frown and said, "Help me ask Brother Z about the progress in France." Chapter 1848. The other side of the phone suddenly went silent, as if someone had covered it. After dozens of seconds of silence, Ho Zi, who had eaten her fill, lazily opened her mouth and said, "I can't delay the matter you asked me to do. Don't worry, everything is fine." Ho Zi, whose shoulder was pressed against the phone, stuffed Xia Yiwei, who was trying to snatch the phone back, into the blanket and said coldly, "Both of them have a surname, but your Xiao Yi is much more interesting. She's like that woman in France who pretends to be aloof and flaunts her relationship with Yi Ying. I just need to move my hands, and she'll take the bait. She'll be busy now." Xia Jinyuan did not ask about the process, nor did he ask how Ho Zi was going to deal with it. When he found out that Yi Ying was studying in France, he immediately contacted Ho Zi. Originally, he wanted to ask for his help to destroy Yi Ying in France, but when he remembered that Ho Zi had blown up the underground gun warehouse in his villa in Mount Dalong, Xia Jinyuan changed his mind and asked Ho Zi to help lead Yi Ying to the bad path. Xia Jinyuan knew that Ho Zi must have countless ways to lead Yi Ying to the bad path. As long as Yi Ying took the bait, she would suffer. France was Ho Zi's second hometown, and he knew a few people from all walks of life. Ho Zi, who had always done things appropriately, knew what to do and what not to do. "Thank you, Brother Z. I'll treat you to a drink when I go to Nan Province." "You're welcome. I've been quitting drinking and smoking recently. Your sister has cut off all forms of entertainment that are harmful to the liver and lungs. If you want to treat me to a drink, I don't mind, but your sister does." Ho Zi used the blanket to wrap Xia Yiwei, who was struggling to get out of the blanket. His flirtatious peach blossom eyes smiled as he looked at his beloved woman who was blushing. He held the phone in one hand and the blanket in the other to prevent her from jumping up and making a fuss. He had been an underground lover for most of his life. It was time for him to become an official lover. Xia Yiwei's face was sullen, and her eyes were filled with anger. "Houzi, if you don't let go, I'll make you pack up and leave right now. Let go of me, do you hear me?" Xia Jinyuan heard her words clearly. The two of them had been entangled with each other for so many years and had gone through so many times, but they had never really cut off all ties. It was impossible for the two of them to break up. Houzi had hardened his heart and cut off his underworld ways. It took him 2 years to clear his name. He knew that Xia Yiwei would not be able to dump Houzi and marry another man. Seeing that the two of them had reconciled, Xia Jinyuan did not say much. He only said one more thing before hanging up the phone. "Brother Z, old madam has been waiting for my sister to get married and have children. Don't worry, don't worry. I'll definitely let old madam get what she wants. I'm hanging up first. I'm still a little scared of your sister's temper. Last night, she wanted me to kneel on 2 bowls. Now, she's so scared that she wants me to kneel on cactus. Oh Z, shut up. Give me the phone." Xia Yiwei, who was wrapped up like a cocoon, roared. Just by listening to her voice, one could tell that Secretary Xia was not as intellectual and dignified as she usually was. Xia Jinyuan was not interested in eavesdropping on other people's private matters. He was about to hang up, but when he heard that Xia Yiwei still had something to say to him, he moved the phone away from his ear. He did not want to overhear the fun between the two of them. Yes. Baby, are you going through menopause? Why is your temper getting worse?" Houzi was a gangster and did not mind talking dirty. Now that he had finally won the heart of his beloved woman, he coaxed her and approached her step by step, making it impossible for her to leave him. Chapter 1849. Xia Yiwei, who struggled out of the blanket, was choked by the word menopause. If it weren't for the fact that she had something to discuss with Xia Jinyuan, Xia Yiwei would have rushed into the bathroom and poured a glass of cold water on his face. Since she had something important to discuss, she only gave him a cold stare. Her snow-white arm came out of the blanket, revealing the kiss marks on the inside of her arm, adding to the ambiguous atmosphere. "Old 6, tell Xiao Yi to be careful. We've been investigating the person behind Yi Zhifan for several years, but we haven't been able to find any clues. If they can still guarantee his promotion, the water here is not ordinary." She could see how much old 6 cared about Xiao Yi, and Xiao Yi was indeed not bad. It was old 6's blessing to be able to marry her. She only hoped that the two of them could be safe and sound and not have any twists and turns. "I tried to ask the governor, but I didn't get anything. Yi Zhifan's resume was clean, and his political achievements were excellent. It could be said that he could achieve some political achievements no matter what position he was in. It was as if he was born to be an official. The more he was like this, the more suspicious it was. Xia Yiwei treated Yi Qian as her family. Otherwise, she would have completely ignored him. After several years, she still couldn't find any information. It was clear that the person behind Yi Zhifan was extraordinarily powerful. Xia Jinyuan had always known that the person behind Yi Zhifan was extraordinarily powerful. Otherwise, with Yi Zhifan's seemingly good political achievements that didn't bring any benefits to the people, it was impossible for him to be promoted so quickly. Now that he had connections with the Du family, it gave Family Xia a chance. Hearing this, she said calmly, "Continue to help me keep an eye on him. If you can't find any loopholes in him, his daughter will become his loophole." With Houzi's methods, Yi Zhifan's daughter must be living a prosperous life in France. As if thinking of something, his eyes darkened, and he said, "Sister, ask his secretary to find an opportunity to ask if he still has the intention of sending his daughter to the military. If there was, then Du Kaiwei would definitely arrange for Yi Ying, who had heart problems, to enter the army. Her reputation in the country was ruined, and she had a bad record abroad. Regiment Commander Du, if you really want to repay that stab, then please arrange for Director Ye's daughter to join the army." Xia Yiwei was the secretary of the leader of the southern province. It was much more convenient for her to keep an eye on Yi Zhifan. Moreover, Yi Jifan's secretary was friends with Xia Wei. It was not suspicious for her to ask some non-work-related questions. Tell sixth brother that he doesn't need to worry about France. Just focus on his own things. I'm not capable of handling the matters in the army, but I can still contribute to the matters outside. Ho Zi, who was about to get dressed, leaned over and kissed Xia Wei on the cheek, leaving the two siblings alone. He had to go downstairs to prepare lunch for his wife. If he didn't prepare lunch now, dinner would be ready. Xia Jinyuan didn't talk for a long time. He had just finished the training, so he was actually a bit tired. When he took out his phone and saw Xia Wei had sent him a few text messages, "Call me back as soon as you see me." In front of him, Yi Qian was still standing quietly in the same place. There was a smile in his dark eyes. He slightly moved his ankle that he sprained last night, and then strode straight towards Yi Qian. Everyone was wearing a jungle combat uniform. The paint on their faces was smeared with sweat, making them look even more unrecognizable. There were still a few comrades who hadn't come back yet. While waiting, they didn't forget to exchange their training experience and tactics with each other. Diving for a long time requires you to finish it in one go. You can't stop at will in case of insufficient oxygen. However, for a long-distance march in the mountains, we must strike a balance between work and rest. When we need to run, we must increase our speed. When we need to rest, we must stop. Only then can we maintain our stamina and keep our body excited. J5 was talking to a few members of the Storm Commandos. Yi Jian stood beside and listened carefully. Chapter 1850. Every member of the Snowfield Brigade was very outstanding. Their tactical experience and training were accumulated over a long period of time. After more than 40 days of joint training, Yi Qian was amazed by the abilities of each of them. The T6 soldiers had delicate baby faces, but once they held a sniper rifle, they could directly complete an accurate sniper shot with a golden hook hanging upside down from a tree. The Longhawks and Sparrowhawks were the scouts of the team. As long as the prey was targeted by them, it would be impossible for them to escape from their sight. Moreover, they could complete the reconnaissance in the shortest time possible. Yi Qian always felt that she was full of energy from head to toe when she trained and fought with them, because they were all role models for her to learn from on her way to the military. Fighting with a group of role models, she would never relax or think about slacking off. She would always be spurred on. The Navy's main mission is anti-reconnaissance, anti-landing, beach raiding, and so on. The military skills and abilities you all have are incomparable to other branches of the military. Previously, you focused on naval combat, so you were limited. In the future, you will move toward a more large-scale tri-service systematic combat. With the ability of the Devil King, I'm guessing that within 3 years, you'll be a very terrifying naval special forces. Brothers of the Storm Team, I'm looking forward to the establishment of the 2nd Tri-Service Special Forces. Your predecessor was the military's emergency mobile combat force in the 1990s. In case of an emergency, you could be directly commanded by the General Staff Department. With such a powerful predecessor, there should be a tri-amphibious special knife-wielding unit. Now that everything is finally settled, I'm looking forward to our next joint training. When the time comes, we can learn from each other again. I'm sure it will be very enjoyable. Just as J5 finished speaking, Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in the distance making a phone call, walking towards him. He smiled at him, then looked away and focused his attention on J5 again. Why did J5 say that he was looking forward to it? It had to be from the beginning of the 1990s when someone in tie-dye provoked our country, causing our entire army to be in a state of readiness for war from the second half of 1995. From 1995 to 1996, danger appeared again, and there was a transfer of troops from the south to the north. They only cared about one side and did not care about the other. It also made the military and the highest leaders in the Great Hall more aware of the lack of amphibious forces in our country. It wasn't until 1998 that the Nangguang Military District sent a division to be reorganized into another strong force of the Navy that the transfer of soldiers from the south to the north was resolved. After that, the military requested the Navy to launch amphibious operations. When the time was right, they immediately issued the order and ordered the establishment of a special amphibious frogman force. They were now known as the Amphibious Frogman Combat Unit. It had been less than 2 years since it was established the year before last, and now it was changed to amphibious. Such a big reform would make any soldier who knew about it happy. What did this mean? This shows that the growth of our country's national strength and military strength, as well as the conditions for war reserves, are maturing day by day. As a Special Forces soldier who guarded every inch of the country's land, how could he not be excited? Only when the country is strong can the people be strong. Only when the country is strong can the people be at peace. When they talked about the reform, Xia Jinyuan came over and made the atmosphere of the discussion more technical and academic. Wearing the jungle combat uniform, they were very clear that our country's current national defense technology and military equipment construction had entered a stage of rapid development. They needed to move forward with the times, and they could not be complacent and end up as useless chess pieces and retire with regret. When the devil came, the discussion reached an unprecedented level of excitement. Yi Qian, who was still a military school student, had his eyes shining, and his little face was faintly red with excitement. Chapter 1851. There will be big moves next. We are the Navy of South Island. Facing the complicated geographical environment of the sea in South Island, all navies must have amphibious capabilities. So the next move is to have the Navy engage in a full-scale amphibious operation to meet the current needs and future needs. This was Li Jinyan's speech. After hearing it, Yi Qian gave him and Xia Jinyuan many thumbs up at her heart. Although she didn't care about military affairs in her previous life, she had seen on TV that our army had held several large-scale exercises at sea in the next 10 years, which was the full-scale amphibious operation that Li Jinyan was talking about now. The future hadn't come yet, but they had already realized and prepared for it. Yi Qian could already hear the ups and downs of her excitement. The blood in her body flowed faster, and she was so excited that small beads of sweat appeared on the tip of her nose. How lucky she was to be able to fight side by side with them. When we move from mechanization to digitalization, there will definitely be a full-scale three-army drill. Those who sail on the sea, fly in the sky, and run on the ground will all gather. Brothers, when we meet again at that time, how delightful it will be! How delightful, how delightful! As a female soldier, Yi Qian was even more ambitious when she heard this, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Life was like a white steed passing through a crack, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared between heaven and earth. In her previous life, she died an ordinary and cowardly death. So in this life, she must not waste her time. She must live a vigorous life. Those insidious villains were nothing. They spent their lives calculating, but they didn't know that they miscalculated their own lives. Whether it was Yi Ying or Du Jiai, their world didn't have magnificent scenery, only darkness like a trench. Yi Qian's world was vast and boundless, and the army was her life stage. She would dance the most beautiful dance and live the most brilliant life. Come on, Stack 1. Stack 1 for the many times we will train and exercise together in the future. When the time comes, no one can be left out. In the depths of the dense forest, dozens of big hands were stacked. As there were too many people, some of the brothers stepped on another brother's knee and sat directly on his comrade's shoulder. To the Special Forces, this kind of stacking was a piece of cake. 22 Army Special Forces soldiers and 22 Navy Special Forces soldiers formed 2 teams. Their outstretched hands were stacked on top of one another. Because they were all wearing camouflage suits for jungle combat, there were also strips of lucky camouflage on the outside. From afar, they looked like 2 big trees with vines growing out of them. It was a spectacular sight. Qing Miao, our bridge is yours. Let's go. The comrade, sitting on the top floor, shouted. Yi Qian, who was the last to reach the top, jumped and ran. The comrade on the second floor reached out and firmly grabbed her outstretched hand. With a lift, Yi Qian agilely climbed to the second floor, then quickly climbed to the third floor. She stood in the middle like a flagpole between the 2 teams. She stretched out her arms and placed her hands on top of the large hands of her comrades. 1, 2, 3, For our next meeting in the future, all the best. Come on, come on. All her comrades shouted together. Their voices weren't loud, but they were so uniform that it was as if one person was saying it. Although their voices were low, their momentum was great, like the low chime of a morning bell that reverberated in the depths of the valley. This was the friendship of a comrade, a friendship that went through life and death, and entrusted their backs to each other. Although they didn't make a sound, it was as deep as the sea and as vast as the sky. Chapter 1852. The promise of not one less was their promise to each other, as well as to themselves. However, they were special forces soldiers who walked on a knife's edge. Perhaps one day, they would fall off the knife and the cold gleam of the knife would pierce through their hearts. That would be an eternity. K7 chewed on this promise and committed it to memory. Looking at his comrades hugging each other and saying goodbye, he felt a slight warmth in his cold heart. Some people said that he was too cold and inhumane, and that it would be best for him to be reformed in the army. Perhaps he would be able to cover his face with his heart by going through life and death situations with the soldiers. He didn't say no, and a week later, someone sent him to the army. How many years had it been? It had been 8 years since he graduated from medical school when he was 19 years old, and now he was 27 years old. It had been so many years, but he had never thought of leaving the army. He had never thought of going home. The figure in front of him was so lively, so loyal. So why should he leave? This was his comrade who had gone through life and death with him. After folding his arms, K7 stood far away. Looking at his comrades, hugging each other, there was a smile in his eyes. Then, there was a smile on his pale face. In the end, his lips, which were rarely curved, were raised high. He walked very quickly, as if he was chasing after something. When he walked in front of a member of the Storm Commandos, he suddenly reached out and hugged him tightly. "See you next time, brother." It was the most common farewell hug, but the Snowfield Brigade members who saw it looked as if they had discovered a new continent. They stared at K7, who had never hugged his comrades before. The one who was hugged was Whale. He didn't know about K7's personal situation and habits, so he hugged him back and said, Of course, of course." When he let go, the big smile on his face really blinded the eyes of his teammates in the Snowfield Brigade. His bad habit was gone? He could even hug his comrade? Fuck. When did it get better? Why didn't they know? Yi Qian didn't know either, but he noticed that Xia Jinyuan and the others' expressions were a little strange. So he asked softly, "Why are you guys so shocked when K7 hugged Whale? Isn't that normal?" It's not normal. K7, who graduated from medical school at the age of 19, never hugged anyone. It was the same in the army before, and it was the same in the Snowfield Brigade. He has a psychological trauma, so everything is normal except for hugging, Xia Jinyuan explained in a low voice with a smile. He took this step, which means that he has overcome his psychological trauma. Hearing that, Yi Qian thought about it carefully and realized that K7 had never hugged his comrades before. Then he saw him hug his comrades from Storm Commandos one by one. Yi Qian was very happy. Overcoming psychological trauma was not an easy task. "Qing Yao, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to meet again after this farewell. You're a female soldier, and the female soldier I admire the most." The great whale walked over. He couldn't give the female soldier a solid hug, so he just hugged her lightly before letting go. He looked at her with his bright eyes and smiled gently but reluctantly. "Our team is also your team. You're welcome to come and train with us often. The Demon King will also be very happy to have you here." Xia Jinyuan heard the first part of the sentence very well, but the last part made him raise his eyebrows. Why did it sound like there was another layer of meaning? Yi Qian answered seriously, "You guys still have a lot of skills that I haven't learned yet. As long as there are arrangements, I will definitely return to the team." "Ha ha ha, sure, we'll all be waiting for you." Whale's laughter became louder. Chapter 1853. At this moment, they were all looking forward to meeting each other again. They could train together again. The sea, the mountains, the highlands, the Gobi Desert. They had been through all these together. If there was a chance, they would do it again. Big Whale did not know about the relationship between Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan. Now that the training was over, there were no rules between them. Seeing that she agreed readily, He raised his voice and shouted at Li Jinyan, "Captain, do you really like Yi Qian to come over?" His voice was loud and penetrating. With Big Whale as the center point, it spread in all directions. Basically, the members of both teams could hear him clearly. Big Shark, who knew a little about the situation, raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. "Big Whale, you're trying to steal Qing Niao away in front of Q King. You're really bold." When the members of the Storm Commandos heard this, they immediately laughed and continued to tease him. "Of course our captain likes her. Big Whale, do you still need to ask? Look at how well they complete their cooperative training every time. Look at how good their chemistry is. How much do you like her to be able to cooperate so well?" Meanwhile, Major Xia finally understood that these water ghosts had the same thoughts. They were trying to matchmake his little fox and the Devil King. When the members of the Snowfield Brigade heard this, they could not take it lying down. "Brother, you're not being very nice. This is a female soldier in our team. One moment you were reluctant to let her go, and now you want to steal the beauty of our team. Brother, let's have a good chat. Who was the loudest just now? I can't tell that you guys have such thoughts. Let's go. Let's find a quieter place to have a good chat." The people who said this were the members of the Snowfield Brigade who were unaware of the situation. The few who knew, such as G3, J5, Z7, and the Scout, young Sparrow Hawk, were already looking at their Q King sympathetically. How pitiful. His girlfriend was stolen from him, but Q King could not do anything about it. Z7 was different from the others. He loved to watch the drama unfold. At this moment, he was enjoying the change in Q King's expression. That's right, he was enjoying it because he was jealous that Q King could see his girlfriend every day. How could Xia Jinyuan not know what his bad friend was like? He glanced at him, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Yi Qian. After a few seconds, he looked at Han Jing again. This time, his gaze was somewhat provocative. His thin lips curled up slightly. Even his smile was so provocative. That smile really made one's heart itch. It was as if she was directly telling Han Jing, "Don't think that you can see a good show from me just because of this. Give up." He must have suffered a huge blow. It's a little abnormal. After being provoked, Z7 muttered to himself. Then, his gaze landed on Yi Qian. Q King was so calm and could even reply to them with a provocative look. Could it be that he was not angry because of Yi Qian? Because Yi Qian would do something to make him happy, so he did not mind? Not angry at all. Z7 knew Xia Jinyuan well. After sorting out his thoughts, he immediately put on a straight face and pretended that he had not seen anything. J5 immediately walked over and said in a low voice, "Calm down. They don't know about your relationship with Qing Yao. It's okay if they don't know. Don't get angry. Maintain your composure. Don't make things unpleasant." As a man, watching his girlfriend being paired with another outstanding man, he felt very embarrassed and aggrieved. Chapter 1854. It was indeed embarrassing to encounter such a situation, but Major Xia Jinyuan was not an ordinary person. Nothing that could make him feel awkward had ever happened before. If his girlfriend was to be mixed up with another man, it would depend on whether that man was interested or not. Li Jinyan did not have feelings for Yi Qian. Since he knew that, why should he jump out? Of course, the most important point was that his girlfriend did not have feelings for another man. All in all, there was no need for him to jump out. He would only feel awkward if he jumped out. He would make everyone feel awkward, and Little Fox would not be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. It did not matter if he was embarrassed. He was a thick-skinned man after all. However, this matter had to be resolved properly. He did not want to make things difficult for Little Fox. As for himself, he was not angry. Other than feeling a little stifled, he was also a little worried. He was worried about when his identity would become open and above board. However, he still had to put on an act. He had to let Little Fox know how aggrieved he was as a boyfriend who could not be exposed to the public. When he heard this, he said, "Don't worry. I still have some manners. The ignorant are innocent. When they find out one day, I will find a way to talk to them about the past. We'll talk about it in the future. Bear with it for now," J5 said and felt like laughing. You have to understand that the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. What's more, Qing Miao is extraordinary. Her talent and appearance are top-notch. The hormones in a man's body will cause trouble, and he will more or less have some fantasies about her. Yuakov, do you want to take a breather now? Major Xia felt that his comrade was too good at backstabbing him. He had not thought of anything else, but his comrade had thought of everything. What did he mean by more or less fantasize about being with her? You're not here to comfort me, so you can stab me a few times, right? Major Xia stared expressionlessly at his comrade, who was trying hard to hold back his laughter. Fantasize about being with her? If he said, fantasize about being with a girlfriend like Qing Yao, I might be able to accept it. When J5 heard this, he laughed and patted Xia Jinyuan on the shoulder. He laughed so hard that his shoulders shook. I'm honest. I'm not lying. Please forgive me. An honest man can't go against his conscience and lie. It was good that she was not angry. He was really worried that a dispute would arise because of this. After laughing, J5 said seriously, but this also shows that as long as the two of you don't let the public know about your relationship, something like this will happen again. Q King, in my opinion, if you want to solve this problem, you should just ban the jokes between comrades. It doesn't matter to us guys. We're thick-skinned and flirty. She's a female soldier. If such jokes are made frequently, not only will it affect her mood, but it will also ruin her reputation. Yes, I'll make a statement after they leave. Xia Jinyuan, who had the same intention, nodded lightly. His gaze had already landed on Yi Qian. She still had to solve this problem herself. Due to his status, he had to wait for Demon King Li to make a statement first before he could stand up. Although the two teams trained together, they were two different teams after all. They had their own captains, so Li Jinyan had to be the one to stand up for the Storm Commandos. Xia Jinyuan, who was born in a military family, knew how to get along with his colleagues. He would not let himself make the mistake of overstepping his authority. Major Xia was also someone who would not let himself be taken advantage of. Since he wanted to let Yi Qian know that he was upset, his expression in the blink of an eye was so pretentious that even J5 silently distanced himself. As expected of a soldier king, he really knew how to act. Chapter 1855. Yi Qian, on the other hand, did not realize what Big Whale meant at first. It was only when she heard their banter that she realized what Big Whale was implying. She was not embarrassed. They were just joking, and no one took it seriously. She did not take it to heart, but what about her boyfriend? Yi Qian, who understood what was going on, immediately went to look at her boyfriend. When she turned her head, she saw her boyfriend, Major Xia, looking at her with an extremely resentful gaze. When he saw her looking at him, he even sighed heavily, looking like a resentful husband in his boudoir. Yi Qian felt her scalp go numb. Captain Xia, you are really not suitable to be a resentful husband. She still needed to comfort him. If she put herself in his shoes and someone else used him to make fun of other women, she would also feel uncomfortable. Although she did not have any experience in love, she knew that love was about mutual respect, putting each other in the heart, and always being considerate of each other. Moreover, although the members of the Storm Commandos were joking, this kind of joke should be prohibited. She did not like this. You guys are really bold. You even dare to make fun of your own captain. Your captain is not just anyone. He is the Demon King. I can already foresee that when you guys return, you won't be able to escape from dozens of nautical miles of armed swimming. As soon as Yi Qian finished speaking, all the members of the Storm Commandos immediately looked over. It can't be, right? It was just a joke. With one look, the bolder members were so scared that their hearts trembled. The Demon King captain already had a cold face, but now he was so cold that his face was expressionless. Everyone knew that the expressionless Demon King was the scariest. Xia Jinyuan was already laughing. Dozens of nautical miles of armed swimming was not an easy task. Sigh. They only knew about Little Fox's abilities and character, but they did not know that Little Fox did not like to make such jokes, especially when it came to relationships. Li Jinyan's expression had already become extremely cold. He was a little lawless. There should be a limit to making fun of others. He walked to Big Whale's side coldly. Big Whale knew that he was in trouble. He lowered his head and immediately admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, Captain. I was wrong. He had to admit his mistake immediately. Moreover, his attitude must be sincere. None of the members of the Storm Commando saw this and immediately grabbed the neck of the comrade who had made a joke. We're in trouble because of your foul mouths. I still had a few days off when I went back, but now it's all gone. Just as he finished speaking, the Demon King said coldly, I originally planned to give you 3 days off to rest. Now it seems that there's no need for that. Go back and challenge the 30 nautical miles of armed swimming. He couldn't say too much, but the punishment was very clear. Whoever dared to make such a joke again would be severely punished. All the members of the Storm Commandos stood straight and accepted their punishment without any objections. Xiao Jinyuan walked to his side and fought side by side. His handsome face, which was always smiling, now looked just like the Demon King beside him, cold, sinister, and sharp as a sword. You can joke around, but remember that there's a limit to it. Normally, us men can sit together and chat. We're men and have thick skin, so it doesn't matter. Qing Niao can also take a joke, but you've all made the most basic mistake. Xiao Jinyuan's words were not only for the water ghosts, but also for all the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade. You've all forgotten that Qing Niao is a female soldier. You've forgotten that although we're comrades, there's still a difference between men and women. Chapter 1856. I hope that we won't hear jokes like today's in the future. I also hope that everyone can give Qing Niao some face and not make her feel too awkward. After all, she's the only female soldier in our team. With the 2 captain statements, the soldiers from both teams realized that they shouldn't have acted this way. They only wanted to keep Qing Niao in their team, but they didn't consider whether Qing Niao would accept it or not. De Jing was the first to apologize, and Yi Qian gladly accepted it. After today's incident, Yi Qian knew that there wouldn't be anyone from both teams who would make fun of him and the Demon King in the future. There wouldn't be any more problems like this either. Yi Qian was very satisfied with the outcome. The helicopter was already in position, and the signal to prepare to board came through the wireless communicator. It was time for the 2 teams to part ways. The handsome and cold Li Jinyan walked to Yi Qian's side, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. You'll have your exams when you get back. Do well, don't worry. There was no need to mention anything else. She was going to join the Snowfield Brigade for amphibious warfare, and she still needed to improve her naval combat skills. The chances of her returning to the Storm Commandos training were still very high. Yi Qian saluted this outstanding commander. Demon King, I'm looking forward to the opportunity to join the Storm Commandos and experience your devilish training. It's good that you're not afraid. If you're afraid, you won't come. Yi Qian replied quickly. If you're afraid, you won't come. What big tone. After carefully studying her brows for a while and confirming that she was really not afraid, Li Jinyan's cold smile gradually spread into his eyes. It was like a warm spring breeze, adding color to his handsome face. This kind of female soldier was really admirable and breathtaking. It was as if they were influenced by her and sighed. So such female soldiers still exist. Li Jinyan nodded slightly, and finally said a word of praise. You're very good. You've never disappointed anyone, never letting anyone down. It didn't mean that you only did a good job, but if you did it better than expected, then you would never let anyone down. In the end, Li Jinyan also gently hugged the female soldier who used to be in his team. He hugged her slender but unbending body into his arms. The softness that belonged to a girl softened his calm heart. Work hard. Don't bury your talent. I'm looking forward to your participation in the overseas tournament. With such a female soldier, the male soldiers would feel proud. The helicopter that would pick up the Storm Commandos would arrive in half an hour. Li Jinyan looked at the time and pointed at the rifle on Yi Qian's back. Before we leave, we need to confirm one last thing. We want to see how you shoot with our own eyes. This matter started when they entered the mountainous area and entered the search shooting competition as well as the accurate shooting with 100 bullets within a time limit of 300 meters competition. When Yi Jian's shooting data came out, she was 0.003 seconds faster than Devil King Li. This meant that when Li Jinyan finished his first shot, Yi Qian had already finished his second shot. For the 300-meter limited shooting, I realized that you don't need to aim at the target in advance to be able to shoot accurately. When Commander Dong got her data, he couldn't wait to come over personally to watch you finish. We're even more curious and want you to teach us. When it came to training, Li Jinyan spoke more than usual. After Yi Qian heard this, he took the rifle from his back. Sure, no problem at all. There's still 14 blanks here. After I finish firing 14 rounds, you should be able to find out the reason. Chapter 1857. The members of the Snowfield Brigade who had been on missions with Yi Qian knew that she had skills that normal people couldn't learn. Even though they knew, they were all very interested when they heard Yi Qian say that she was going to shoot 14 blanks. She wasn't going to choose a target and then complete it. Instead, she was going to choose a target that needed to be hit. For example, 4 meters away, 7 o'clock, second tree, bird's nest. Or 5 meters from the ground, a tree branch. Next, as long as the Snowfield Brigade announced the target, once Yi Qian's line of sight locked onto them, just like what Li Jinyan had seen before, she didn't need to aim. She just loaded the gun and pulled the trigger to complete the shot. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous gunshots rang out. The water ghosts of the Storm Commandos saw Yi Qian shoot as if she was aiming at a huge monster. She didn't need to aim at all and just completed the shot. After the 14 blanks were fired, the water ghosts were shocked into silence. What kind of shooting technique was this? Were they a bunch of unqualified Special Forces soldiers? With 14 bullets, it would take some time for each bullet to aim and fire. Qing Yao was just shooting blindly. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of shots, she was done. The target was done, and so were the bullets. You really didn't have any aiming movements. How did you do it? Li Jinyan had a vague feeling that Yi Qian's shooting technique wasn't something that they could easily learn. Without any aiming movements, a 100% hit rate. Qing Yao, how did you do it? I have his gun in my heart. My eyes see the target, and the gun in my heart is already aiming. From the moment I raised the gun and pulled the trigger, the gun in my heart was alive. I could already feel the bullet eject from the magazine, the cartridge case jump out, and the bullet hit the target through the barrel. It was the same explanation as before. Yi Qian answered truthfully. As for whether they believed it or not, it was up to them. An inconceivable explanation of visible fact. Even Li Jinyan, who had always been calm about everything, found it hard to accept in an instant. She had this gun in her heart, but it wasn't this gun that completed the shooting in the mountains. Raising the question again, for the first time, the calm Lieutenant Commander Guan Lai was a little anxious. Yi Qian smiled. Yes, as long as it's a gun that I'm familiar with, I'll always have that gun in my heart. Li Jinyan got another inconceivable answer, but he knew that this was the correct answer. After a long while, he slowly said, I think we won't be able to learn it. In the past, we all wanted to learn and tried, but in the end, we gave up. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, because no one can have this gun in their heart when they get it. Only she can do that. Thinking about it, Yi Qian was groomed as a Special Forces member of the Snowfield Brigade, so the soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade would definitely be the first to know about it. Since they were familiar with the battlefield, they would naturally want to learn as well. Unfortunately, no one could do it. Indeed, we can't do it. I know that without even trying. Li Jinyan got an unbelievable answer. He smiled helplessly and said, Commander Dong told me that since Qing Yao can't become a Marine, then we should learn her shooting skills. After a slight pause, he added, when I go back and report this, Commander Dong will be secretly upset for a while. After listening to her explanation, the shock on the faces of the water ghosts didn't disappear for a long time. They tried to think about it in their hearts and even raised the rifles in their hands. In the end, their first action was still to aim. Chapter 1858. Have a gun in their hearts? Yes, they all had a gun in their hearts, but this gun was dead, not alive. Unlike what Qing Yao said, the gun in her heart could still be aimed and fired. They couldn't learn this ability. Li Jinyan, who originally wanted to ask about how to quickly change the magazine, felt that it was unnecessary. He was afraid that he would get another unbelievable answer. However, Yi Qian said, because I have this gun in my heart, I know how many bullets have been fired and how many bullets are left in the magazine. When there are 3 to 4 bullets left in the magazine, I can change the magazine with one hand. During the process of changing the magazine, all 3 to 4 bullets have been fired, and I can just remove the old magazine and reload it with a new one. I don't need to wait for the tracer to appear or pay attention to the warning of the magazine. She explained the last question in his heart. Li Jinyan nodded lightly. I understand. It's all based on the fact that you have a living gun in your heart. As he spoke, he looked at Xia Jinyuan and lowered his voice slightly. Fortunately, you joined the army and didn't get buried. Fortunately, she was a Chinese soldier and one of them. If such an enemy appeared on the battlefield, they would tremble without thinking about it. Yi Qian nodded and said, you can say that. Previously, the Navy commander also told me that I also wanted all my comrades to learn how to shoot. However, Q King and the others have all tried, and they didn't achieve the expected effect. Because we can't do it, we'll never be able to achieve it, Xia Jinyuan said helplessly. At that time, he was very interested and thought that he might be able to do it too. However, it turned out that he was thinking too much. The water ghosts of the storm commandos touched their faces. All right, it was time for them to wake up. Don't think about learning Qing Niao's shooting skills. Before they saw it for themselves, they were all delusional. Outside the dense forest, the faint rumbling sound of propellers could be heard. It pulled the water ghosts back from their shock, and they looked up at the sky. The helicopter to take them back to South Island had arrived. After receiving all the explanations, Li Jinyan smiled at the female soldier who had once again surprised him. He turned around and faced the water ghost behind him. His cold voice rang out with extreme harshness. Everyone assemble. Li Jinyan, who turned around with a smile, was the cold and seemingly ruthless young lieutenant commander. It turned out that the 22 members of the Storm Commandos had gathered within a minute, and the last seat in the front row was empty. This used to be Yi Qian's seat. Without Yi Qian, their original number was reduced to 21. The empty space reminded them that the female soldier Qing Niao would not return to the South Island with them. Their resolute gazes fell upon Yi Qian. Even if they were reluctant to part, they still had to bid farewell. Attention, salute. As Xia Jinyuan's commanding voice sounded, all his comrades straightened their backs like steel plates, raised their right hands neatly, and saluted the departing figure. The green mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. We will meet again. Sigh. If Qing Yao was in our team, she might be sitting opposite me now. Daxia, who had boarded the plane, looked at the empty seat opposite him, and his reluctance to part with her was evident in his words. When the other commandos who came in with him heard this, they did not say anything. They only sighed and looked at the empty seat opposite them. If Qing Yao were to board the plane, she might be on the same plane as them. Chapter 1859. Soon, the empty seat was taken by a comrade who boarded the plane. Sea Anemone looked at Daxia, who was staring at him with a strange expression. What are you looking at? You're sitting in Qing Yao's seat. Sea Anemone turned to look at the cabin door. He remained silent until the door closed. She didn't board the plane, and she won't board the plane. Qing Yao isn't a soldier in our team. She can't board the plane with us. Also, we did something stupid just now. Q King scared me when he said that. We didn't consider Qing Yao's position. She's a female soldier who deserves our respect. We won't say anything like that again. You can't learn her shooting skills even if you want to. She can shoot accurately without aiming. I was a little shocked when I first heard her say that. It's not that she didn't aim, but she already did it in her heart. She also said that as long as it's a gun she's familiar with, that gun will live in her heart. Daxia, whose eyes were full of admiration, still found it unbelievable. From this point alone, it shows that she's more familiar with guns and ammunition than we are. I suspect that she's very familiar with all the known types of guns from all over the world. His words made the water ghosts who boarded the plane gasp. If that's the case, how terrifying is that? It's already terrifying. If it gets scarier, I'm just glad that she's a soldier from our side and not an enemy. Daxia sighed. His words were full of admiration for Yi Qian. Female soldier Yi Qian is rare. That's true. Fortunately, she's a soldier from our side. We can rest assured. We'll have to worry about the enemies she faces in her missions in the future. Aya, why isn't she a female soldier from our team? Wishful thinking. That's impossible. The water ghosts said one after another. Their admiration for Yi Qian could be seen from their expressions. Female soldier Yi Qian, codenamed Qing Niao, was a female soldier who was braver than the male soldiers. She had incredible shooting skills. The more he interacted with her, the more he was attracted to her unyielding spirit. The more he was attracted to her, the more he could discover each of her strengths. In the end, he would be convinced by her and admire her. This was probably the so-called charisma. Li Jingyan was the last to board the plane. When he reached the cabin door, he turned around and saluted all the members of the Snowfield Brigade who had saluted him. He then nimbly retracted his right hand and turned around to board the plane. When there was a reunion, there would be a separation, and when there was a separation, there would be a reunion. There would be a day when the brothers of the two teams would meet again. The members of the Snowfield Brigade raised their heads and watched the two helicopters pick up the storm commandos until they could no longer see the fuselages of the helicopters. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing at the front, turned around and faced all his comrades. He reorganized the team and gave them instructions on what to do next. First, everyone should submit a training report and a combat report. We could discuss in groups and submit one report. Second, we need to write down the suggestions for the exoskeleton power equipment we're going to wear in the Gobi Desert, as well as the problems we found when using it. The equipment experts are still waiting for our feedback. Marching and fighting were not a problem, but the report was a pain in the ass for this group of Special Forces soldiers who were trained in science and engineering. Everyone, including Xia Jinyuan, did not want to write it. Yi Qian looked at them and wanted to laugh. You're the one who said you wanted to write a report, but now you look like you don't want to. You'll affect the rest of the team when they write their reports. Chapter 1860. I was influenced by the veterans. It was my first year in the team. Do you know what the first thing the J5 said to me was? He said, "Finally, someone who can write a report." And from then on, I don't want to write anymore. The tired Xia Jinyuan closed his eyes as he spoke. They didn't leave in a helicopter like the water ghosts. Instead, they left in a truck, arrived at the military airport, and flew back to the base. This time, they didn't alert the local troops when they entered the mountain for training. They only used 4 trucks from the local troops and prepared enough fuel to drive the trucks into the mountain. Now, they naturally had to drive the trucks to leave. Yi Qian, who was driving, saw this and said softly, "Stop talking. Go to sleep." Xia Jinyuan, who was both physically and mentally exhausted, was already silent. His head was tilted to the side of the window. His thin lips were slightly pursed, and he had already fallen asleep. Yi Qian quickly sized him up. When he saw the obvious fatigue between his brows, his heart ached. The car was driven very steadily. Xia Jinyuan didn't wake up even when K7 came to take over. Drive in a flat area. He's quite tired, Yi Qian whispered as he handed over the car keys. Let him have a good sleep. K7 smiled and made an okay gesture. After Yi Qian got in the car, he glanced at Q King, who was sleeping soundly, and chuckled. If you and Yi Qian can really develop a relationship, it's not bad. He didn't care that the sleeping person couldn't hear him. After he finished speaking, he started the car. After Yi Qian arrived at the airport, she flew to the city where the university was located. She followed Xia Jinyuan and took a direct flight to Beijing. Principal Chun was still in the hospital. She wanted to visit this person who still cared about her at the brink of death. She didn't allow Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yin to inform him. When the plane arrived at Beijing's airport, it was already past 2 in the morning. When they arrived at the military hospital, it was already 3:30 in the morning. Yi Qian, who did not even have time to wash up, got out of the car in his jungle combat uniform. He did not walk, but instead ran towards the lobby. After taking a look at the hospital's map, he ran through the lobby and headed towards the sanatorium. Xia Jinyuan ran with her while contacting the sanatorium. Visiting Principal Chun was not something that could be done at will. The guards had to be ordered to let them in. Even though the Southern Province People's Hospital found out that it was indeed the nurse's mistake, the military did not let down their guard because of this. A world-class sniper had almost died due to a medical accident so the Southern Province People's Hospital should be punished. Yi Jian ran all the way. It took her less than 5 minutes to get out of the car and reach Headmaster Chen's ward. The old squad leader is already resting. After recuperation, he slept quite well this week. His meals are also up to standard. All his bodily functions are up to standard for discharge. He can be discharged after another half a month of treatment. The guard already knew that the female soldier in front of him was the squad leader's only relative. He didn't even need Yi Qian to ask before he told her everything. The squad leader wanted to leave the hospital half a month ago, but was stopped by the commander-in-chief. After that, the squad leader never mentioned it again. But what? Through the glass in the ward, Yi Qian looked at Principal Chun, whose arm was still hooked up to N4 drip. His face was much thinner than before. Yi Qian did not realize that she had already shed a lot of tears. The guard paused for a moment before she felt the saltiness of the tears in her mouth. The guard quickly looked at the teary female soldier and lowered his voice. The squad leader agreed, but one night he wanted to sneak out. After he was discovered, the commander-in-chief sent 6 guards to keep an eye on him. This was indeed Uncle Chen style. Yi Qian smiled with tears in her eyes. Chapter 1861. There was only one light in the room, and it quietly shone a warm light in the corner. The layout of a normal intensive care unit did not have as many terrifying instruments as the intensive care unit. A few green potted plants on the windowsill added a touch of gentleness to the snowy white room. Yi Qian did not go directly into the room. Instead, she chose to stand outside and watch quietly. Uncle Chen's sleep had not been very good. If she went in, she would wake him up. Yi Qian looked away and lowered her head to wipe away her tears. She thanked the responsible guards. "Thank you very much for your hard work during this period. You and your comrades can go back to your room to rest. I'll keep watch here. It's our duty to take care of the old squad leader. You don't have to be so polite." The guard was also very young. He was about 23 or 24 years old. He was a little embarrassed by Yi Qian's politeness. He said shyly, "We have 3 shifts. Our comrades in the morning shift will arrive on time at 7 o'clock. The 2 of us can go back to rest then." "There's no need to rest. The 3 of us can keep watch. If there's anything you want to ask, you can ask me. My comrades and I have always been here when the old squad leader was admitted to the hospital. We know more about the old squad leader's condition than the comrades in the morning shift. It was her duty to not leave her post at will. It was her fault. The normal intensive care unit arranged was very humane. It was similar to a bedroom and a living room. The only difference was that the living room was smaller, but family members could rest while keeping watch. There used to be a foldable bed, but it had been moved out and replaced with 2 round stools made of steel without backs. Although there were high stools, it was obvious that they were just for decoration. The guards had never sat on them before. The plastic packaging on the stools was in good condition. There were no traces of friction at all. Yi Qian moved the plastic stools out and began to ask Principal Chun about his condition during his stay. Another guard stood outside the corridor. The first day he was transferred from Nan Province was indeed dangerous. All of his organs showed signs of failure. The first thing we did when we received the old squad leader was to send him to the emergency room. Yi Qian's heart clenched as soon as he heard the beginning of the story. His hands on his knees clenched into fists. His life could be in danger at any time due to organ failure. While she was gone, her family was experiencing life and death. The old squad leader's will to live is very tenacious. He survived 2 big risks. The experts later said that it was a miracle that he survived. After surviving the most dangerous week, the old squad leader will be able to speak a few words to us. Previously, when the old squad leader woke up during the day, he would only open his eyes slightly and would not be able to say a single word. Yi Qian's eyes reddened again, but he did not cry. This was because Uncle Chun had once said, "As a soldier, I would rather bleed than cry." She didn't want Uncle Chun to see her crying when he woke up. In this life, she could not disappoint those who wished her well. Although it was said that people live for themselves, she understood that living for yourself meant being responsible for yourself. However, you still needed to take care of your family and live for those who wish you well. The old squad leader survived the most dangerous week. His organs were damaged. There was still a possibility of complications, but the risk was low. To be on the safe side, he stayed in the intensive care unit for another week before the experts confirmed that he could be transferred to normal intensive care. Chapter 1862. The guard was a male soldier with a sharp tongue. During the 1 month that Principal Chun had been in the military hospital, he finished speaking in less than 10 sentences. Even so, Yi Qian's nails dug into his palms as he listened. How was it just 1 week of resuscitation? It was clearly 2 weeks of resuscitation. If the wrong medicine was used during the foredrip, the serious cases would go into shock and die on the spot. Uncle Chun discovered the wrong medicine within 3 minutes of the foredrip and fell into a coma. What if the foredrip lasted for another 3 minutes? Even though Principal Chun had made it through safely, Yi Qian's body trembled uncontrollably whenever he thought about it. Yi Qian clenched his fists even tighter to control his trembling body. He didn't show it on his face as he gently closed his eyes. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Thank goodness nothing happened to Uncle Chun. Otherwise, she didn't know what kind of destructive thing she would have done. Grandpa Jin had already left her, and Uncle Chun was the only family she had left. She only hoped that Uncle Chun would be healthy and live a long life. Outside, Xia Jinyuan had already obtained the detailed medical records of Principal Chen's hospitalization. He also received the results of the investigation by the Southern Province Police and the punishment by the Southern Province People's Hospital. The nurse was chatting and accidentally injected the intravenous medicine from a heart patient into Uncle Chen's foredrip. The side effects of this medicine were vasodilatory headache, arterial spasm, respiratory paralysis, and death by asphyxia. Because Uncle Chen's medicine was not mixed with this medicine, even though it was discovered in time, there were still serious side effects. If the guards from the military hadn't discovered it in time, at this very moment, his little fox would have lost her last family member. Xia Jinyuan didn't go in immediately. Instead, he called Commander-in-Chief Xia's personal cell phone. He needed to clarify the situation. Commander-in-Chief Xia was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone at 3:40 a.m. When he saw who was calling, he answered the call and asked, "Are you at the airport or the hospital?" "Hospital. I'm sorry to disturb your rest, Dad." Xia Jinyuan, who was standing by the window in the corridor, glanced around and said in a low voice, "Dad, I just received 2 investigation reports. The military suspects that Uncle Chun may have been murdered. Did the military find something?" When he received the investigation report from the Southern Province Police and the military, he found out that the first thing the military thought of when something happened to Uncle Chun was murder. Only then did he realize that although Uncle Chun had been sacrificed for more than 10 years, he was still in danger. Otherwise, the army would not have immediately thought of murder and not medical malpractice. Commander-in-Chief Xia put on a coat and got out of bed. He walked to the desk in the bedroom and sat down. Yes, that's what the military suspected at first, but after investigation, it was determined that it was a medical accident. What? Do you still have questions? Dad, my main point is that the military suspects murder. Is there any movement abroad? I've seen Uncle Chen's information. There's an organization abroad that hasn't given up looking for Uncle Chun. Xia Jinyuan said in a low voice as he looked around to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. His gaze was as cold as a sword as he slowly and naturally glanced around. Has Uncle Chen's whereabouts been exposed? No, you're thinking too much. Chen Dongfeng's whereabouts have not been exposed yet. While the Southern Province Police are investigating, the military is also investigating. There's no movement abroad. Commander-in-Chief Xia's tone was a little serious. He was sitting by the desk in his pajamas. The light from the desk lamp illuminated a corner. He warned his son, "It's fine as long as you know about this organization. I don't want to hear it from you again before the military mentions it. You need to keep Xiao Ye's side a secret. This is the military's idea and Chen Dongfeng's personal idea." Chapter 1863. Xia Jinyuan was relieved. But no matter what kind of accident it was, Little Fox would not let it go so easily. She could not let it go. As her boyfriend, he naturally supported her in her investigation. "Okay, I got it. Dad, get some rest." I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Come back tomorrow? Commander-in-Chief Xia did not think he needed him to take the time to come back to see him, but he said seriously, "You don't have to come back. If you bring little Yi back, I'll welcome you. Then you should go to the military. Sorry to disturb you." Major Xia smiled and said goodbye, then took the initiative to hang up the phone. He couldn't meet Old Man Xia alone. Whenever they met, Old Man Xia would always mock him. It was the type of person who would feel uncomfortable if he didn't mock him. Fortunately, he was mature now and did not argue with him. Otherwise, the father and son would have a fight. Xia Jinyuan stared at the phone for a few seconds and said softly, "Old man, I'll keep a close eye on your daughter-in-law." Commander-in-Chief Xia listened to the rapid beeping sound and could not help but smile and shake his head. "Little brat, you should spend more time with your girlfriend. Don't follow in my footsteps." All parents in the world were pitiful. The dignified commander-in-chief was also like an ordinary parent, deeply caring for the devil-incarnate son that he spoke of. Knowing that it had nothing to do with a foreign organization, Xia Jinyuan's footsteps became lighter. However, it did not mean that he did not have any other questions. On the contrary, he had a lot of questions. Xia Jinyuan, who was chatting with the guard outside the door, began to ask a few questions. The content of his questions was different from Yi Qian's. He mainly asked if anyone had come to visit and if anyone from the southern province had come to inquire. Other than Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yan, no one else from the southern province had the opportunity to visit. He only asked if anyone had come to inquire about the situation. The People's Hospital of the Southern Province has sent people here many times. The military has issued a strict order not to leak any information about the squad leader. The General Military Hospital strictly followed the order and did not release any information. The people from the People's Hospital of the Southern Province still do not know about the squad leader situation. Other than the People's Hospital of the Southern Province, only Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yan from the Southern Province visited him once half a month ago. In other words, there were no other suspicious people in Southern Province. Then, Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes as he read the report. His eyes were dark and unfathomable. This was what Uncle Chun had said to cooperate with the military's investigation. The military had asked him if anyone had come to the Southern Province People's Hospital while he was hospitalized, if he had any conflicts with anyone, or if anyone had come uninvited, and so on. The rest of the answers were fine. Only the part about Yi Zhifan made him feel a little strange. He couldn't tell what was strange about it, but he couldn't tell what was wrong with it. However, he didn't know why he felt strange when Uncle Chun said, "I don't have any personal grudges with Director Yi." It didn't mean much, but it could be understood as personal grudges existed. Since that was the case, then Uncle Chin's next sentence, "If an official knows the law, I don't think he needs to do something that will ruin his career. My case is actually just an ordinary medical accident." I don't think could be used as a way of saying, I don't think he is sure of himself and has a certain degree of suspicion. Little Fox had been insulted and framed by Yi Zhifan and his family. She almost couldn't attend high school normally. During the college entrance examination, Yi Zhifan had used underhanded means to frame Little Fox. As a family member, Uncle Chin already hated Yi Zhifan to the core. How could he say, "I don't have any personal grudges with him"? Chapter 1864. In the last sentence, "My matter is actually just a normal medical matter," made him feel strange. It was as if he was intentionally trying to absolve Yi Zhifan. That's right. That was why he felt so strange. Uncle Chin's words made him feel as if he was intentionally trying to absolve Yi Zhifan, but at the same time, he was angry. That's why he said things like, "It doesn't really matter," and "I think," which contradicted what he said at the end. Did Uncle Chun think that there was something wrong with Yi Zhifan? Or could it be that he sensed something? How could Yi Zhifan have the guts to harm Uncle Chun? Why would he harm Uncle Chun? What would require him to do so? What could Yi Zhifan gain by harming Uncle Chun? Was he not afraid of being exposed and losing his official position in the end? Yi Zhifan was a smart and cautious official. Even when Little Fox had such a bad relationship with his family, he did not do anything irrational. Even when Yi Ying got into trouble during the college entrance exams, he did not do anything irrational. How could such a person suddenly harm Uncle Chun? For a moment, Xia Jinyuan was unable to make sense of Principal Chen's statement about cooperating with the military's investigation. He originally planned to show Little Fox the military's investigation report, but he decided to wait and listen to Uncle Chen's explanation first. Yi Qian did not ask for too long. She got up and looked at the sleeping Principal Chen through the glass. Her chapped lips were tightly pressed together, and her gaze was like that of a child who was afraid of losing something. It was as if she was afraid that if she blinked, everything would disappear. How could she not be afraid? In her previous life, Yi Qian longed for family and love, but even until her death, she was alone. In this life, she got what she wanted and made up for the regrets of her previous life. Uncle Jin had already passed away, and Yi Qian was most worried about Principal Chen. In addition, she knew the identity of Principal Chen, so she was even more afraid of losing her last family member. She was really scared, really scared. Even if she was a strong-willed soldier, she was still afraid of losing her family. If you keep watching like this, you'll wake up Uncle Chen even if you don't go in. Xia Jinyuan gently pushed open the door and walked in. He pulled Yi Qian away and told her not to keep looking at him. Seeing her looking at him like that, the sadness in her background made him feel as if there was something stuck in his heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. Her sadness made his heart ache the most. He really wanted to ask her why she would occasionally feel the sadness of the twilight. It was like a thick ink that couldn't be dissolved, isolating the entire world. He couldn't help but feel flustered. He had to ask. He had to ask. Uncle Chen was still lying in the hospital. If he asked her now, she would definitely say that she was worried about Uncle Chen. It's all in the past. Little Fox, Uncle Chen is still fine. Why are you sad? You should be happy. Xia Jinyuan patted her shoulder and said to the guard, "The two of us will keep watch here. We'll trouble you if we need anything." Yes. The guard saluted, opened the door, and left. Yi Qian, who was pulled back to reality, knew that something was wrong with her. She lowered her head and took a deep breath before turning around. Captain Xia was right. If she continued watching, Uncle Chen would definitely wake up. She turned around and saw the folder in his hand. Her eyes flashed with a hint of sternness. She asked in a low voice, "Did you get everything?" "Yes, they're all here. You can take a look first." After entering the hospital, he went straight to get the backup of the medical records and the investigation report from the Southern Province Police. Yi Qian went straight to the recuperation building. Looking at Yi Qian, who looked normal and didn't look sad at all, Xia Jinyuan looked at her with pity and said gently, "Sit down and watch. If you're tired, lean against the wall and rest for a while." Chapter 1865. The two guards stood outside, and he placed two round stools against the wall. When Yi Qian sat down, he lifted her legs and placed them on his thighs. His slender fingers massaged her with moderate strength. "I took a look at him just now. Uncle Chen's condition is recovering well. He could be discharged in a week." The medical record was written in great detail, including the daily changes in Principal Chen's condition. The previous week, when he was in critical condition, the doctor kept watch over him. There was a detailed record every half an hour. After hearing from the guards, Yi Qian felt much calmer after reading the medical record. When she saw the suggestion written on the last page, Yi Qian smiled. "Yes, he could be discharged. I calculated the time. I'll be able to pick up Uncle Chen after my exams. 2 days earlier than you. The exams in military academies are slightly longer than those in normal high schools." She smiled. Xia Jinyuan also felt very happy. After he's discharged, Uncle Chen can't return to Nan Province for the time being. Why don't I arrange for Uncle Chen to live in the government's family compound? Then I'll transfer 2 guards to take care of Uncle Chen's daily life. Since it concerned Principal Chen's daily life, Yi Qian nodded without hesitation. As long as Uncle Chen is willing, I have no objections. However, although she didn't hesitate, Yi Qian frowned when she thought about Principal Chen's status. She thought for a while before continuing. With Uncle Chen's status, it doesn't seem appropriate for him to live in a crowded place, especially in a government agency's family compound. Do you think they'll recognize Uncle Chen? What she said made sense. Xia Jinyuan fell silent for a moment. When Uncle Chen wakes up, we'll ask him for his opinion. Also, let's take a look at the military's arrangements. Yi Qian flipped to the Nan Province Police Investigation Report. As soon as her gaze landed on it, the smile on her beautiful face disappeared. Her indifferent expression suddenly became sharp. The results of the investigation were: the nurse made mistakes in her work, and murder was ruled out. The word murder was like two bullets hitting her heart with a bang. Her brain and nerves immediately caused a thick fog of blood to appear before her eyes. She looked up and stared at Xia Jinyuan with her red eyes. She asked angrily, "Murder? Why did the military suspect murder at first?" At that time, Captain Xia had told him that Uncle Chin's accident was due to a problem with his foredrip. He did not mention that it was suspected of being a murder. Like you, I only found out after receiving the 2 reports. The military first suspected murder, then asked the Southern Province Police to investigate thoroughly. After 20 days of investigation, the Southern Province Police concluded that it was indeed a medical accident and ruled out murder. The military also concluded the investigation and confirmed that it was a medical accident and not a murder. Yi Qian looked at him as she spoke in a low voice. She flipped to the military investigation report. Her side profile was thin and sharp, and her chin was tense the whole time. When she saw the military's question about Yi Zhifan, Xia Jinyuan clearly felt that her entire body's hostility had suddenly multiplied. He could see a strong, murderous intent on her face. "Calm down and read slowly," Xia Jinyuan calmly reminded her. His hands kept massaging her tense thighs and calves. After finishing the mountain training, everyone's legs were so sore that every step they took hurt their muscles. When Yi Qian rushed to the hospital and jumped out of the car, the muscles in her legs went out of control. She staggered a few steps before stabilizing herself and not falling. She was a girl who could endure. No matter how tough or tiring it was, she could grit her teeth and endure it. Chapter 1866. She was so good at controlling herself that it made him a little worried. He was afraid that if he held back too much, he would end up hurting her. Therefore, whenever he had the chance, he would help her loosen her muscles and bones and check if there were any bone injuries. There was an old saying in the army: recruits are more trustworthy, veterans are more sick, and there are more problems that are neither old nor new. The phrase "veterans are more sick" meant that after being in the army for a long time, they would have problems all over their bodies, especially their knees. If they didn't take good care of them, they would be plagued with illnesses, and it would affect their future battles. He increased the strength of his massage, and Yi Jianjian felt the pain. The red in her eyes that were staring at him gradually faded, and she slowly regained her calm. Yi Zhifan's mother has been recuperating at the People's Hospital of Nan Province. Uncle Chun had gastric bleeding and was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Regiment Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yin were running up and down with their men, so it was inevitable that they would run into Yi Zhifan. The report contained a conversation between Regiment Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yin. Yi Zhifan did run into them by accident. The military also questioned Uncle Chun privately. Uncle Chun said that it had nothing to do with Yi Zhifan. "Yi Qian, even if you're angry now, it's useless. Sometimes things are just so coincidental that it seems like a case of murder." Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian coldly. Even his voice was cold. "The things in the report have already been investigated. What's there to be angry about? Yi Zhifan only came to visit Uncle Chun once. How could you lose control of your emotions so easily? If he really had bad intentions, he would be happier if you lost control of your emotions. You can only handle things calmly. Anger will only make things worse. Yi Qian, you need to calm down right now." With that said, Xia Jinyuan took the file without hesitation. "You need to calm down right now. Get some sleep and wait for Uncle Chun to wake up." Yi Qian knew that he was in a bad mood, so he didn't refute Xia Jinyuan's words. He took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in his heart. "Okay, I'll rest for a while. I'll look at it after I calm down. I'll ask the guards to bring a folding bed over. You can rest here." In her current situation, it was better not to look at it anymore. If she also noticed the strangeness of Uncle Chen's words, her emotions would only fluctuate even more. It seemed that Yi Zhifan's influence on Yi Qian was still quite big, even bigger than Yi Ying's appearance. The guard brought the foldable bed over, not forgetting to bring 2 quilts that reeked of disinfectant. Let's each take half a side. There was only one folding bed. Yi Qian, who was hugging the quilt, suggested, I'll sleep on this side, and you can sleep on the other side. Let's rest together. It was tiring enough to accompany her. She couldn't let him suffer. Upon hearing this, Xia Jinyuan gestured to the small foldable bed. I'm afraid that if I lie down, the foot of the bed will break. I don't choose a place to sleep. You should rest. Last week, her period had just ended. She had to train twice in a row and didn't rest in bed for a single day. It was said that girls must pay attention to keeping warm once a month. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. She had run in the rain and rolled in the snow for 2 months in a row. Now that she was back and had a place to sleep, how could he let her suffer? She was afraid that he would suffer, and he was afraid that she would suffer. In the end, the Major's domineering personality kicked in. He carried Yi Qian and placed him directly on the long table. You're so dishonest. You have to insist on arguing with me. Don't you know that I'm actually more stubborn than anyone else? Who can argue with me? Don't move, don't talk. Uncle Chun is still sleeping inside. The domineering Major was in high spirits. He bent down and personally took off Yi Qian's military boots and jacket. Chapter 1867. Yi Qian really couldn't move. If she moved, the long table she was sitting on would creak. Not only was she afraid of waking Uncle Chun up, she was also afraid of alerting the 2 guards standing outside. After taking off his jacket, Yi Qian hurriedly covered his belt with her hands. You can't take off your pants. It'll make it easier for me to get up in the morning. She felt a little unnatural, afraid that he would really take off her pants. No, I'm not thinking of taking them off. Seeing her unnatural expression, Xia Jinyuan lowered his head to hold back his laughter and carried her to the foldable bed. Go to sleep. Have a good night's sleep. We can still sleep for 3 hours after the shift changes at 7. We've overworked our brains during this period of time, so we need to rest well. It won't be too late to think about things when we wake up. Faced with the determined Major, Yi Qian lay down in bed and got up on her elbows. She still asked worriedly, How are you going to sleep? Get the guards to bring another layer of blankets and sleep on the floor. Xia Jinyuan hugged the blankets and put his feet on the long table. He leaned against the corner of the wall that was warmed by the heater and raised his eyebrows. This is good. The heater is facing us, so we don't have to worry about catching a cold. It was still winter in the capital, so the hospital was still using central heating. Yi Jian watched him close his eyes, as if he was too tired to say another word. Only then did she lay back down gently on the bed. She was a person who could calm down quickly. She was no longer as angry as she was before. She snuggled a little deeper into the bed. Only her short black hair was visible, so he couldn't tell if she had closed her eyes or fallen asleep. Xia Jinyuan quietly opened his eyes and saw that she was lying motionless under the blankets. Only then did he relax and close his eyes again. There was a faint smile on his handsome face, and he soon fell asleep. The shift changed at 7 o'clock. Xia Jinyuan only slept for 2 hours before opening his eyes. Sleeping in this position was not comfortable at all. 2 hours was his limit. His legs were long and slender to begin with, so when he put them down, they were like a bridge. When he put them down, his legs were numb and didn't feel like his own legs at all. He only gently put on his military boots when his blood flow returned to normal. 2 hours of deep sleep had swept away most of the fatigue in his body. He stood up and looked into the room. He met the eyes of Principal Chun, who had just woken up less than 10 minutes ago. The 2 of you are too good at tormenting people. Why didn't you go to the hotel next door to rest? Can you sleep well if you sleep outside? Principal Chun lectured a little unhappily. After more than 40 days of high-intensity training, you should have a good rest when you come back. How can you mess around? During the emergency treatment, the military was afraid that something would happen to him, so they told him that Yi Qian was training with Xia Jinyuan and asked him to persevere and wait for Yi Qian to return. Although he didn't know where the training was, if it could make Yi Qian neglect his studies, it must be a very important and high-intensity special training. He did not feel sorry for Yi Qian during training. Soldiers did not have the right to think that training was tiring. He would only feel sorry when training was over. He would feel sorry for not having a good rest. How can I be at ease if I don't see you? Also, don't you know Yi Qian? If she doesn't come to see you, even if I tie her up and take her to the hotel, she will still find a way to escape. Xia Jinyuan poured a glass of warm water and handed it to him. Have a glass of water first. The guard said that Uncle Chen didn't like to be served by others. It was as if he was a good-for-nothing who could only be taken care of. Xia Jinyuan kept that in mind and did not dare to feed him water. Uncle Chen, she hasn't woken up yet. I'd like to take this opportunity to ask you a few questions. I need you to answer them for me. Since this was a serious matter, Xia Jinyuan asked directly. I want to know if you have any scruples about Yi Zhifan. Chapter 1868. Xia Jinyuan's words really gave Principal Chen a fright. He thought that Xia Jinyuan had found something. No, it was impossible to find anything. If the military couldn't find anything, how could he have the time to investigate in the middle of training? Therefore, he didn't find anything. He just had his suspicions. Principal Chen's body was injured, and his brain wasn't as fast as it used to be. He lowered his head and took a sip of warm water. He asked calmly, "Why do you ask? Uncle Chen, take a look at this." Xia Jinyuan's gaze slid past Principal Chen's face. He took out a page of the report that he hadn't shown to Yi Qian. This is one of the military's investigation reports. It's also the military's investigation into whether there's anything wrong with Yi Zhifan. They want to confirm what you said. If he had only had his suspicions before, then Uncle Chen's act of drinking water just now confirmed his suspicions. Uncle Chen must have some misgivings about Yi Zhifan. In other words, he also suspected that there was something fishy going on this time. It might have something to do with Yi Zhifan. Principal Chen glanced at the single piece of A4 paper on top of the quilt. He put the glass of water aside and picked up the report. He unhurriedly opened it. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Principal Chen opened the A4 paper that Xia Jinyuan had folded for convenience. Although he looked calm on the surface, he wasn't calm on the inside. He casually glanced at it and sneered. There's nothing wrong with what you said. There's nothing false about cooperating with the military's investigation. Xia Jinyuan did not expect to get anything out of Principal Chen immediately. He was not in a hurry, but the color in his eyes darkened a little. He said slowly and elegantly, "You told the military that you and Director Yi Zhifan did not have much of a personal grudge. This can be understood as a personal grudge. No matter how big or small it is, you and Yi Zhifan have a personal grudge. In the end, you said, I don't think there's a need for him to do something that would ruin his career." Uncle Chen, I don't think is a term of uncertainty and suspicion. It means that you've already suspected Yi Zhifan. Principal Chen, who was listening quietly, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Deep in his eyes, there was a well-concealed surprise. Even the military didn't suspect him, but he actually suspected him from a few words. As expected of the Weapon King, this kind of sensitivity, this kind of intelligence, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Principal Chen was also a king among the snipers. If he didn't make a move, the people around him naturally wouldn't be able to tell. When the two generations of Weapon Kings met face to face, Xia Jinyuan knew that the veteran king was still better. This was because the veteran king had fooled the military investigators and made the military think that Yi Zhifan really had nothing to do with the incident. If he didn't know how much Uncle Chen loved Yi Qian and how much he hated Yi Zhifan's family, he would also have been fooled by Uncle Chen like the military. In the end, you said, my incident was actually just a normal medical accident. It seemed more like you were deliberately trying to cover up the truth and defend Yi Zhifan. Uncle Chen, at first, I didn't quite understand why you said such contradictory things, but when you drank the water just now, it made me certain that you were indeed suspecting Yi Zhifan. Although he spoke slowly, there were no pauses in between. This meant that he didn't give Principal Chen a chance to interrupt him midway. He controlled the entire rhythm of the conversation in his own hands. Uncle Chen, I just want to know why you did this. Is it because of Yi Qian? If it's because of her, you should have told me. Chapter 1869. Because. Xia Jinyuan paused. His dark eyes were filled with respect as he looked at Principal Chen. Because, like you, I only want Yi Qian to be safe and sound. I can't bear to see her get hurt because of Yi Jifan. Principal Chun was very sure of this. He had seen how much the young major in front of him protected Yi Qian over the years. When old uncle was still alive, he once said, "In this world, only Major Xia is worthy of our Yi girl." The worthy that old uncle was talking about was not a good match in terms of family background. He was referring to Major Xia's love and care for Yi Qian. Yi Qian could rely on him for the rest of his life. If something were to happen to Yi Qian, this young major would be the only person that Yi girl could trust. Even if they could not become husband and wife in the future, Xia Jinyuan was still a man worthy of Yi girl's trust. That's right. I do suspect that Yi Jifan had something to do with me giving the wrong medicine. However, it's only a suspicion. I don't have any evidence. After thinking for less than 2 minutes, Principal Chun stopped beating around the bush with Xia Jinyuan. Principal Chun, who had walked through the gates of hell countless times, had a cold expression on his thin face. He said calmly, "Go and see if Yi girl has woken up. It's a long story. There are some things that I can't let Yi girl know for the time being." Xia Jinyuan could read the seriousness on Principal Chen's serious face. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart as he quickly got up. After confirming that Yi Qian had not woken up, he returned. Almost 50 days ago, Martyr Sun Xueqing's former comrade came to Shuku village to look for me. He told me about Martyr Sun Xueqing's past in the army. Taking advantage of the fact that Yi Qian was still unconscious, Principal Chun sped up his narration. He started from Chief Kai's visit to Shuku village, to Chief Kai's suspicions, and how there were people who wanted to harm Martyr Sun Xueqing. Chief Kai suspects that Martyr Sun Xueqing's sacrifice was actually due to an assassination attempt, and it's very likely that it was done by someone close to her. Xia Jinyuan's handsome face was getting colder and colder. He couldn't help holding his breath as he listened to the conversation. His eyes were fixed on the small glass window in the ward. When Yi Qian woke up, the first thing he would do was stand at the glass window and look into the ward. This way, he could immediately interrupt the conversation. Even after Bureau Chief Kai retired from the army, he still couldn't find any clues. That was until he accidentally met Yi Qian, who bore a striking resemblance to Martyr Sun Xueqing in Tongzhou. Tongzhou? Wasn't that a mission to clear out the cultists? He even carried out this mission with Yi Qian. At that time, Chief Kai was busy and couldn't talk to Yi Qian in detail. Before he left, he told Yi Qian that if she wanted to know about Martyr Sun Xueqing's past, she could contact him at any time. After that, Yi Qian didn't contact him. Because of Yi Qian's appearance, Chief Kai recalled the past and returned to his own army, which was the army that Martyr Sun Xueqing was in when she was alive. Chief Kai couldn't accept this. The army had information on all of them, but there was no information on Martyr Sun Xueqing, who sacrificed herself for the country. There wasn't even a single word about her. Yi Qian's mother was an outstanding female soldier when she was alive. She was also one of the first batch of female soldiers to officially join the female special forces. She had made countless contributions to the country and was personally received by the president during the commendation ceremony. She was one of the first batch of female soldiers who had made countless contributions to the country and had the highest honor. In the end, the army that she was in when she was alive didn't even have a single word about her. Her contributions to the army were erased just like that. It was equivalent to erasing Martyr Sun Xueqing's entire being. Chapter 1870. What did this mean? This meant that it was a covert denial of the existence of such a martyr, denial of this person, denial of all this person's contributions. It made everyone forget her, completely erasing her from everyone's memories. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan, who was also a soldier, was furious. How dare they? That's right, they're indeed brave. When this matter was brought up again, Principal Chun was also angry. No soldier could accept this fact. This was an insult to a soldier. If Martyr Sun Xueqing had made a big mistake, it would be fine. But she didn't. She was a soldier who sacrificed herself for the country. How could she be treated so unfairly? After Martyr Sun Xueqing passed away, the army sent her belongings back. Among her belongings was a very precious hornless dragon jade pendant. When this jade pendant landed in Yi Jifan's hands, it became a protective talisman for his meteoric rise as an official. Xia Jinyuan immediately frowned. Uncle Chun, I don't quite understand what you're saying. How could a piece of jade become a protective talisman for his meteoric rise? First of all, Yi Jifan was able to become an official because he was protected by martyr son Xueqing. The government made him a village official so that he could take good care of son Xueqing. Later, the village official became an official in the town and gradually became an official in the city. Uncle Jin said that with the protection of the jade pendant, Yi Jifan would rise higher and higher in the ranks, but he would also fall even more miserably. The young major's brows were already furrowed. It was obvious that he didn't believe it. Principal Chun sighed and said seriously, I didn't quite believe it at the time, but I knew that Uncle Jin wouldn't say such things for no reason. Also, he said that the jade pendant wasn't something good and told Yi Jifan not to take it back. Although I didn't believe it, I still took it to heart. It wasn't until I was hospitalized with gastric bleeding that Yi Jifan approached me in the name of returning martyr son Xueqing's relic to the little girl. I suddenly thought of the jade pendant, what Chief Kai said, and what Uncle Jin said. Thinking of this, Principal Chun said, martyr son Xueqing used her own life to get an official position for Director Yi so that her daughter could be taken care of. In the end, Director Yi got the benefits but forgot the kindness. As he said these words, he had been paying attention to Yi Jifan's expression. He saw that his face had suddenly turned cold, and a deep viciousness had flitted across it. He knew that Yi Jifan had become suspicious. He suspected that he knew something. His expression told me that the benefit of the jade pendant was to protect his promotion. Uncle was right. I was still waiting for him to come again and deliver martyr's son Xueqing's relic, but something happened to me at around 11 that night. After saying so much, Principal Chun drank all the water in the cup. I warned Yi Jifan, and something happened. I was lying when I said that I didn't suspect him. But everything needs evidence. The military and the Southern Province Police did their best to investigate. Even the doctors and nurses in the hospital who knew that I was hospitalized were investigated. There was no evidence that pointed to Yi Jifan wanting to murder me. Major Xia, if you were me, you wouldn't insist that Yi Jifan has a problem. I know that there is a high possibility that he has a problem, but I have no evidence. Moreover, if he really did do it, his actions made me happy. What does this mean? It means that the jade pendant is important. Chapter 1871. Headmaster Chun, who was originally angry because of Yi Jian's mother's incident, sneered coldly. His actions are a sign of guilt. It also shows that there is someone behind the jade pendant who is secretly supporting him. Just now, I said that Chief Kai of the Tongzhou police station suspected that martyr's son Xueqing was sacrificed. He also said that he erased all of her deeds in the army. Major Xia, with your intelligence, you should know why I didn't directly say that I was actually suspecting Yi Jifan. Xia Jinyuan, whose face was already cold, answered in a deep voice. Because you wanted to help Yi Chen lure out the murderer who killed his mother. Because at this point, you know that the murderer's identity is definitely not simple. Because he has the ability to protect Yi Jifan from a village official to a provincial official. At the mention of Yi Jifan, the young major's dark eyes rippled. I investigated Yi Jifan a long time ago and found that there was someone behind him, but I didn't find anything. This also shows that this person's identity is not simple and is very well hidden. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Yi Jifan has already connected with my family Xia's enemy, the Du family. The Du family's chief of staff, Du, has been at odds with my father since he was young. Chief of staff. Principal Chen's expression changed drastically. He asked in shock, the General Staff Department? Yes, the General Staff Department, but he's a deputy. Xia Jinyuan nodded. His thin lips pressed together, and the coldness in his eyes deepened. It's quite surprising that he has connections with the Du family. The eldest son of Chief of Staff Du Kaiwei, is the commander of a brigade in the Nangguang military region. After participating in a drug production cleanup operation in the village, he was targeted. One time, he went out for dinner and was suddenly attacked with a knife. He was coincidentally saved by Yi Jifan, who was eating with him. It said that if Yi Jifan hadn't blocked the knife, it would have directly cut Du Kaiwei's neck and killed him on the spot. Now that you've heard about this jade pendant, even I have my suspicions. Such a big coincidence. Is it coincidence? Or was it arranged by someone? It's such a coincidence that I saved the eldest son of Chief of Staff Du, who doesn't get along with my family Xia. Even the experienced Principal Chun couldn't help but gasp. You mean, the person behind the jade pendant knows that the Du family and family Xia don't get along, so they deliberately let Yi Jifan get close to the Du family. Well, it turns out that I didn't think about it. It was you who mentioned the jade pendant that made me suspicious. When Yi Qian was adopted by Yi Jifan's family, they didn't beat her or scold her. They raised a smart girl into a good-for-nothing. Uncle Chun, what does this mean? This means that someone instigated Yi Jifan to raise Yi Qian into a cripple. He purposely got that comrade of martyr son Xueching to tell Chief Kai that Yi Qian had died after falling into the water. That person didn't want others to know about Yi Qian's existence. But that person had some misgivings and had no choice but to keep Yi Qian alive. But he was very unwilling. Even if he kept Yi Qian alive, he only wanted to see a good-for-nothing like Yi Qian. That's why he instigated Yi Jifan to turn Yi Jifan into a cripple. Xia Jinyuan was terrifying. His logical thinking and analytical skills were as rigorous as a net. As long as he caught everything in his net, as long as he could string everything together, he wouldn't miss anything. It was just a combination of what Headmaster Chan and Chief Kai had said, combined with Yi Jifan's various guesses, one after another, popping out from his mouth. It wasn't a whimsical thought, but a logical and well-founded one after another, cutting into the facts and analyzing them one by one. Chapter 1872. Xia Jinyuan's analysis was like a clap of thunder, one after another. Principal Chun was originally leaning against the headboard of the bed, but after Xia Jinyuan's in-depth analysis, he couldn't help but sit up straight. Although he was thin, his expression was still firm. The more he listened, the more serious his expression became. Major Xia, who was born in a military family and whose elders and brothers were either in politics or the military, was definitely more politically sensitive than a retired soldier like him. Every word he said would not be shot without aim, and his speculations would not be made carelessly. On the contrary, Headmaster Chun felt his back drenched in cold sweat after hearing his speculation. He and Uncle Jin had both made a mistake. Uncle Jin and I have both made a very serious mistake. Principal Chun, who had a serious expression, punched the bed with one hand and said in annoyance. All this time, Uncle Jin and I have only thought that Yi Jifan's family treated Yi Qian this way because they didn't want the little Yi girl to be too outstanding and overshadow Yi Ying. That's why son Dongqing always made things difficult for the little Yi girl. She either hit or scolded her because she was afraid that the little Yi girl would steal Yi Ying's limelight. It wasn't just Principal Chun and Uncle Jin who thought this way, but everyone in the village thought this way. Son Dongqing couldn't bear to see other people doing better than her, and other people's children being stronger than her own, so she would definitely do this. They all thought this way and never thought about it in other ways. I heard from Uncle Jin that not long after son Xueching was buried, old Madam Yi started spreading rumors in the village. She said that her eldest son and eldest daughter-in-law died early because of the little Yi girl. Whoever wants to take in the little Yi girl, beware of bad luck. With just one sentence, she convicted Yi Qian, causing everyone in the village to avoid Yi Qian like the plague, afraid that they would be tainted with bad luck. Xia Jinyuan had never heard of this part of Yi Qian's past. When he heard it, every word turned into fine steel needles that pierced his heart. It pierced his heart until it hurt, causing his handsome face to twist into a vicious expression. How old was Little Fox? He was only 2 or 3 years old. That was a time when farming was a big collective and there was no guarantee of livelihood. It was a time when news was blocked. No matter if they were in trouble or sick, the first thing they would do was to pray to the gods and Buddha. There was a rumor that the little fox was a jinx. The Yi family was really vicious. When Xia Jinyuan heard the pain in her heart, she sneered softly and said, "From the looks of it, old Madam Yi is paving the way for Yi Jifan to adopt Yi Qian. He's a jinx to his parents. Even if the village wants to adopt Yi Qian for the sake of the pension, they're scared by the fact that he's a jinx. A jinx in his life? To treat the little fox so cruelly and viciously. It was only right that he cursed them until they had nothing left. Principal Chen only knew about Yi Qian's past from Uncle General knowing all this. He felt even more pity for Yi Qian, and his heart ached for this little girl. Principal Chen looked at the middle-aged major, who was so angry that his handsome face was filled with anger, and felt gratified. Although Commander-in-Chief, Xia's only son was the son of God, he was also a man who valued friendship and righteousness, and had the demeanor of a gentleman. If one day he was no longer around, with Major Xia taking care of him, Principal Chen would be able to answer to Uncle Jin at that time, who knew why the Yi family did this. When old Madame Yi lost her son, everyone sympathized with her. After she lost her beloved daughter-in-law, the rumor that the little girl was a jinx was much more credible than the usual gossip. Chapter 1873. Yi Jifan, who happened to be the village official, was furious because of this. He said that old Madame Yi was too foolish and that Yi Qian wouldn't be able to live in the village in the future. Uncle Jin was still in the army at that time. By the time he returned, everything had been settled. Yi Jifan didn't care that his family would be cursed by Yi Qian and went with son Dongqing to bring Yi Qian back. To the villagers, it was a happy ending. They didn't have to worry that Yi Qian would be arranged to stay at their house for a while. Not long after, old Madame Yi and old man Yi left Shuku village together and went to the coastal city with their daughter and son-in-law. The reason they left was that Yi Qian's life was too tough and would be a curse to her. The villagers more or less believed in fate and didn't suspect anything. Even when son Dongqing treated Yi Qian badly, the villagers didn't say anything. Yi Qian's life was too tough. Son Dongqing raised her well. It was normal for a child to be beaten and scolded. If a child was disobedient, wouldn't they also be beaten and scolded? But who knew that not only did son Dongqing beat and scolded Yi Qian, sometimes she also didn't give Yi Qian food to eat, other than dressing similarly to Ying, who knew what she did when she closed the door. Principal Chen recalled the expression on his uncle's face when he talked about these things. Every wrinkle on his weathered face was filled with deep guilt. It was a deep guilt towards Yi Qian. Even though Xia Jinyuan knew that Yi Qian's childhood wasn't smooth sailing, he never thought that it would be so tragic. Suppressing his anger, he closed his eyes gently and suppressed the surging anger in his heart. He said to Principal Chen, "Uncle Chen, tell me more about Yi Qian's childhood. I'll see if there are any other suspicious points." He wanted to know everything about her. He didn't participate in her past, but he wanted to know everything. He wanted to know how painful it was for her back then, so that he could dote on her more in the future. He wanted to make up for all the pain she had suffered. He wanted to take responsibility for the rest of his life. Little Ye's childhood, sigh. Before he could say anything, Principal Chen's long sigh turned into a sharp thorn that pierced straight into his heart after entering his ears. It hurt so much that he had to clench his fists tightly to suppress his anger. At least in the eyes of the villagers, Yi Jifan is living a good life. Every time he comes back, the first thing he says is, "Yi Qian, come out and see what delicious food I brought for you." After a long time, the neighbors started to feel that Yi Jifan had not let big brother and sister-in-law down. He wasn't afraid of being jinxed by bringing his niece, Yi Qian, into his home. Every time I come back from the army, I'll ask about little Yi. Naturally, what I hear is that little Yi is doing well. She has food, clothes, and even goes to school. Later on, little Yi grew up a little. Everyone in the village knows that little Yi is naughty. She likes to get into trouble and likes to lie. Sometimes, Ying has to apologize on her behalf. When she was in 4th or 5th grade, she almost froze to death in the snow. Luckily, Uncle Jin found her and brought her home. Unfortunately, little Yi at that time wasn't the little Yi now. She didn't accept any help from me at all. Every time I went to look for her, I would be scolded by son Dongqing. After looking for her a few times, I gave up. Just like that, little Yi lived in Yi Jifan's house. On the surface, everyone thought that she was living a good life. Scolding, beating, and framing became a common occurrence in the family. If she didn't say anything, no one would know. Chapter 1874. Under such circumstances, none of the villagers would stand up for Yi Qian. Even though the villagers were down-to-earth and narrow-minded and did not stir up trouble, in the face of Sun Dongqing's scolding and beating of Yi Qian, they believed that as long as Yi Qian had food to eat, a place to stay, and a place to go to school, that would be enough. It was normal for them to be scolded and beaten for being naughty. Faced with Yi Qian's tragic past, Xia Jinyuan clenched his fists several times before he asked in a low and hoarse voice, "Did Yi Jifan ever scold or beat Yi Qian?" No, it was always Sun Dongqing who stepped in, so it was not convenient for Uncle Jin to stand up for Yi Qian sometimes. When he saw that she was unwilling to come back, he just assumed that Yi Qian was doing well, so he gave up on bringing her back. Principal Chun sighed as he talked about Yi Qian's childhood. It wasn't until the second day of Chinese New Year that Yi Qian came to her senses and resolutely left the Yi family to look for Uncle General. You know what happened after that. That was when Yi Qian's bitter days finally came to an end. As for her past, if Uncle Jin hadn't asked about it, I wouldn't have known that she was living such a bitter life. Uncle Jin blamed himself and kept telling me that he blamed himself for not persevering and leaving the child in a wolf's den. After hearing about Yi Qian's childhood, Xia Jinyuan, whose eyes were slightly red, was silent for a long time before he said in a hoarse voice, "Yi Qian almost froze to death outside in the 4th or 5th year of Chinese New Year. What was the cause? On the eve of Chinese New Year, Yi Qian did something wrong and angered old Madam Ye's one-eyed son-in-law, Sun Yaozu, who kicked him. Old Madam Ye also thought that Yi Qian was a jinx to her and was an unlucky person, so she ordered Sun Yaozu to throw Yi Qian, who was pretending to be unconscious, to the edge of the field. Just like that, Sun Yaozu's name was engraved in Xia Jinyuan's heart. He would settle the score with him and old Madam Yi. Life had given his little fox so many trials and tribulations, but she had never bowed her head and admitted defeat. Once she woke up, it was as if she had been reborn from the ashes. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, she had persevered and walked on with gratitude. Principal Chun told Xia Jinyuan everything he knew. Xia Jinyuan not only felt distressed, but also found all kinds of suspicious points while digesting all the past events. Yi Jifan never hit or scolded Yi Qian. He never asked Yi Qian what trouble he got into or what lies he told. He also never cared about Yi Qian's studies. Even when Sun Dongqing hit or scolded Yi Qian, he didn't ask. It wasn't until the incident on the second day of Chinese New Year, when Yi Qian was forced to drop out of school, that Yi Jifan stood up for the first time. He said that Yi Qian got into trouble because of him as her uncle. In order to prevent her from continuing to affect the school, he asked Yi Qian to drop out of school and go home. This was the only time Yi Jifan came to school for Yi Qian. It was for no other reason than to ask Yi Qian to drop out of school. After connecting the previous analysis with Yi Qian's childhood, Xia Jinyuan's eyes turned cold. He said in a low voice, Yi Jifan didn't get involved in Yi Qian's matters because he wanted to protect himself. If anything happened, he could push all the blame to Sun Dongqing. The incident on the second day of Chinese New Year made Yi Jifan think that the time was right. He could directly ruin Yi Qian's studies and make her drop out of school because of her reputation. As the mayor, he didn't use his power for personal gain, which showed that he was a fair person. Uncle Chun, you still have to hide our conversation from Yi Qian. I need to investigate a few more things. I'll let you know if I have any leads. Chapter 1875. What he could be sure of now was that firstly, someone had indeed killed Sun Xueqing. Second, this person was no ordinary person. He already had a certain amount of power back then. To be able to support Yi Jifan all the way to the top, he must be even more powerful now. Third, why did this person kill martyr Sun Xueqing? Why did he want to cripple Yi Qian? What was the big secret behind all of this? He actually involved the next generation and caused Yi Qian to suffer so much. Fourth, did old Madam Yi and Yi Jifan know anything? Fifth, Why did Sun Yaozu want to kill Yi Qian, a child? 6th, Yi Zhifan was now in contact with the Du family. Was this person the one who pulled the strings? Was it so that Yi Zhifan could contact the Du family to deal with the family Xia and Yi Qian? Everything needed to be investigated, and he had to start from the death of martyr son Xueqing. He had to use this as a breakthrough point to slowly tear apart the case. At the same time, he would tell old man Xia everything and have him pay attention to the Du family's recent movements. He would see if he could find any clues about the person behind the hornless dragon jade pendant. What do you want to investigate? Principal Chen's expression immediately darkened. No matter what you're investigating, it's very dangerous. There are too many things to investigate, Uncle Chen. I don't understand why someone would want to make things difficult for Yi Qian. I don't understand why they would want to cripple Yi Qian. The matter was too complicated. Even the intelligent and meticulous Xia Jinyuan couldn't straighten everything out in one go. Seeing Principal Chen's expression suddenly turn cold and worried that he would act rashly, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, I won't investigate rashly. That's good, but you've always been steady, so I'm not worried. Although Principal Chen said this, the courage on his face slowly disappeared into his eyes. He glanced at the young major who was wholeheartedly concerned about Yi Qingtang and sighed softly. It seemed that he still had something to say, but was hesitating whether to say it or not. Xia Jinyuan poured a glass of warm water for Principal Chen and himself. Holding the glass, he stared at Principal Chen's thin face. His clear and dark eyes held a faint smile as he looked into Principal Chen's eyes. You don't have to worry about anything when it comes to me. Yi Qian isn't just my girlfriend, she's also my comrade. In the future, she'll be the love of my life. Uncle Chen, before he passed away, he told me to take good care of Yi Qian, to protect my wife like a real man, to protect her, to love her. I promised Uncle that I'd use my entire life to treat Yi Qian well. His last words moved Principal Chen. He knew that Xia Jinyuan could tell that he was hesitating because of Yi Qian. If you want to say it, you can say it now. If you're still hesitant or have any misgivings, you can say it the next time we meet. I'll listen. Xia Jinyuan had always been very patient when it came to Yi Qian. He could tell that Principal Chen was in a difficult position, so he didn't press him. He only smiled and said, whatever happened to her in the past or in the future, I'll accept it unconditionally. Principal Chen, who was already moved, laughed. Major Xia, that night at the Snowy Highlands, you played mind games with me. Now you're much more skilled at it. You can say what I want to hear the moment you open your mouth. Actually, Yi Qian herself isn't too clear about this. She only knows that her father isn't old Madame Ye's biological son, but she doesn't know that her father isn't Yi Xinfan. Chapter 1876. What did he mean? Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Principal Chen. I need you to explain it more clearly. I can't explain it clearly. Uncle Jin only told me that Yi Xinfan's father isn't Yi Xinfan. If you have time, go back to Shuka village. Chief Kai sent over a diary written by martyr son Xueqing. I didn't read it, and neither did Chief Kai. Maybe there's an answer in it. Xia Jinyuan nodded. He definitely had to get the diary. He would take Yi Qian with him. If you want to investigate Yi Xinfan's mother, I can give you the contact of a person. Before Principal Chen could finish his sentence, Xia Jinyuan suddenly stood up. Principal Chen realized something and immediately turned to look at the door of the ward. He saw Yi Qian. Yi Jian seemed to have not woken up yet. She stared at Headmaster Chen, who was leaning against the bed, with her dark eyes. Her look made Headmaster Chen very worried. He turned his head and quickly asked Xia Jinyuan, "This girl, did she hear anything?" "Don't worry." Just as Xia Jinyuan was speaking, Yi Qian seemed to wake up. The moment the door was pushed open, a figure rushed to the bedside like lightning. "Ayaya, you little girl. My old bones are about to be crushed by you." Principal Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry when Yi Qian hugged him tightly. This girl rushed over in such a hurry and still managed to avoid his hand that was holding the syringe. Sigh. He had made her worry. It was not that Yi Jian had not woken up, but she was so surprised that she was stunned. She hugged Headmaster Chen's shoulders with both hands and did not want to let go. She said in a muffled voice, "You're so skinny that only your bones are left. At that time, you promised me that you would take good care of yourself, but now, you see, Uncle Chun, you went back on your words. She didn't cry because she knew that her family didn't like to see her cry. She didn't feel sad because she was afraid that her emotions would affect Principal Chun. It's good to be thinner. Thinner people are more energetic and healthy when they get older. You, on the other hand, have lost a lot of weight. You've lost so much weight that there isn't much flesh on your face. Principal Chun gently patted Yi Qian, who was trembling slightly. This child was so obedient that it made one's heart ache. She knew that he didn't like her and would cry at the slightest thing, but she had been holding it in, afraid that she would make him unhappy. He couldn't understand why someone would want to make things difficult for such a well-behaved and obedient child who had no parents. Xia Jinyuan moved a chair to the side of the ward, put his arm around Yi Qian's shoulder, and asked her to sit down. Uncle Chun just woke up. Stay here and chat with him. I'll go get breakfast. His original plan was to return to the military base after sending Yi Qian back to school, but now he had to change his plan. He had to go to Shuku village first, so Yi Qian could only go back to school alone. The 4-day break was a little rushed. If he went to Shuku village, he wouldn't be able to go to the National University of Science and Technology of China. Xia Jinyuan, who had rebooked his plane ticket, came up with a bowl of plain porridge. He happened to see the doctor doing his rounds. After the doctor finished writing the medical record, he smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be able to understand these medications. I almost thought that you were a military doctor. He then said to Principal Chun, your child is really smart. She can even teach herself medicine. Yi Qian was changing Principal Chen's foredrip. She had inserted too many needles recently, and there were countless needle holes on Principal Chen's arms. There were also many bruises left behind from the needles. The nurse came over and inserted 2 needles, but there was no blood flow back. Yi Qian disinfected her hands and asked the nurse to go to the side. She then inserted the needles into Principal Chen's arms with familiarity. This made the doctors around her think that she was a military doctor. Chapter 1877. Xia Jinyuan suddenly remembered that night in Fujian town, the soldier who was chasing after the gang leader was shot. At that time, it was Yi Jian who assisted the military doctor to complete the operation. When the military doctor was cleaning the gunshot wound, Yi Qian would be able to prepare the necessary surgical tools and pass them to the military doctor accurately. At that time, he thought that the military doctor had told Yi Qian in advance, but now it seemed that she probably knew it herself. Why did she know it? How old was she at that time? She wasn't even a third-year middle school student. How did she know it? Who taught her? Did the military doctor teach her at that time? If he had taught her with her memory and comprehension, she would have been able to remember it. Suppressing his surprise, he heard Principal Chun laugh and say, she's smart. She likes to flip through all kinds of books and knows how to use her own hands. She just looks familiar. How can she compare to a nurse who graduated from a professional college? Besides, they also need to learn some simple emergency measures. If they don't know anything, then it'll be troublesome. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh. She was indeed eager to learn. As long as she thought it was useful, she would take the initiative to learn. Things like bandaging and inserting needles were basic emergency measures that they had to learn on the battlefield. It was normal that she would insert needles into Uncle Chun. Our nurses also need to learn more. She's not a professional and can insert needles on the first try. You guys need to learn more, the doctor said humorously to the 2 nurses. Although he was joking, he was also lecturing them. The 2 nurses nodded and humbly listened to the lecture. Just now, the 2 of them were indeed a little embarrassed. They had each inserted needles twice without success, but the female soldier from the army succeeded on the first try. They were so familiar with her that they thought she was the accompanying military doctor in the army. Yi Qian, who was wearing the jungle combat training uniform of the field forces, was easily misunderstood by them. After adjusting the speed of the drip, Yi Qian stood up straight and said with a smile, I was a little impatient. Please forgive me, Professor. This child sure knows how to be polite. The doctor saw that Yi Qian was very polite and mature. He smiled and said, then you have to take good care of the old class leader. He can eat some meat now, but it should be light. He can't eat spicy food. The military was extremely meticulous when it came to living arrangements. Previously, there were caretakers to take care of him, especially when it came to food. Every day, there would be nutritious meals, and there would be a list of what to eat and what nutrients to add. This was something that Principal Chun, who was used to living a rough life, could not get used to. Last week, after he was allowed to eat some meat and fish, he was determined not to be given any more preferential treatment. He even asked the military and the hospital to withdraw the caregivers and stop giving them such special treatment. The guards asked for instructions from their superiors. Only after obtaining the military's approval did they inform the hospital to withdraw the special treatment according to Principal Chen's wishes. Only then did Principal Chun feel much better. Uncle Chun, listen carefully. In the future, you have to quit drinking alcohol and spicy food. Although there were no caretakers, Yi Qian could supervise him better. Hearing this, Yi Qian immediately asked the doctor what he could and could not eat. He asked so carefully that Principal Chun could only feel helpless. When the doctor left, he even joked, "Looks like your nemesis is here. Our nurses will have an easier time in the future." The old class leader was very cooperative in other aspects, but he was not cooperative when it came to his daily life. He was afraid that the hospital would give him special treatment. Every time the caretakers delivered food, they would explain it in detail. Sometimes, they would even ask the nurses. This caused everyone in the department to collectively tell them that the food was from the cafeteria every day. Chapter 1878. To Principal Chun, the food in the cafeteria was more than enough. He did not need to be served like an empress dowager. To him, the food in the cafeteria was more delicious and appetizing. Abstaining from alcohol and spicy food is not a problem. Just don't arrange for any caregivers. I already feel that it's too troublesome to arrange 3 shifts of guards to watch over me. I feel like I'm going to become a useless person if you arrange for more. Principal Chun, who was drinking millet porridge, said earnestly, "You've already caused a lot of trouble for the military. You can't be so meticulous about everything. Little Yi, remember not to make any requests." "Uncle Chun, I'm just seriously ill. I'm not crippled. I don't need anyone to take care of me. Don't treat me like a useless person. I don't like to be served like this." Yi Qian knew Principal Chen's temper. He had the same temperament as Uncle General if the military needed them. They would be duty-bound to join the military. But when they returned to their daily lives, they would have to solve any problems on their own. They would never trouble the military. Uncle Chun was a strong-willed person and was once a world-class sniper. How could he accept a life of being taken care of everywhere? This kind of life might be good for others, but for Uncle Chun, it was denying his ability to continue contributing to the military. This was what Uncle Chun could not accept the most. Hearing this, Yi Qian smiled and said, "I'll remember what you said. I won't make any requests to the military. But when you say return to the military, do you mean your second military service?" Otherwise, Uncle Chun would not say that he would return to the military directly. Instead, he would say that he would visit the military occasionally. Return to the military directly? Xia Jinyuan, who was putting a steamed bun on Yi Qian's plate, could not help but look over. "If you stay in the military all the time, you'll be happier too." According to China's military service law, retired soldiers could not return to the military in principle. However, if the military specially recruited them, they could still return to the military. However, they were not considered veterans. They were only specially recruited. It was like a university inviting an old expert to teach a class. Yes, I'm re-employed as a special recruit, so I can't be considered an official soldier. But when I return to the army, there will be no one at home. If you want to go home, Principal Chen hesitated. He was worried that when Yi Qian returned to the village, the house would be too empty and cold. "Uncle Chun, I think it's pretty good. In the future, as my training and studies become more intense, I'm afraid that I won't be able to return to the village often. When I enter the army, it will be even more difficult for me to return. I think it's good that you've been specially hired to return to the army." Yi Qian interrupted him somewhat anxiously. She knew what Principal Chen was thinking, but to put it bluntly, she really didn't have much affection for Shuka village. It was probably because she had been hurt too badly by the rumors and slanders in the village in her previous life, and it was also probably because she had weak feelings for other people other than her family. So much so that even though she had lived 2 lives, she could not bear to part with the village that had raised her. If Uncle Chun was specially hired to stay in the army in the future, that would be perfect. In the future, during the holidays, she could directly return to the army to look for Uncle Chun. She could also train with the soldiers during the holidays. Yi Qian only needed to think about this kind of life for a moment, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It seems like you really want me to return to the army. All right, as long as you don't have any objections, then I've decided. In the future, I'll stay at the sniper base in the southern province. Shuku Village. Yi girl, I'm afraid I won't be returning to the village in the future. Chapter 1879. Principal Chun was not a local resident of Shuku Village. Being far away from his hometown, he was used to traveling around the world and was less homesick than others. He had been the principal of Fujian Town Middle School for more than 10 years, and even his house was arranged by the school. If you don't want to go back, then so be it. I'll go wherever you go in the future. Yi Qian spoke so quickly and confidently that Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He coughed lightly and waited for her gaze to fall on him before he said calmly, I heard that the sniper training base in Southern Province is very convenient to get to the airport. If you're free, you can actually come to Beijing for a short stay. My dad and grandparents will be very happy to have you here. I called my dad in the wee hours of the morning and told him that I planned to go back in the afternoon to visit him. Who knew that he would tell me directly that I didn't need to go back alone and that he would be happy to bring you back? Yi Qian, who was chewing on a steamed bun, blushed a little. She stuttered. Who told you to tell the commander-in-chief that I was coming to Beijing? You deserve to be despised. It was a bad idea not to go, but going didn't seem right either. Yi Qian had a headache. She was most afraid of this kind of thing. It's time to pay him a visit. During this period of time, as long as Commander Xia has time, he will take the time to visit me in the hospital. He will send people to take care of things in the hospital. Little Yi, you will go with Major Xia to visit the commander-in-chief in the afternoon. Principal Chun was naturally happy to see that the relationship between the parent and the representative was stable. As he spoke, he signaled Xia Jinyuan with his eyes. The major, who was well-liked for his work, immediately said, Then we'll listen to Uncle Chun. We'll go home together in the afternoon. Yi Qian was so scared that she didn't even chew the steamed bun in her mouth and swallowed it. She didn't want to go back to Captain Xia's house now. She didn't want to go at all. Principal Chun glanced at the way she swallowed the steamed bun in fright. Before she could catch her breath, he quickly nodded. Go earlier. Don't come back too early. I need to catch up on my sleep in the afternoon. Commander-in-Chief Xia liked Yi Wanwan very much. Every time he came back, he couldn't help but talk about her. His words implied that he wanted Yi Wanwan to visit his home. But this girl was thin-skinned. She definitely wouldn't agree if Major Xia invited her to his house. It was only possible if he opened his mouth. Then I'll call my dad now and tell him. It just so happens that it's Sunday today. If he's free, he usually plays chess and fish with his old comrades. It's easy to arrange the time. All right, then call the commander-in-chief. I have something to discuss with little Yi. Without needing Yi Qian to say anything, Principal Chun made the decision and instructed Major Xia, who had wanted to bring her home for a long time, to quickly make the arrangements so that Yi Qian wouldn't have a chance to recover from a shock. Yi Qian couldn't get a word in edgewise. By the time he caught his breath, everything had already been decided. Seeing Xia Jinyuan get up, she rushed over and tried to grab his arm. Don't. Little Yi, look at this medicine. Isn't it a little too fast? Why do I feel a swelling pain in my arm? She wanted to stop him, but she had to see if Principal Chun would agree. Yi Qian immediately withdrew his hand and turned off the drip. He asked anxiously, Other than the swelling pain, do you feel anything else? Does your heart beat faster? Do you feel any pressure when you breathe? Has something similar happened in the past? Today's medicine was the same as a few days ago. However, with the same medicine, she didn't feel any discomfort at first, but later on, she felt uncomfortable. Similar situations had happened before. Yi Qian was a little nervous. Chapter 1880. Xia Jinyuan had already stood up gracefully and left the ward to call Commander-in-Chief Xia. Principal Chun, who was pretending to be unwell, saw that Xia Jinyuan had already left the ward. He instructed Yi Qian to sit down and said earnestly, "Why are you panicking? Sit down and finish your breakfast." Yi Qian, who knew that Principal Chun had done it on purpose, heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Uncle Chun, I can't stand being scared like that." He did not give up and turned to look outside. He quickly calculated in his mind, "Don't look anymore. It was my idea and my intention." Headmaster Chen's face was full of smiles. Relationships that don't aim for marriage are all hooligans. He had to keep an eye on them. So far, the Commander-in-Chief's son was indeed impeccable. Yi Qian did not have any other long-term plans. He only wanted to bring Yi Qian home. Not bad, not bad. Yi Qian was a dependable and responsible man. Even though Principal Chun had always been satisfied with Xia Jinyuan, he still had to observe him. He was quite satisfied with Yi Qian's performance today. Yi Jian had lost her appetite for breakfast. At this moment, her heart was filled with anxiety. "Uncle Chun, I'm not prepared at all. It's too rash of me to visit you all of a sudden. I was also afraid that I would be rude. You know that I really don't know much about relationships. There are some things that I don't dare to face. What should I do if I were to be rude?" Yi Qian was very anxious and nervous. She did not have her usual calmness. Her little face was so tense that even the expression in her eyes was very unnatural. Seeing this, Principal Chun could not help but sigh softly. They had taught Yi Qian how to be strong, independent, and work hard, but they had not taught her how to deal with complicated relationships. Fortunately, Major Xia saw through Yi Qian's resistance to the outside world and had a deep conversation with him. After that, Yi Qian did not stay in a narrow circle. Major Xia personally led her. In about half a year, Yi Qian was able to get along well with the sergeants in the army. It was the same in school. She was no longer alone and had a few good friends. The little girl in the past had grown up day by day. Now, she was a female soldier who could shoulder responsibilities. In a few years, she would be at the age to talk about marriage. Looking at her fearful and uneasy appearance, Headmaster Chen gently patted her arm and said earnestly, "Girl, don't be too nervous. Don't be afraid of being rude. In Uncle Chen's eyes, you have always been an honest, trustworthy, and well-mannered child. How can you think that you'll be rude, even if you do something wrong? Don't you have Major Xia? With him around, what are you afraid of? Or are you saying that you don't want to go because you've never considered that your relationship with Major Xia will last a long time?" No, I just wasn't prepared. She had lived for 2 lifetimes before encountering something like this, so there was always a sense of fear in her heart. She did not have the confidence and was afraid that she would not do a good job. "Do you think that if I suddenly go over, Commander-in-Chief Xia will think that I'm not very sensible?" The more she spoke, the more nervous she became. Seeing that she was about to twist her fingers into pieces, Principal Chun did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Why are you so worried? You are not afraid of anything. Why are you afraid of going to the Commander-in-Chief's house? Besides, this time you're going there to thank the Commander-in-Chief for taking care of me. How can it be rude? If you come and don't go, it will be rude." Chapter 1881. The Commander-in-Chief is also looking forward to you going, which shows how satisfied he is with you. Little girl, although you are still young and Uncle Chun has never been married before and doesn't know how to get along with marriage, Uncle Chun is here to tell you that marriage is definitely not a matter between you and Major Xia, but an important matter between 2 families. If the Commander-in-Chief's family is satisfied with you, then that is a true marriage. If he is not satisfied, no matter how good Major Xia is to you, Uncle Chun will never agree to let you be with him. Go over today and thank the Commander-in-Chief for taking care of me. Tell him that I, Chen Dongfeng, have nothing else but to train a few more excellent snipers and not let the troops down." With this heart-to-heart talk, Yi Qian suddenly felt a lot less burdened. Meeting the parents was a very cautious thing. Although she knew that Commander-in-Chief Xia was satisfied with her, she was still afraid that her relationship with Du Jiayi would implicate the Commander-in-Chief. After all, Du Jiai's father was chief of staff of the General Staff Department and was not on good terms with the commander-in-chief. If Chief of Staff Du knew about her relationship with Captain Xia and wanted to help his daughter, would he go against the commander-in-chief again? Wei Jie had said that Chief of Staff Du and his wife, Madame Li, were very protective. Don't feel burdened. Uncle Chun believes that you will do well. If the commander-in-chief asks you to stay for dinner, don't refuse, okay? It is not easy for Major Xia to come back to the capital. If you refuse to eat, he will definitely come with you. You want to spend more time with me, but you have to think from Major Xia's point of view. Who doesn't want to spend more time with their family? Especially since both of you are soldiers and you spend very little time at home. What you do is so dangerous. Your family will only be relieved if they see that you are safe. Girl, no matter how nervous you are, you have to go. There were no flowery words or grand principles. Headmaster Chen's words were simple and easy-to-understand principles and principles of how to deal with people. Yi Qian nodded gently. Okay, I know. It was better not to think about it in her heart. She really couldn't just think that she didn't want to go and not think that if she didn't go, Captain Xia would most likely not go home. Didn't he just say that Commander-in-Chief Xia had said, if he goes home alone, then don't come back either? Although he was very nervous, he didn't care anymore. He gritted his teeth and went ahead. Yi Qian gritted his teeth as he made his way to the entrance of the courtyard. The guard checked their IDs and confirmed that their identities were correct. He saluted the two people in the car and immediately let them go. When the car window was rolled up, Yi Qian immediately raised his hand to rub his face, try to loosen his stiff apple muscles. I'm so nervous, so nervous. I'm even more nervous than the first time I used a gun to kill a target. She rubbed her face, pouted her cheeks, tugged at the corner of her clothes, adjusted her hat. She looked extremely nervous. Xia Jinyuan tried hard to hold back his laughter. He was afraid that his laughter would provoke this little ancestor, so he directly opened the car door and rolled on the ground. He didn't even wait for Xia Jinyuan to stop the car before he left. Is there really only the commander-in-chief at home? Was there really no one else? Are there any other leaders? Captain Xia, you have to tell me the truth too. Don't make me confused. Then, before Xia Jinyuan could answer, she said again, if I do anything wrong later, quickly give me a look. I can understand what you mean. If I do something stupid, don't just sit there. You must stand out. Is my bow tie crooked? Is my collar flat? Oh, are my epaulets loose? Chapter 1882. There was no one else who could be this nervous. Without Xia Jinyuan saying anything, Yi Qian, who had been talking to himself, began to tidy up the military academy's winter uniform, afraid that it would be rude. She had spent a long time tidying up the winter uniform in the hospital. Her epaulets, collar, bow tie, and belt were all neatly arranged. Because the clothes had been in her bag all this time and had not been worn before, she had even borrowed an iron from the caregiver to iron them to the point that there were no creases at all. She had already checked them carefully, yet she was still afraid of being rude. It was obvious that she was extremely nervous. After entering the courtyard, Xia Jinyuan slowed down the car. He smiled and looked at her gently. His slender fingers nimbly maneuvered the steering wheel to turn to the left. Everything is fine. There's nothing rude about it. Little fox, you're too nervous. Relax. My dad isn't some evil spirit. Why are you so nervous? Besides, you've already met my dad. It's not like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. My dad was very happy when he heard that you were here. The good news came so suddenly that he wondered if I was deliberately teasing him. He only believed me after confirming it with me. You said you were nervous. Maybe my dad is even more nervous than you are. Yi Qian, who was so nervous that he could not sit still, laughed when he heard this. How can you say that? Why would the commander-in-chief be nervous? After being teased by him, Yi Qian finally felt that he was no longer as nervous as when the car drove into the courtyard. He patted his chest and continued to take deep breaths. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. If you retract your head, you'll be stabbed. Just grit your teeth, and you'll get through it. Xia Jinyuan's forehead twitched when he heard that. He was even distracted for driving. My house is not an execution ground. You won't be stabbed. Don't you usually have psychological training? Why isn't it working now? It's two completely different concepts. Yi Qian glared at him and continued to take deep breaths. Those psychological training are either for combat or for captives. How can it compare to this? Why can't we compare? You're so nervous right now. You're even more scared than going into battle with a spear. Little fox, you have to calm down. Why don't you just imagine my father as a heinous bad guy, and you as a spy whose main purpose is to gain the bad guy's trust so that it'll be easier for our army to infiltrate and steal the enemy's intelligence so that we can win the battle. Faced with Yi Qian's nervousness, Major Xia tried to hold back his laughter as he came up with one bad idea after another. Most of them were based on slandering his old man so that Yi Qian could relax a little. Yi Qian finally understood how Commander-in-Chief Xia and Captain Xia got along. You insult me, I insult you. As long as there was an opportunity, they would roll up their sleeves and fight it out. The first time they met, the Commander-in-Chief had said that he often fought with Captain Xia back then. It seemed like it was true. There was no lie at all. This way of getting along with each other might seem like they didn't have much feelings for each other, but in fact, the relationship between father and son was quite close. They got along like brothers and were on the same level. It was a very relaxed way of getting along with each other. Yi Qian said, somewhat enviously, "You have a very strong father-son relationship with the Commander-in-Chief." Faced with the sudden praise, the thick-skinned Major Xia actually felt a little uncomfortable. The old man and I used to fight a lot in the past. We didn't like each other. The father-son relationship you mentioned probably came from fighting. But the children in our courtyard are all similar. Take Han Jing, for example. He used to scheme with me about whether to steal his father's gun. Let's make them anxious. Chapter 1883. Xia Jinyuan didn't want to talk about his dark history, but when he saw the excitement in Yi Qian's eyes and how she didn't look as nervous as before, Major Xia was still willing to use his dark history to make her happy. A man who was willing to coax you with a dark history that he didn't want to talk about was usually your Mr. Right, because he was willing to share the rest of his life with you, only hoping that you could completely walk into his world. Although I'm a gangster, I can't steal a gun. But since Han Jing mentioned it, I didn't want to dampen his spirits, so I immediately nodded and agreed. Guess what I did after that? You also stole the Commander-in-Chief's gun? Xia Jinyuan laughed. Silly fox. How can a gun be stolen so easily? The current gun control law is not a modified version. There were strict regulations back then. Although I'm a gangster, I know that if a soldier loses his gun, he will be fired. Although I don't get along with old man Xia, I won't steal his gun. Then what bad things did you do? Yi Qian really liked hearing about it. Hearing about his childhood made her feel like he was making up for her missing childhood. I don't think it's a bad thing. Han Jing gets angry every time I mention it. When I went back, I thought about it and was afraid that Han Jing would really steal the gun, so I ran back to the Han family and told Uncle Han. When Han Jing came back from his calligraphy class, he was greeted with a whip. Han Jing was beaten until he cried out in pain. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her laughter was as clear as spring water and was filled with the flavor of sunshine. Han Jing must be angry. He couldn't make up his mind and specially came to ask you. It wasn't easy for him to make up his mind, but you betrayed him right after he made up his mind. He was beaten up until he cried out in pain before he even did anything bad. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. After Han Jing was beaten up, he said that it was worth it to be beaten up for doing something bad. He didn't even have time to do anything before he was beaten up. It was a big loss. Speaking of the past, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but want to laugh. He had done so many horrible things that he couldn't even finish recounting them in 3 days and 3 nights. Uncle Han beat Han Jing up and even brought some fruits over to thank him. When my dad heard that, he felt that Han Jing didn't have the guts to do that. I was probably part of it. When Uncle Han took a step forward, I would be beaten until I cried out in pain. Ever since this incident, I've understood one thing. Before doing something bad and snitching on others, you have to consider whether you're important enough. Although Uncle Han came to thank me, he also exposed my involvement. In the future, if you want to do bad things, you must remember that you can't leave a tail behind. You must not casually snitch on others. You must hide yourself well. You must hide your achievements and reputation. Yi Qian was laughing so hard that tears were welling up in the corners of his eyes. Even though Captain Xia did not have a mother by his side during his childhood, he was still very happy with the love of his family. "Captain Xia, you're very lucky," she said sincerely. "Trust me, little fox, we will always be happy." Her childhood was filled with darkness. He was willing to use his own childhood to fill her with longing for her childhood life. With Xia Jinyuan's childhood memories, Yi Qian's tense heartstrings finally relaxed. When the car drove into an ancient Shanghai courtyard that was even covered with ivy vines outside the red walls, the smile on Yi Qian's face did not disappear. When the security guard saw the car drive into the garage, he immediately went into the room to report. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had long been prepared for his future daughter-in-law's visit, quickly stood up, straightened his clothes, and personally opened the door to welcome her. At least that guy had some ability. He knew how to coax his wife back. Chapter 1884. The compound arranged by the military for Commander-in-Chief Xia had a large area of vegetation. In front of the old Shanghai-style compound, there was a corridor that looked like a modern sky garden. The corridor was made of red bricks and was not painted. The red bricks and white walls had pots of potted plants on them. Even in the middle of winter, there were small red flowers in the potted plants. Yi Qian took a closer look and realized that they were blooming red plum blossoms. The outer walls were covered with vines. Because it was winter, all the green leaves had withered, leaving only brown vines that looked like spider webs clinging to the walls. Yi Qian shifted her gaze to the second floor. The ivory-white old-style window arches looked freshly painted against the red bricks. They were very clean. One of the windows in one of the rooms was pushed open. The light-colored gauze curtains danced gently in the wind. It made Yi Qian feel as if someone was watching her from above. Yi Qian shuddered, and her heart, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. Just as she was about to speak, she saw a dark green figure pass by behind the pillars in the corridor. Yi Qian puffed out her chest and sucked in her stomach. Her expression was so serious that it was as if she was returning to a government office to report on her work. She even muttered, "Walk faster, walk faster, walk faster. The commander-in-chief is already here. Don't let him wait for too long. Walk faster. Why are you walking so slowly all of a sudden? You can't even walk properly. Little fox, I have to match your pace to walk faster." Xia Jinyuan wanted to laugh again. At the same time, he felt that his bad habits were a little too deep. It was a little too unkind. His girlfriend was so nervous that she was walking properly, but he just wanted to laugh. Cough, no, he couldn't laugh. Laughing would ruin things. It wouldn't be too late to laugh after he brought her in. It was too interesting. He was used to Little Fox's calmness that was beyond her age. He had never seen her embarrassed before. Today was a fresh experience for him. No matter how he looked at it, it was not enough. Xia Jinyuan, who was usually able to walk properly, held Yi Qian's hand and squeezed it slightly. "Come, follow me." Yi Qian was really embarrassed at this moment. She did not expect herself to take a straight step. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was standing on the steps, also wanted to laugh, but he held back and maintained a kind smile. He looked gently at Yi Qian, who was led by his son all the way here. "Xiaoyi, treat this place as your own home. Don't be so nervous. I'm not a man-eating tiger. What are you afraid of? Even if I'm a man-eating tiger with the abilities of the special forces, it's not a problem to get rid of a tiger." This was what Commander-in-Chief Xia said to his future daughter-in-law, who was visiting his house for the first time. His future daughter-in-law, who was originally nervous, almost trembled and fell. "Be careful under your feet. The gravel road is a bit uneven." He held his girlfriend firmly and said softly, "My dad is right. If you're not even afraid of a tiger, my dad has nothing to be afraid of." Yi Qian thought, even 10 tigers are no match for the commander-in-chief. She dared to hit a tiger, but she definitely did not dare to hit the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief saw that Yi Qian was so nervous that she did not know where to put her hands and feet. The smile on his face became even more benevolent. "Take a seat first. I'll make you some tea. Drink some hot tea to calm your nerves, then relax and chat. I won't trouble you. I'll go. Yi Qian, whose butt had just touched the sofa, suddenly jumped up and looked like she was ready to make tea at any time. Commander-in-Chief Xia could not help but tease her. Do you know where my kitchen is? Chapter 1885. Where was Commander-in-Chief Xia's kitchen? He really didn't know. Yi Qian stood up and sat back down silently. He had already despised himself 100 times. When Commander-in-Chief Xia went to the tea room to make tea in a good mood, Xia Jinyuan came up to Yi Qian and said with a smile, "Don't worry, you'll know where my kitchen is after you come here a few more times. I'll also tell you where my room is later and invite you in to have a seat." At that moment, there was a little person dancing happily in the major's heart. When he saw Yi Qian's embarrassed state, he couldn't help but love him even more. He was too cute. How could he be so cute? He was so cute that he really wanted to kiss him. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the corridor leading to the tea room from the corner of his eye. He immediately seized the opportunity and kissed Yi Qian's cheek at lightning speed. "Give me a kiss so you can relax." Yi Qian jumped when he was kissed. He covered his cheek with his hand and quickly glanced in the direction where the commander-in-chief had gone. He glared at the man who still dared to be impudent. "You're even more nervous now. You need to stay away from me." "Are you sure you want me to sit away? You don't want me to support you?" Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. There was a deep smile on his elegant face. He pretended to get up and sit on the other side. "Then I'll really go over there. You can have a good chat with the old man while you drink tea." Yi Qian grabbed his arm and pinched it. "Don't you dare." He then asked softly, "What does the commander-in-chief usually settle his meals?" Family Xia didn't have any servants. There weren't even any servants to cook. There was no sign of a mistress in the house. Although the decor was warm, it was full of masculinity. "It's easy to settle. I usually settle it at the military headquarters. Occasionally, I'll come back early and call the guards in advance. The guard will take care of the meals. Sometimes, he would go to the North Sea to rest. Family Xia's old house is near the North Sea, so he would go back to accompany Old Master and Old Madam. Ever since Xia Jinyuan was admitted to the National University of Science and Technology of China, Commander-in-Chief Xia sent the old servant who had been serving him and his father to Old Madam Yang and did not hire another servant. Then you should spend more time with the Commander-in-Chief when you're resting. You should also go back to the old mansion to visit Grandpa and Grandma often." Her voice was so soft that she had to prick up her ears to hear it clearly. Even so, Yi Jian was still worried that Commander-in-Chief Xia would hear her. Xia Jinyuan gently squeezed her hand and said with a faint smile, "You have to go back to visit Grandpa and Grandma. Are you blaming me for not taking you to visit them? Why don't we go to the old house tonight? Take a look at the two elders?" "I didn't mean that." Knowing that he did it on purpose, Yi Qian could only hold it in for the time being. "Don't mention going back to the old mansion later. I can say that I'm here to thank the commander-in-chief, but if I visit the two elders, I'll become mute." He knew that she wasn't fully prepared to face his family, so how could he make her feel awkward? Seeing that she was so close, Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and pressed his forehead against hers intimately. He rubbed it a few times before looking up and smiling gently. "Okay, I won't scare you anymore. Don't worry. I won't take you back to the old mansion today. You have to be prepared. I have to give you time. But we'll definitely have to go back to the old mansion in the future. You have to be prepared in advance. The earliest is next year. Old Master will be celebrating his 90th birthday next year. If we have time, we have to be there." Chapter 1886. There was still a year to prepare, so Yi Qian felt that he would be fine. He nodded and said, "Okay, if I have time, I will definitely accompany you home." "Really?" Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. There was a deeper meaning in his smile. Yi Qian didn't seem to realize that he had just agreed to something. He nodded and said, "Of course, I always keep my word." "Okay, I will remember." Major Xia smiled like a cat that had stolen a fish. No matter how you looked at it, there was a deeper meaning behind his smile. Yi Qian didn't know about Family Xia's rules. If a man with a Family Xia brought his girlfriend home to attend the birthday banquet, it meant that their relationship was stable enough that they could get married and have children at any time. Yi Qian, who didn't know, agreed to Major Xia's proposal. He believed that he was the wife of Family Xia and Major Xia's wife. Major Xia was naturally happy that their relationship had changed so drastically. When the commander-in-chief came out with the tea, He saw the two of them sitting side by side on the two-seater sofa, their heads touching as they chatted. He felt very comfortable. In his life, he had lived up to the heavens, the earth, the country, and the people. But he had let down his only son. He owed him too much, so he didn't have the confidence to educate him. He had to straighten his neck and roar in order to feel a little more confident. He felt more at ease when he saw the young couple kissing each other. They seemed to be in a good relationship. Yi Qian heard footsteps behind him. He was about 2 fists away from Xia Jinyuan. He immediately stood up and greeted him. "Commander-in-Chief, I could do it myself." "Xiao Yi, don't be so formal. We don't need to be formal at home. You can call me uncle. I will be happier when I hear that." Commander-in-Chief Xia wasn't as rigid as he was at work. He was witty and humorous. However, he had been in the military for many years and held high position. Even when he smiled, he still had a dignified aura about him. Commander-in-Chief Xia handed the steaming teacup to Yi Qian, who blushed when he heard his words. He added, "You're making me even more nervous." Hearing this, Yi Qian did not know how to respond without being rude. Come. Sit. Old Six, let little Yi sit down." Director Xia did not want his future daughter-in-law to be afraid of him. Although he was wearing a military uniform, he deliberately restrained his military might. He was afraid that she would be too nervous and not dare to come again after her first visit. "Have a seat. Don't stand on ceremony." In front of the commander-in-chief, Xia Jinyuan hid his bad habits very well. He did not do anything that would make Yi Qian feel even more unnatural. Even the way he spoke was much more normal. The tea was very hot. Yi Qian took a small sip and was about to put the teacup on the coffee table when a pair of slender hands reached over and took the teacup for her. "Be careful not to burn yourself." After taking the teacup, Xia Jinyuan also took a sip from her cup before putting the teacup on the coffee table. Yi Jian, who was blushing, kept receiving the gaze of Commander-in-Chief Xia. She straightened her back and sat upright, not daring to relax at all. "Go home and relax. Although this is your first time home, this will be your home in the future. It will make you relax and feel happy." Not many people could completely relax in front of him. Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled and looked at the nervous but magnanimous girl. He kindly asked about Principal Chun. He's about to be discharged. He wanted to be discharged for a long time. He even wanted to run out of the hospital and ask for permission later. In the end, he didn't succeed and was stopped by the guards. I had to reprimand him a few times before he calmed down. It's only a few days until he can be discharged. I don't know if he can stay here for the next few days. Chapter 1887. After taking a few sips of hot tea, Yi Qian gradually relaxed his stiff body and said politely, "Commander-in-Chief, Uncle Chin's illness has caused you to worry. Thank you very much. If it weren't for your timely arrangements, Uncle Chun might not have been able to pull through. I don't deserve your thanks. This is what the military should do." He fell in a position to train talents for the army, so it's only right for the military to do its best to save him. Fortunately, he survived the scare without any mishap. Otherwise, it would be the biggest regret of the military. Xia Jinyuan became a guest. He stared at the girl he admired with a soft gaze. He watched her go from nervousness to calmness, and then back to calmness. Her thin and sexy lips were always slightly raised. His girl took this step for him, which meant that she approved of him and was willing to treat his home as her own. In the future, his home would be her home. It would be the home for both of them. We took his situation into consideration and combined it with the actual situation. In the end, we arranged for him to go to the sniper training base in the southern province. He will be specially recruited as a veteran and will enjoy the benefits of being in the army. Of course, his personal information will still be classified. His file will not be transferred to the southern province military region, and you will be able to be at ease. You won't have to worry about your family. You can focus on completing your studies without any burden. Even the guards were standing outside the living room. There was no one else in the living room. Yi Qian, who had relaxed, calmed down, and faced the various questions from the commander-in-chief. After talking about Principal Chun, Commander-in-Chief Xia asked about Yi Qian's studies. "You won't be staying in Beijing for long this time, right?" I remember that the midterm exams for the National University of Science and Technology are coming up. How's your revision going? Did you miss your studies because of training? Commander-in-Chief Xia's intention for Yi Qian to come here this time was to introduce himself to Yi Qian. He didn't have any intention of inspecting Yi Qian. Therefore, he only asked about Yi Qian's current situation. Yi Qian smiled and answered seriously, "My revision is going well. During training, Captain Xia tutored me. I've already finished reviewing the important content. We'll rush back to school tomorrow morning and start the exam the day after tomorrow." She had to leave school on December 12th to start a 45-day training. After that, there were only 3 days left before the school's midterm exams. Calculating the time, it would be the day after tomorrow. Therefore, she had to return to school tomorrow morning. Military academies are different from high schools. Academic results are ranked second, while comprehensive physical fitness results are ranked first. Although you have 45 days to train outside, I believe that with your ability, you can do both at the same time and achieve good results in both your specialization and comprehensive physical fitness. Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't help but nod when he found out that Xia Jinyuan took time out to tutor Yi Qian every day. It seemed that his little rascal knew how to coax his wife better than he had imagined. Starting from his studies, Yi Qian was able to gradually relax. Commander-in-Chief Xia was like an elder in the family as he made suggestions. At the same time, he was also concerned if Yi Qian had any difficulties. If there were any, he should mention it, and so on. More than an hour passed by just like that. Yi Qian arrived at the compound at 3 o'clock. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 4 o'clock. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who didn't realize that time had passed by quickly, was still teaching Yi Qian. You have a lot of room for improvement. In the future, you have to be as steady and solid as you are now. You don't have to worry about Principal Chun. I had a small meeting with the Southern Province. He will be specially hired to return to the army and train a group of snipers like you. Chapter 1888. You and Six Brother don't have to worry about family matters. Just take care of your own affairs and don't let down the country's expectations of you. He then said to Xia Jinyuan, "You also have to restrain yourself better. As a man, not only do you have to shoulder the responsibility of your military uniform, but you also have to shoulder the responsibility of your family. Treat Xiao Yi well, who dare to go through hardships with you. Don't mess around." She was a very nice girl who didn't deliberately curry favor with him, just because he was the commander-in-chief. Although she was very nervous, it was obvious that her nervousness stemmed from the importance of family Xia. She was afraid that she would be rude. She had a down-to-earth temperament, a sincere way of dealing with people, and her talent. Every family would like such a female soldier. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't want such a good girl to fall into his family. Xia Jinyuan, who was once again reminded, curled his lips and sighed to Yi Qian. "See, I'm really not Commander-in-Chief Xia's biological daughter. I should be the son-in-law who moved in with his family, and you should be the biological daughter. If I had a daughter like Yi Qian, I definitely wouldn't let her marry you." The commander-in-chief smiled slightly and attacked his son mercilessly. "It's all thanks to our ancestors that you were able to find Xiao Yi now." Faced with the attack from his biological father, Xia Jinyuan, who had always been mentally strong, immediately agreed happily. Yes, you're right. In the future, I will definitely take good care of your biological daughter and won't let her suffer the slightest grievance. You have to do what you say. Don't try to make empty promises. Take Xiao Yi around and familiarize her with the environment. I'll take care of some small matters. Seeing the guards coming over, Commander-in-Chief Xia knew that he had something to take care of, so he got up and prepared to go back to the study. Xia Jinyuan looked at the time. It was almost time to prepare dinner. He pulled Yi Qian's hand and stood up together. Yi Qian was caught off guard and was startled by his sudden handshake. "Why are you pulling my hand in front of the commander-in-chief?" She naturally wanted to pull her hand back, but Xia Jinyuan did not let go. Instead, he interlocked his fingers with hers, making it impossible for her to break free. The major's expression did not change as she said, "Dad, it's better to let Uncle Blessing and Aunt Blessing come back in the future. With them around, Yi Qian and I can still eat hot food when we come back." I have to think about it. I won't be having dinner at home tonight. I've booked a table outside. We'll go to the hospital together. You guys go ahead. I'll be quick. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at Yi Qian with a gentle gaze, as if he didn't notice their little actions. Just take a look around. You don't need six, brother, when you come back in the future. You can go home on your own. In the morning, when Commander-in-Chief Xia heard that Yi Qian was coming to visit, he planned to invite Uncle Blessing and Aunt Blessing back to make dinner. The family of three could even have a drink together. However, Xia Jinyuan said not to alert the old mansion for the time being, in case the whole family was alarmed and came running to the house. He was afraid that Yi Qian would be so scared that he wouldn't dare to visit again. Now he's asking Uncle Blessing and Aunt Blessing to come back. Did something happen while he was making tea? Okay, you go ahead. Yi Qian, whose hand was held and could not break free, bowed slightly. Her ears were slightly hot as she watched the commander-in-chief stride away and go to the study. My dad will like to see the two of us holding hands. Struggling so hard. Aren't you afraid of dislocating your wrist? Their fingers were intertwined. Xia Jinyuan looked at her red ears and bent down to get closer to her. Why are you still so shy? It's just holding hands. Chapter 1889. There's nothing to be shy about holding hands with, but in front of the commander-in-chief. Why? Shouldn't you be more reserved? Being around him was really a good way to train one's psychological tolerance. Yi Qian looked at their interlocked fingers and decided there was no need to shake them off. However, he still had to make things clear. I was shocked by you. I'm not used to holding hands in front of elders. She wasn't angry, but she was indeed not used to it. Xia Jinyuan kissed the back of her hand. Everything requires a process of getting used to it. I'll only hold hands and won't do anything else. How about that? He was so shy that he needed to practice. Are you sure? Yi Qian didn't believe him. He had already experienced Xia Jinyuan's insatiable nature. Xia Jinyuan immediately changed the topic. Let's go. I'll take you around. The old man is right. In the future, when I'm not at home, you can go home alone. Before they left, Yi Qian suddenly heard the sound of something slamming on the floor upstairs. Xia Jinyuan looked up. The sound didn't come from the study, but from the bedroom. Xia Jinyuan was a little worried. He frowned and said softly, "Wait a minute. I'll go ask the guard." Yi Qian, who was nervous again, quickly nodded and gestured for him to go take a look. He was angry. Something big must have happened. He thought he would have to wait for a long time. Who knew that the man who left in less than 3 minutes would return to the living room? This was bad. Even Xia Jinyuan, who had been smiling the whole time, looked a little gloomy. Yi Qian became more and more uneasy, but he knew it wasn't because of her. When Yi Qian walked out, he realized why his face was gloomy. It turned out that Commander-in-Chief Xia's ex-wife, Madame Xiao, came to the villa complex a few days ago, but was rejected. This afternoon, she went directly to the family Xia's old mansion to disturb Madame Zhao's peace. Every time she comes back, there are a lot of things to do. She makes everyone unhappy, and then she leaves without taking any responsibility, just like before. After Xia Jinyuan said coldly, he looked calm again. Let's not talk about her. Let's go. I'll take you to the place where I used to go when I was young. One is the sports field, where the punishment is the most severe. The other is the banyan forest, where a group of people play a game of good guy and bad guy. He didn't mention Madame Xiao again, and Yi Qian didn't ask about it either. She smiled and asked a few more questions as she listened to his childhood. Soon, the man beside her was the handsome, smiling, and elegant young master again. Most of the senior officials and heads of state in Jing City lived in the compound. Most of them were senior generals in the army. Xia Jinyuan didn't take her too far. Because it was a Sunday, they met a few people who knew Xia Jinyuan. Fortunately, the two of them did not hold hands and only chatted as they walked. When they met someone they knew, Xia Jinyuan said that she was his junior from school and came to Beijing for an internship. He did not directly introduce Yi Qian as his girlfriend. Military school students should abide by the rules. They could be more presumptuous at home, but when they were outside, Xia Jinyuan was very careful about Yi Qian's reputation. He didn't want her to be criticized again. I'm not free tonight. My junior brothers and sisters from school are coming over, so I have to be a good host. Let's have a drink. I'll definitely look for you when I come back next time." Xia Jinyuan smiled and declined the invitation. After chatting with him for a while, he took Yi Qian back home. The people who asked him out for a drink were all of the same age. Although they weren't as close as Han Jing, they got along well. They didn't really grow up in the villa complex. Some of them only moved to the villa complex when they were in their teens with their parents. Although they know each other, they aren't very close. Chapter 1890. There are many people who are very close to me. Han Jing, whom you've met before, is one of them. There are a few others who are involved in satellites, research, business, and even overseas. I'll introduce them to you when we return to Beijing. As they grew up, it was inevitable that they would separate from each other. Although they were separated, their bond for doing bad things together did not diminish. Instead, it deepened. They understood each other, and they liked each other. Naturally, they could be brothers for life. Commander-in-Chief Xia was on the phone with the housekeeper of the old mansion. "You don't have to let her in next time. I'll have a good chat with her. I'll come back to visit old madam in a few days." He spoke for 3 to 5 minutes before hanging up. After changing into casual clothes, he asked the guard to call back the two who had gone out for a walk. After walking for a while, the two of them pushed the door open and entered without waiting for the guard to come out. They saw the commander-in-chief, who had changed into casual clothes and was wearing a dark blue coat, standing in the living room. When he saw the two of them enter, he smiled and said, "I was just about to ask the guard to look for you when you came back." Although he was smiling, Yi Qian could tell that he did not look too good. He must have been angry just now. There was still anger between his eyebrows. The commander-in-chief was not wearing a military uniform. Even if he was wearing casual clothes, his military aura could not be concealed. In addition, there was still anger between his eyebrows. His aura was so strong that it made people feel pressured. Yi Qian secretly glanced at the man beside him. Seeing his natural expression, he felt a little relieved. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was originally angry, smiled and said, "Lao Lu, go get the car. We won't bring the guard today. It's just the three of us going out as a family." Xia Jinyuan, who acted as if he did not notice anything, sized him up and said, "You're already a few decades old. Don't think that you're very young. You still have to pay attention to what you should. It's windy outside today. You'd better get a scarf." He asked the guard to go back to the room and get a scarf. In the past, the father and son often fought. When the father grew old and the son grew up, although they argued with each other, they were still filial. Yi Qian liked a warm family. Looking at the scene in front of him, the smile in his eyes was like a blooming flower, and his heart was full of joy. As for the unhappiness just now, it was like a stone thrown into a pond, and after the ripples it was calm. He's getting more and more involved. Although the commander-in-chief complained, the smile in his eyes could not lie. He looked at his son, who was half a head taller than him, and then looked at the girl standing behind him with a smile on her face. He sighed softly and said, "This family finally looks like a family." It wasn't good to lose a mistress. It was too cold. Xia Jinyuan took the scarf from the guard and wrapped it around his father's neck. It's always looked like a home. I don't think there's anything different about it. In the future, when you have Yi Qian, you will also have grandchildren. Your home will be livelier and livelier every day. Yi Qian, who was standing behind her, twitched his mouth. The moment he saw the birth date, he was already thinking about having a child. Commander-in-Chief Xia loved to hear this. He was so happy that he patted Xia Jinyuan on the shoulder and said, "Good luck. I'll be waiting for your good news." His ex-wife, Madame Xiao, was a topic that could not be brought up. Forget it, it was better not to mention it. There was no need to dampen his spirits. Both father and son had similarities. Yi Qian finally understood what the similarities between the father and son in front of him were. They were both people who always thought one step ahead of others. Chapter 1891. By the time they left, it was already 5:30 p.m. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian, who had not changed into their casual clothes, walked out together with the commander-in-chief in their neat military uniforms. Their laughter was light, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The restaurant was not in a crowded area, but in the depths of Hutong Alley near Huangshan. They drove all the way to the entrance of a courtyard house. This used to be the residence of a high-ranking official, but now it was a private restaurant where ordinary people could not book a table even if they wanted to. There were 2 pairs of doors in front of Rushi Town House, and there were already customers coming and going. In the twilight, it was obvious that they were all wealthy and respectable guests. The private room was antique, and the interior design was very typical of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Even the big chairs were made of high-quality yellow pear wood. There were small ornaments like jade bottles in the baguette. Although they were handicrafts, they were still expensive. Xia Jinyuan carefully pulled out a chair for Yi Jian and took over Commander-in-Chief Xia's coat. He didn't let the waiter help him hang it up himself. It's a private restaurant opened by an acquaintance. The chefs hired are all top chefs, and every one of them has their own specialty. We just came back from training and ordered a few light dishes. Next time, I'll bring you here to try the heavy dishes. Xia Jinyuan opened the menu. There was no greasy smell, and the fragrance of red sandalwood greeted him. Yi Qian realized that the menu was made of red sandalwood and made of paper. It did not look like a menu, but more like a piece of art. While waiting for the dishes to be served, the 3 of them chatted about some interesting things in life. They did not mention anything about the army, and they were very alert at all times. When the dishes were served, Commander-in-Chief Xia would occasionally signal Xia Jinyuan to put food in Yi Qian's bowl. Occasionally, he would say humorously, "Young people should have the courage of young people." He would also say, "When we were young, but when we were old, those are just memories. Little Yi, sometimes you should ask him to do more work. You should train him first." Every time Commander-in-Chief Xia said something like this, Yi Qian humbly listened to his advice. Xia Jinyuan said, "Your experience is purely misleading. Teach us less, and we will figure it out ourselves. Or perhaps you're trying to take revenge, aren't you? Why do you keep remembering what I did to you when I was young and ignorant? As a person, you have to look forward." Whenever the father and son met, Yi Qian would choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He would just watch with a smile and not say anything. When Commander-in-Chief Xia saw that Yi Qian had stopped talking, he immediately turned his head and said, "Xiao Yi, do you know why I'm thinking about you?" He really didn't know. Yi Qian poured a cup of hot tea and asked with a gentle smile, "I really don't know." He did not expect the Commander-in-Chief to be so calm and private. She did not feel nervous at all. "Don't you remember?" The old man couldn't win against the young man. I'll never forget this for the rest of my life. Commander-in-Chief Xia laughed heartily. This should be considered a dark history. He caused trouble outside, and I wanted to throw him directly into the juvenile detention center to discipline him. He was very capable, so he proposed to make a bet with me. Yi Qian accidentally heard a part of Commander-in-Chief Xia's dark history. This was the dark history of the top leader of the army, and she heard it without any preparation. The situation was similar to the last time when Xia Jinyuan mentioned Madame Xiao. She heard the whole story without any preparation. I had 10 bullets, and he had 10 bullets too. We made a bet that whoever could shoot perfectly would lose. The loser would have to run 3 kilometers around the field. At that time, I thought that there was no way I could lose. Even if I couldn't shoot perfectly, I still could. Chapter 1892. Later on, I did indeed score 9 out of 10. Compared to a kid who had never seriously practiced shooting, I thought that I would definitely win. What I didn't expect was that he would pick up the gun and shoot straight down. It was a perfect score. When Xia Jinyuan was 12 years old, the fights between father and son became technical. They would either do push-ups or hang on the horizontal bar. He always thought that the reason why he was so fit was all because of the fights he had with his father when he was young. I won and he lost. The most hateful thing was that he still wanted to cheat. I gave up and cried at the shooting range. My father was afraid of losing face, so he had to agree. He was the one who started the bet, and he set the rules. In the end, he still cheated. Don't you think that makes me angry? Xia Jinyuan also remembered this incident. Although it was still fresh, it was still in the past. From the age of 14 to 26, a full 12 years had passed. I was the first to admit defeat to my son. At that time, I was the first to do so. No matter how I think about it, it's still embarrassing. In the end, I had to agree to his ridiculous demands. It's even more infuriating. After he finished talking about his dark history, Commander-in-Chief Xia used tea as wine and raised his glass to Xia Jinyuan. Don't be too proud. I'll wait for a grandson who is even more shameless than you to come and teach you a lesson. Yi Qian, who always trembled in fear when she heard about Xia Jinyuan's dark history, silently picked up her food. Her scalp tingled just thinking about a grandson who is even more shameless than Captain Xia. Don't worry. With a powerful father here, he won't have that chance. Also, if I can't win, there's still his mother. 1 against 2, he's definitely going to lose. Commander-in-Chief Xia finished his tea in one gulp. He didn't want to talk to Major Xia anymore. What a killjoy. Come, Xiao Yi, drink a cup of tea in place of wine with your uncle as a farewell. I still have a meeting tomorrow, so I won't be sending you to the airport. After changing out of his military uniform and into casual clothes, Commander Xia, who had returned to his normal life, was no longer the commander-in-chief who was respected by the generals of the 3 armies. Instead, he was a kind and humorous elder. One could feel his care and concern in every word he said. Captain Xiao's home was a very warm home, and it was also the home she yearned for. Dinner ended at 8 o'clock in the evening. Xia Jinyuan took his wallet and went out to settle the bill. Commander-in-Chief Xia reminded Yi Qian, sincerity, steadfastness, trustworthiness, and responsibility are the principles of being a man. As a soldier, you must not only fulfill these 4 principles, but you also need to know how to be tolerant. Xiao Yi, be more tolerant so that your life won't be too bad. But if someone bullies you and you don't fight back, that's not tolerance but weakness. Remember what I said. As long as you're right, I'll be there when something happens. You don't have to be afraid of anything, understand? For some reason, Yi Qian sensed a deeper meaning behind his words. He said uncertainly, "Do you know that I had a little conflict with Chief of Staff Du's daughter? Why? Are you afraid that I'll find out? Or are you afraid that I'll scold you?" Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't help but shake his head and laugh at his panicked expression. You have a point. Even if I know, what's there to be worried about? 6th brother should have told you about the matter between me and Chief of Staff. Du had a conflict with his daughter. It happened. It's no big deal. If she dares to do anything, I'll naturally wait for her. You! Suddenly, an exasperated middle-aged woman's voice came from the private room. Xia Xinhui, are you in there? Commander-in-Chief Xia, who hadn't finished speaking, heard this and the smile on his face disappeared. He instantly revealed a majestic aura that no one could look directly at. Chapter 1893. Yi Qian suddenly felt that something was amiss. Since she dared to call out the commander-in-chief's name so rudely, it was obvious that she did not come with good intentions. Take a seat. I'm going out for a while. The commander-in-chief stood up with a gloomy face. Just as he reached the door, he said, I'll tell you about the old family matters later. This was an explanation to Yi Qian. He quickly stood up and said, Do you want to invite her to talk? Okay, you can go back with old Six later. I won't be going to the hospital. Say hello to Principal Chun for me. Commander-in-Chief Xia nodded slightly. The moment he opened the door and walked out, Yi Qian saw how dignified the commander-in-chief was. The military's prestige could not be violated at all. Yi Qian, who slowly sat down, felt a little restless. The commander-in-chief was a high-ranking military officer, yet the person who came was shouting and yelling without any regard for the commander-in-chief's dignity. She even said that it was an old family matter. Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? When she thought of Yi Qian on someone, she could not sit still for a moment. Madame Xiao, the commander-in-chief's ex-wife. She suddenly wondered if it was her. If it was Madame Xiao, it would be inappropriate for her to wait for Commander-in-Chief Xia to return to the private room before leaving. No, she could not stay. She had to leave immediately. She could not meet the Commander-in-Chief's private matters. A cold and deep voice came from outside. It was Commander-in-Chief Xia's voice. Xiao Shuman, but getting worse and worse. He did not hide his anger, and it was like a sudden clap of thunder. Yi Qian, who could no longer sit still, stood up. She had to leave. The door was pushed open again. The elegant and handsome Xia Jinyuan walked over with a gloomy expression. "Little fox, you can go back first. I need to help my father with something." Xia Jinyuan was in a bad mood. He didn't pay attention when he was paying the bill. He bumped into the person he didn't want to see the most. There was no trace of the smile on his handsome face. Only coldness could be seen on his face. "All right, don't lose your composure and don't make a ruckus outside. If you have anything to say it behind closed doors. Don't let others see you as a joke." Yi Qian didn't say it out loud, but Xia Jinyuan knew what she wanted to say. Xia Jinyuan nodded. "Don't worry, I won't give her a chance to make a scene. Let's go. I don't want you to get angry too." His biological mother, Madame Xiao, was definitely a weirdo. More than once, he had ridiculed Commander-in-Chief Xia for finding such a so-called talented woman back then. What talented woman? She was clearly a dull woman. He had a belly full of firewood, but none of it was real. Even if he chopped it up and burned it, it wouldn't make a fire. Madame Zhao's name was Shu Man. She was in her early 50s this year, 5 years younger than Commander-in-Chief Xia. She took good care of herself. From the back, it was easy to believe that she was in her early 30s. From the front, she looked like she was in her 40s. She had delicate eyebrows, cherry red lips, and a noble and elegant temperament. Yi Qian only took a glance at her before hurriedly leaving. Although she was Captain Xia's girlfriend, this was not an ordinary family matter. It was better for her not to know or hear about it. "Xia Xinhui, I'm Yuan's mother. How can you not allow me to see him? As a soldier, how can you be so overbearing?" As he walked over, Yi Qian heard her complain. It was as if she had suffered 1,000 grievances. It was very moving. Then, another lady said softly, "Old Xia, why haven't you changed your temper after so many years? You have to understand that Shu Man misses her son very much. No matter what, you can't stop Yuan from seeing his biological mother. Do some calculations. How many times has Shu Man seen Yuan since she divorced you? I'm afraid that Yuan doesn't even know who his biological mother is." Yi Qian couldn't listen to it anymore. He suddenly stopped and said to Xia Jinyuan, "Captain Xia, I'll go back to the car myself. Go and talk to this lady. Don't think that they're in the right." Chapter 1894. Yi Qian was also a protective person. She did not dislike Madame Zhao's words. After all, they were husband and wife. Even if they were divorced, their relationship was not something outsiders could casually comment on. When it came to matters between husband and wife, both sides had their own say. Since they couldn't live together anymore, it was better for them to get a quick divorce so that they wouldn't drag it out and become enemies. Even their children would be implicated. The reason why she avoided the matter between Commander-in-Chief Xia and Madame Xiao was because she felt that it was enough for the two of them to solve their problems. There was no need for others to interfere. However, this Madame's advice was interesting. Her words were pleasant to hear, but the meaning behind her words, she was clearly trying to drive a wedge between them. It was said that a good man did not fight with a woman. With Commander-in-Chief Xia's current status, it was even more impossible for him to fight with her. That Madame had already convicted the Commander-in-Chief. Wasn't she just bullying the Commander-in-Chief because he was a man and his status made it inconvenient for him to argue with her? It was a pity that her current status was not very convenient. Otherwise, she would definitely argue with this Madame. She could not go forward to argue, but Captain Xia could. As a son, he did not need to worry about the fact that he was facing two women. He only needed to remember that he was his son and stand up for his father. I think this Madame did not come with good intentions. "Captain Xia, you should go and argue for the Commander-in-Chief. Solve your own family's problems behind closed doors. There is no need for those unrelated people to get involved." She was afraid that Xia Jinyuan did not understand what she meant. "Yi Qian, just make it clear. The Commander-in-Chief cannot argue with her, but you can." Yi Qian said softly and even pushed the man beside her. "Go quickly. Don't let the Commander-in-Chief be at a loss for words. If my father knew that his daughter-in-law was so protective of him, he would be happy again." Their nervous expressions were really cute. Their faces were tense, and they were worried that the old man would be taken advantage of. Xia Jinyuan directly held her face and kissed her forehead. He chuckled and said, "The old man will not be taken advantage of so easily. There are other reasons why he is not in a hurry to go in. Let's go. I'll send you back to the car first. Yi Qian was worried. He wanted to insist on going back alone, but then he remembered that Xia Jinyuan had always insisted. So he nodded and quickened his pace as he walked out. Although he was angry, it wasn't the kind of anger that couldn't be restrained. Perhaps he was too nervous. With Captain Xia's methods, he would not let himself and the commander-in-chief suffer. Yi Qian knew Xia Jinyuan very well. He had never been at a disadvantage in front of Madame Xiao. When he returned, he saw that Chief of Staff Du was also standing outside, basking in the limelight. His old man stood with his back straight and his hands behind his back. His cold and arrogant aura made Chief of Staff Du seem shorter. Old Xia, you're being silly. Shu Man is your son's mother. As a father, can you stop her? Sometimes it's better to give in. Don't always bring your work style home. It's too boring to make the house like an office. They really won't make you lose face if you let them. Shu Man is not an outsider. It's reasonable for you to let them win, right? Hello, Chief of Staff Du in the light. Xia Jinyuan strode over and greeted them elegantly and politely. Good evening, madams. When Chief of Staff Du, who was also dressed in casual clothes, heard the rather imposing voice of the young man behind him, he could not help but turn around. He then saw a tall and handsome young man who was obviously a soldier walking towards him. Chapter 1895. He sized him up and laughed. Oh, Chao Xia, I haven't seen you for a few years. Ha ha, you've changed so much that I almost couldn't recognize you. You haven't changed at all. You're still as elegant as ever. Xia Jinyuan walked over and extended his hand. He wasn't wearing a military uniform, and it was a private meeting, so there was no need for a military salute. They could just shake hands. The moment the young and strong hand reached out, Chief of Staff Du's eyes darkened slightly. He smiled and said, No, I'm old. I'm 5 years older than your father, and I'm already in my 60s. If I continue to change, I'll become an old man. Chief of Staff Du was 64 years old. He got married early, and his eldest son, Du Kaiwei, was nearly 8 years older than Xia Jinyuan. Commander-in-Chief Xia frowned when he saw him coming over. Didn't he ask him to accompany Xiao Yi back to the hospital? Why did he come back? He glanced at his ex-wife, who was opposing him, and his frown deepened. She used to leave in a carefree manner, but now that she was old and envious of others who had children and grandchildren, she came back to look for sixth brother. Xiao Shuman, you've really been naive for a lifetime. Mrs. Xiao, who had been naive for a lifetime, hadn't seen her biological son for many years. At that time, she was so excited that tears were glistening in her eyes. Looking at her biological son who had grown so tall in the blink of an eye that she had to raise her head to see his appearance clearly, Mrs. Zhao's mouth trembled slightly. Are you on? Don't you recognize me? Although you didn't raise me, you still gave birth to me. How can I not recognize you? In the dim light, Xia Jinyuan, who had just finished exchanging greetings with Chief of Staff Du, lowered his eyes slightly and looked at Mrs. Xiao, who had been searching for herself. He smiled faintly and said, Don't think too much. Although he spoke politely with a smile on his face, there was an invisible wall of alienation that made Mrs. Xiao unable to get close to him. This discovery made Mrs. Xiao tremble slightly, and at the same time, tears burst out of her eyes. Ah Yuan, do you hate Mom? Before she could finish her words, Xia Jinyuan had already looked away. Madame Xiao had no choice but to swallow her words and secretly wipe away her tears. The slender major stood in front of everyone. His innate noble temperament made him stand out even in front of the two senior generals in the army. It's such a cold day. Dad, why don't you and Chief of Staff do go back to the box and talk about our family matters? Mrs. Li, you should come as well. You've always cared about my family. With you around, Mrs. Xiao will feel more at ease. Before Chief of Staff, Du could understand the meaning of his words. Mrs. Li's expression had turned cold. She said lightly, Shu Man, your son is blaming me for being nosy. Yes, I'm just an outsider. How can I intervene in the family affairs of Commander-in-Chief Xia? I'm meddling in other people's business. She's blaming me. It has nothing to do with you. Madame Xiao raised her hand and gently wiped away the tears that flowed out. She said to Madame Li, "I'll chat with the father and son. I won't eat with you, and old Du I'll thank you when I have time." Madame Li first looked at her husband, who shook his head slightly. She sighed and held Madame Zhao's well-maintained hand. "You don't have to be so polite with me. I'm really worried about old Xia's temper. Let me and old Du accompany you. If anything happens, you still have us. I won't trouble you, and old Du Qinglan, you go eat first. I'll talk to old Xia." Madame Zhao was not moved. She refused Madame Li's company and said to Chief of Staff Du, "Old Du, I'll leave you." Chapter 1896. Since she had already said so, what else could Chief of Staff Du say? He could only say, "Okay, I'll eat with Chenglan first. It won't be too late for you to come over if you're early." He then said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, "Old Xia, you two have a good chat. It's not a big deal. Since little Xia is also here, the family of 3 can sit down and have a good chat. There's nothing that can't be solved. We have to be meticulous in our work, but we can't do that to our family. We have to give in. We can't have a dictatorship." He had said a lot, but the main point was the last sentence. We can't have a dictatorship. Xia Jinyuan was neither servile nor overbearing. He smiled elegantly and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Chief of Staff Du. In fact, whether it's at home or outside, we can't be a dictatorship or be special." Chief of Staff Du didn't know if there was a hidden meaning in his words, but he could only smile and leave with his wife. Mrs. Xiao, who had wiped her tears, saw that there were no outsiders present and said, "Where's the private room? We haven't sat down for a long time. Ah Yuan, you should say a few words to your mother. It won't take up too much of your time." It just so happens that I also have something to say to Mrs. Xiao. "Dad, please go back to the private room and have a seat. I'll ask the waiter to make a pot of tea." Xia Jinyuan was not in the mood to talk about their mother-son relationship. He said lightly and went to order the tea. When the tea was served, the 3 of them, who hadn't sat together for many years, sat in a triangle with a large distance between them. Mrs. Xiao looked at her son, who was unwilling to sit with her and didn't even look at her. She only felt bitterness in her mouth. She then looked at her ex-husband, who was sitting opposite her. Although he was old, he had more aura than when he was young. He had stayed in the army all this time and was now a commander-in-chief. She didn't dare to look at him more than a few times. Old, they were all old. Thinking back to the absurdity of their youth, they only felt that it was a dream. Every mistake was a mistake, and they didn't even have a chance to correct it. She didn't speak. Commander-in-Chief Xia was also calm. He sipped the freshly brewed hot tea and let his ex-wife look at him. Old Six often said that he had bad taste when he was young and found a woman who couldn't stand the pressure. In fact, he had good taste when he was young. When she was young, Ms. Xiao was a famous talented woman. Although her family background was not as good as family Xia's, it was still a scholarly family in the South. Therefore, she had a scholarly temperament that ordinary women did not have. She had beautiful facial features and fair skin. She was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. At the end of the 50s, such a woman was usually the target of a boy's crush. He was no exception. Among a group of gray students, he saw his ex-wife at first glance. She was talented, beautiful, gentle, and could speak fluent French and English. In that era, ex-wives were quite popular. He had good taste. However, he had forgotten that the 2 of them were not suitable to start a family. She was used to being accompanied by her family, but he was destined to be uncertain when he would return home. There was no right or wrong. It was just that they were not suitable for each other. One wanted to escape from a family without a husband, while the other didn't have the heart to make up for it. Divorce was inevitable. However, he did not expect Six's brother to dislike his ex-wife so much. Back then, his ex-wife had just given birth to Six's brother when she asked for a divorce. Later on, he had begged her to wait until Six's brother grew up before they divorced. When he was 3 years old, his ex-wife's patience reached the limit. Du Wuqiang's wife, Li Chenglan, brought back a gigolo. Good boy. The gigolo was none other than his ex-wife's neighbor who lived in France from the age of 12 to 15. Chapter 1897. When the childhood sweetheart met again, she disregarded his persuasion and insisted on a divorce. When he came back from the army and saw Lu, who was as small as a radish, he couldn't bear it and wanted to pursue him again. However, when his ex-wife found out, she was so scared that she flew to France to avoid seeing him. He had met Lou 3 times. Once when he was 10 years old, once when he was 16, and once when he was admitted to the military academy. They had met 3 times, so why did he dislike his ex-wife so much? Commander-in-Chief Xia was also quite puzzled. The room was silent, as if no one wanted to talk to her. Mrs. Xiao, who was over 50 years old, lit a cigarette for herself and slowly took a puff. She smiled bitterly as she blew out a smoke ring. It's fine if you two think I'm being unreasonable, but Xia Xinhui, it's an indisputable fact that I'm Yuan's mother. It's something that can't be changed. Even if you don't want Yuan to acknowledge me, the blood relationship between Yuan and me cannot be changed. It's my fault for going to the old house today to disturb the old lady's peace. Xinhui, how many years has it been since I last saw my son? It's been 10 years since he was 16, and now he's 26. When I contacted you, you avoided talking to me. When I introduced my friend's daughter to Yuan, you didn't even mention it to Yuan. You didn't want Yuan to meet me, so I could only go to the old house to find the old lady and beg her to let me see Yuan. Xia Jinyuan originally wanted to accompany the guests, but now that he saw that they were obviously here for him, he had to stand up and say a few words. He was elegant and indifferent, and even his voice was flat and monotonous. Sorry to interrupt. Mrs. Xiao, who was smoking, saw Xia Jinyuan talking to her and immediately showed joy on her face. However, as soon as she showed her joy, she froze in an instant. Xia Jinyuan said calmly, I have to say something fair for my old man. Mrs. Xiao, all your thoughts are just self-righteous. First of all, my old man has never stopped me from meeting Ms. Xiao. On the contrary, back then, Ms. Xiao abandoned her husband and children for love and happiness. My old man often said that he had let Ms. Xiao down and couldn't blame you for leaving. He also told me to look at the photos of Ms. Xiao hugging me when I was free so that I would know that you actually love me very much. I'm sorry, but I didn't manage to do it. From what I can remember, Ms. Xiao always told me that if it weren't for me, you would have left the cage long ago. Mrs. Xiao, who was holding a cigarette between her fingers, turned pale when she heard this. The cigarette between her fingers fell onto the table in shock. She widened her eyes and looked at her son in disbelief. No, you, impossible. Secondly, when the old man knew that you were back, he called me and asked me to go and see you. When I was 10 and 16, the old man forced me to go and see you. If it weren't for the old man, Ms. Xiao, even if you were kneeling in front of me, I wouldn't have lowered my head to look at you. At this moment, Madame Zhao's face was so pale that it was covered with a layer of white dust. Even her lips had lost their color. Thirdly, why do you think that you have the right to find a girlfriend for me? Back then, you were the one who abandoned your husband and children. You were also the one who turned a blind eye to me and my old man. When I needed you, you weren't there. Now that I don't need you anymore, you appear again and even want to introduce a girlfriend to me. Miss Xiao, why do you have to force me? Back then, my father didn't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, do you really think that a military marriage can be divorced so easily? Chapter 1898. Madame Xiao felt as if her entire body was soaked in a freezing cold pool. Waves of coldness were like knives cutting into her flesh and bones. It was too painful, too painful. Those words hurt too much. This was her son, the son she gave birth to after carrying him for 10 months. But he hated her to the core. Oh my God. She was such a failure in life that even her only family member hated her. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not have the habit of smoking. After hearing these words, he poured himself another cup of tea and sipped it without interrupting Xia Jinyuan. She would not give up until all hope was gone. He wanted to save some face for her, but she insisted on falling out with him. She was already in her 50s. If she continued to lose face like this, who knew how she would live in the future? Xia Jinyuan was a decisive person, especially when he saw that Madame Xiao had a good relationship with Family Xiao's political enemy. He knew that if he did not cut off the relationship, there would be trouble in the future. Madame Li was not a kind person. Some people became kinder as they got older, while some people became colder as they got older. Madame Li was the latter. In her eyes, only the Du family was the best. Family Xia had long been a thorn in her side. Who asked old man Xia to always be better than her husband? Since we've met today, I'll make things clear so that you won't blame the wrong person and think that old man Xia stopped me from letting you see me. You're wrong, Madame Xiao. You're really wrong. My father is a responsible man. He's a good old man who doesn't want his son to hate him. I'm the one who doesn't want to see you, not old man Xia. I don't dare to accept the women you introduce to me. I have to avoid all the things that you think are good in your eyes. I don't dare to accept them, and I'm also afraid of accepting them. I'm afraid that I'll accept your kindness. When I get married and have a child, I'll follow in old man Xia's footsteps and become both a father and a mother. I'll become an old man that no one wants. Yuan, don't say any more. It's Mom's fault. It's Mom's fault. Madame Xiao was sobbing uncontrollably. Mom was selfish. I only thought about myself and didn't think about you. Don't say any more. Mom was wrong. Mom was wrong. She cried sadly, but Xia Jinyuan was not moved at all. I don't have a mother. I only have an old man who is both a father and a mother. Don't keep calling me mother. I, Xia Jinyuan, have never called you that before, and I won't in the future. It's too late for you to blame yourself now. I've already grown up. When I was 16 years old, it was all thanks to you that I scolded the old man and said that he was irresponsible for raising me like a piece of trash. I sincerely thank you, Miss Xiao. It was all thanks to your scolding that I woke up to today's Xia Jinyuan. Tea in place of wine. Thank you for scolding me back then. If it wasn't for you calling me trash, I think I would have really become a trash instead of joining the army like an old man. Here's a toast to you. Feel free to do as you please. Xia Jinyuan finished the warm tea in one gulp and looked at Madame Xiao, whose makeup was all smudged from crying. He placed the tissue on the table and turned it around. Wipe your face. I'm a cold-hearted person. I won't be moved even if you bleed and cry. Madame Xiao was crying so hard that she couldn't even open her eyes. Her son, he hated her so much. She was indeed self-righteous and thought that as long as they were related by blood, everything would be different. Chapter 1899. Her life had been too smooth. When she was young, she did not suffer the hardships of her peers. Before the age of 12, she lived the life of a rich young lady with servants waiting on her. When she was 12, she went to France. When she was 15, she went to England. When she was 22, she came back to study and met Xia Xinhui, the son of a rich family. He doted on her. When she was 28, she gave birth to a Yuan. When she was 31, she divorced her childhood sweetheart and flew to France to settle down. Until now, she was used to being flattered, chased, and envied by others. She had forgotten. Only those who loved her would do that. Those who did not love her would not let her do as she pleased. His son did not love her, so he would not let her do as she pleased. If he wanted to introduce a girlfriend to his son, he would just say that she was not qualified. He was well-mannered and left himself some dignity. His tears seemed to be unstoppable. Chief Commander Xiao winked at his son, who had a calm expression on his face. It was enough that he had said so much. If he continued, he might kill him. He was old, and his heart was not in good condition. If he got a heart attack because of the brat's provocation, he would be in trouble. Xia Jinyuan, who still had a lot to say, saw that the old man kept winking at him. He even reminded Yi Jian in the end. Only then did he swallow back the words he had yet to say. Seeing that it was getting late, Major Xia, who thought that he had made himself clear, got up gracefully and politely said goodbye. It's getting late. I have something to do. Excuse me, Miss Xiao. Have a good night. Goodbye. The old man had already given him a look. Fine, for the old man's sake, he would not say anything. He would leave Ms. Xiao, who was over 50 years old, with some dignity. However, if she was still stubborn, she could not blame him for being ruthless. Yi Qian, who had been waiting in the car for half an hour, saw a familiar figure walking out of the courtyard with high walls. His hands were in his trouser pockets, and his slender legs were walking step by step. His posture was relaxed, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll after a meal. There was not a trace of gloominess on his face. Yi Qian, who had his hand on the door handle, retracted it. It seemed that his mood was not affected. Not only was it not affected, but his steps were also much more relaxed than before he left. It seemed that Ms. Zhao's appearance did not have any impact. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, stared at the tall figure walking over. She had to observe carefully. Captain Xia was very good at hiding his emotions. Her gaze fell on the car through the windshield, causing the Major to look over as well. There were street lamps in the parking lot, and the dim yellow light illuminated the ground. It also faintly illuminated the beautiful face in the car. Xia Jinyuan raised the corner of his mouth and quickened his pace. He didn't need another woman in his life. His little fox was enough. On the way to the hospital, Xia Jinyuan mentioned Ms. Xiao. Yi Qian paid close attention to him and confirmed that his mood was not affected. Only then did he feel relieved. Xia Jinyuan's mood was not affected, and neither was Commander-in-Chief Xia. Before leaving, he graciously asked his ex-wife where she was going, and he sent someone to send her back. Ms. Xiao had a villa in Beijing. Every time she returned to China, she would stay there. She had just been hurt by her own son, so she did not plan to go back early. She declined Commander-in-Chief Xia's kindness and said in a low voice, "I'll go find Old Du. You can go first." Old Du is the Chief of Staff Du. Chapter 1900. Madame Xiao didn't think there was anything wrong with interacting with the Du family. She and Li Chenglan met in France and called each other Sister-Lan. Later, they became closer and called each other by their names. They had known each other for 40 years. They had a good relationship and had close dealings with each other. Naturally, they were much closer. Commander-in-Chief Xia's face darkened when he heard that she was going to look for the Du family. He had to remind her, "You know the relationship between family Xia and the Du family. Although Yuan didn't acknowledge you, you just said that you and Yuan's bloodline can't be broken. It's your freedom to make friends with whoever you want. I won't interfere, but I hope you don't do anything to hurt your only bloodline. Du family, you have to know your limits." Madame Xiao frowned when she heard her ex-husband mention her good friend. She nodded elegantly. "The relationship between family Xia and the Du family has nothing to do with me. But since you mentioned Yuan, then I know. Although I didn't raise him, I gave birth to him after 10 months of pregnancy. When I was young, I said something that hurt his heart. He remembers and resents me. This is retribution from God, telling me that I can't be too presumptuous. The cycle of reincarnation will not forgive anyone. I swallowed the bitter fruit that I sowed. No matter how Yuan treats me, I asked for it. But if anyone wants to hurt Yuan, I won't sit idly by. You can rest assured about this." At the end, Madame Xiao mocked herself deeply. Her reddened eyes were faintly glistening with tears. Although she was over 50 years old, time was kind to her. She didn't worry, didn't ask about things, and was good at maintaining her appearance. It was possible to say that she was no more than 40 years old. The coquettishness of her youth had accumulated for most of her life and became calm elegance. She had black hair and gentle eyebrows. Although she lived selfishly, she lived with understanding. She always knew what she wanted and always knew that she wouldn't hurt herself. This kind of person lived with understanding more than anyone else. Unfortunately, they lived with too much clarity. The things they did would always intentionally or unintentionally hurt others. If they wanted something good, even if it was built on the basis of hurting others, they would still get it. It was rare to see such people who lived with clarity. His ex-wife, Xiao Schumann, belonged to this type of person. She would never sacrifice herself to help others. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at his beautiful ex-wife and nodded gently. "You know, I won't say much. I believe you can do it." As long as she understood, there was no need to worry. Sixth brother was her child after all. In the past, she abandoned sixth brother for her own happiness. Now that she was old, she knew that the fallen leaf had to return to its roots. She wanted to repair her relationship with sixth brother. Based on this point alone, he believed that Madame Xiao would not side with outsiders. One good thing about selfish people was that they always knew what was most important to them. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not offer to send his ex-wife back. He took his coat and nodded slightly at Ms. Xiao, who was still sitting there as if saying goodbye. Then, He opened the door and strode out. Outside the gate, Xia Jinyuan instructed the plainclothes guard who had come forward. He said softly, "Commander-in-Chief, the car is parked outside." "All right, let's go." Mrs. Xiao, who had not moved, heard her ex-husband's authoritative voice. As the door of the private room slowly closed, all the sounds outside were cut off. "Sigh, it seems that I'm really old." She poured herself a cup of hot tea and slowly took a sip of it in a refined manner. Even though there were wrinkles on the sides of her eyes that were once as bright as autumn waters, her temperament made the 54-year-old Madame Xiao age gracefully and calmly. Chapter 1901. She knew that she was a selfish person. Abandoning her husband and son was a treacherous thing in the past, but she never regretted it. It was useless to regret it now. After all, it was her own path. The only regret in her life was that she didn't expect that when she was old, she would want to talk to her son about life and listen to him talk to her. Unfortunately, her son was like her. He let go of things that he didn't want. She, as his mother, had been put down by him. He didn't need a mother's care in his world anymore. This was something she didn't expect. "Shuman, why are you alone? Where's Xia?" The closed door of the private room opened. Mrs. Li pushed the door open and entered. She saw Madame Xiao drinking tea alone. She was still as quiet as ever, as if she had never cried just now. She had a good life. No matter what, someone would stand up for her. This was where Li Chenglan couldn't compare to her. However, it was very different now. She had a son, but she didn't have one. Li Chenglan had 2 sons and 2 daughters. She had a prosperous family. She had a son to protect her family and a daughter to please her. Xiao Shuman could never compare to her in this aspect. "Chenglan, come and sit with me. Yuan, order black tea. It's quite to my liking." Madame Xiao smiled. She raised her hand elegantly and motioned for a friend to sit down and drink tea with her. Li Chenglan's eyes moved slightly. She sat beside her and said, "Did Xia do anything to you just now? Did he agree to let you meet Yuan?" Although Xia has a bad temper and we can only let him do whatever he wants, he's still reasonable. If you communicate with him well, he'll definitely agree. If he doesn't agree, you can tell Old Du and me. We'll go and find him. I'll look for Xia outside, and Old Du will look for him in the military. Let's see if he dares to avoid you. In my opinion, you're too soft and don't know how to fight. If Old Du and I were here just now, Xia would have to give Old Du some face. She had lived a wonderful life for most of her life, but she couldn't even see her only son in her old age. Alas, what was the use of living a wonderful life in the past? In the end, it was only right to see who would have a last laugh. "You're almost 60 years old. Why haven't you changed your bad temper? Have some black tea." Madame Xiao smiled faintly. She poured tea for her old friend and handed it to her. "Old Xia didn't stop me from seeing Yuan. It's Yuan who doesn't like me now. I can't blame anyone but myself. There's no hurry. It's my fault for not raising her. I'm sorry, Chenglan. I've implicated you and Old Du to worry about me. I'll settle this matter myself in the future. I won't trouble you anymore." However, Madame Li was not happy. Instead, she pulled a long face angrily. "What are you saying? Why are you being so polite to me? Shirlai doesn't have to stop you now. Yuan has grown up. Why should he be the bad guy?" What he meant was that Commander-in-Chief Xia had stopped him in the past because Xia Jinyuan was still young. Now that Xia Jinyuan had grown up and believed that his mother did not want him, Commander-in-Chief Xia had achieved his goal, so it did not matter if he did not stop him. Li Chenglan was already a grandmother. She would not lower herself to get involved in other people's affairs. However, she had to get involved in family Xia matters. When she was young, she could stir up a family Xia. Now that she was old, she still had the ability to cause trouble for the younger generation of family Xia. Chapter 1902. He sighed again. "Your business is my business. We've known each other for more than 40 years. You don't have any siblings, and you've also lost contact with your hometown. Seeing you all alone, my heart aches. Why don't I help you? Old Xia is a stubborn donkey. Old Du and I have experienced it. We should talk about this matter together. With your strength alone, you won't be able to do it. Old Xia is no longer a small regiment commander. He is now the commander-in-chief. If he wants to, Shuman, you won't be able to win against him. These words were nothing after hearing them too much. She might be influenced when she was young, but it would be difficult when she was old. Madame Xiao, who was listening quietly, did not interrupt her. She sat there gracefully with a gentle smile on her lips. She was as silent as a painting. After a friend finished speaking, she smiled and said, "Old Xia has never been a bad person. You are still biased against him. All right, let's not talk about the father and son. Is Jai here yet? I miss her so much." She changed the topic lightly. Madame Li's eyes dimmed before she smiled and said, "She's here. She's here. When she didn't see you, she made a fuss. I was pushed out by her to look for you. Then why are we still sitting here? Let's go. We can't let her wait too long." Madame Xiao stood up happily and said, "Daughters are still the best. Daughters are their mother's intimate little jackets. Chenglan, you are so blessed. Who didn't like their children being praised?" Madame Li's greatest sense of accomplishment was that she had 2 sons and 2 daughters. She smiled, and the crow's feet at the corner of her eyes deepened. "I can't compare to you. You are someone who can take things and let them go." The 2 of them walked out of the private room while talking and laughing. Madame Xiao smiled and sighed. "I was thinking about whether to make Jai and a Yuan together. What a pity." "What was a pity?" Madame Xiao didn't say it. Li Chenglan smiled and didn't say anything. It was a pity that family Xia and the Du family had different political views. They were destined not to be in-laws. When they returned home, Madame Li told them everything. Chief of Staff Du's face was solemn. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Did Xiao Shuman understand something when she suddenly asked us not to interfere? What does she want to understand? Old Du, Shuman is not stupid. She knows best when she is alive." Mrs. Li, who was lying in the massage chair and relaxing, said lightly, "I've known her for 40 years. I know her and she knows me. She knows what I've done. She doesn't expose me because those things have nothing to do with her. Shuman never worries about things that have nothing to do with her." Chief of Staff Du didn't understand what his wife said. In his eyes, Xiao Shuman was a person who couldn't tell the difference between grain and grain. She had someone to do everything for her. She didn't have any opinions at all. "You said that she knows how to live, but I think she's just a muddle-headed person. I don't understand the things between you women, and I'm too lazy to figure it out. As long as Xia Xinhui doesn't have a chance to be promoted in the next 2 years, I'll be at ease." Women sought the hearts of the people at home, while men sought power outside. What Chief of Staff Du needed was power and power. "I'll do my business, and you do yours. We're both grandparents. It's okay to be a little muddle-headed occasionally." Madame Li didn't say what she would do next. She closed her eyes as if she were sleeping. She was old and felt tired after a little effort. It was impossible for her not to worry about it. Chapter 1903. The mountain that blocked the Du family had not been dug out yet. She still had a son and a daughter who had not started a family yet. Even though her grandchildren had been born, she could not admit that she was old and had to continue to plan. As Madame Li was calculating in her mind, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian had returned to the hospital early and chatted with Principal Chun for a long time. They had not seen Principal Chun for several months, so they had a lot to say to him. Yi Qian mentioned what had happened in school, on the training ground, and with his classmates. As for the joint training of the 2 teams, he did not mention a word. Yi Qian knew what should be said and what should not be said. "Fighting is actually a foreign thing to me. When I saw my classmate being bullied and forced into an alley, I rushed over. A group of motley crew thought that they were great. Seeing them made me angry, so I joined hands with a few boys to teach them a lesson." Yi Qian mentioned that before the joint training, Su Wen had been forced by several gangsters, and then they had fought together. He mentioned Song Jiqiu. "I didn't expect him to be Yang Heng's cousin. I met an acquaintance. Yang Heng. Is he the son of Director Yang of the Transportation Bureau?" Xia Jinyuan was no stranger to Yi Qian's high school life. He knew all the boys and girls around her. "Do you still remember him?" "Yes, he is Director Yang's son. Song Jiqiu told me that he has gone to Australia to study," Yi Qian said in a low voice. Her voice was as clear as the water in the mountains, tinkling happily. When she smiled, her eyes curved like the crescent moon above the treetops. Looking at her, Xia Jinyuan felt a little warm in his heart. He liked her smile very much. It was bright, pure, and full of hope for life. Principal Chun listened to her. His face was still a little gloomy, but the smile on his thin face never disappeared. This girl seemed to be living a good life. She completed her studies and trained hard at the same time. She achieved excellent results again and again. As Commander-in-Chief Xia said, she could shine by herself without any support. Talents were hard to come by, and an all-around talent like Little Yi was even harder to come by. The army had entered a period of reform, and the same was true for the grassroots companies. In the future, the soldiers would no longer have junior high school education as the main force. They would gradually develop towards high school and university education. Improving the quality of the entire army was part of the reform. Lastly had come a good time, a good opportunity. The three of them had no choice but to stop when the doctor arrived at 11 o'clock. The two of them didn't stay at the hospital to accompany them. They were directly sent to the hotel by Principal Chun to rest. He said, "If the two of you sleep outside, you're clearly trying to make me lose sleep. Little Xia, bring Little Yi to a hotel. She has an exam the day after tomorrow. How is she going to take the exam if she doesn't have the energy?" Yi Qian still had to take the exam the day after tomorrow, and her goal was to get the title of Outstanding Student directly after graduation. It wasn't easy to get this title. Her exam results and physical fitness scores had to be at the top. If she made a mistake, she would miss the opportunity. Xia Jinyuan moved 2 folding beds over and planned to stay with Yi Qian. Principal Chen obviously wouldn't agree. His face darkened, and he said to Xia Jinyuan, "Little Xia, if she's unreasonable and doesn't listen to advice in the future, just come back and tell me. I'll talk to her. She needs to be taught a lesson sometimes. She can only do as she pleases. How can she? You can't just go along with everything she does. You have to persist in what you have to." Chapter 1904. Yi Qian was dumbfounded. He instantly thought that Xia Jinyuan would have someone to rely on in the future. Principal Chen's words tonight were definitely a big gain for Xia Jinyuan. He raised his eyebrows at Yi Qian, looking quite proud of himself. Seeing his proud expression, Yi Qian secretly clenched his fists. "Uncle Chun, you don't know how thick-skinned the guy in front of you is, and he has a lot of hands and feet. You're asking me to sleep in a hotel? You're sending me to the tiger's den." He was too embarrassed to say it out loud, so he could only scream silently in his heart. The doctor asked them to leave as soon as possible, but Principal Chun waved his hand to chase them away. Yi Qian had no choice but to take his luggage and go to the hotel. The hotels near the General Military Hospital were all busy, and the affordable rooms were already fully booked. As Major Xia had requested, they booked a luxurious suite that most people wouldn't be willing to spend money on. There was a bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a balcony with a view. Even though the hotel receptionist said that their rooms were very good, Yi Qian didn't give up and asked again, "Are you sure you don't have a standard room? Are you sure there aren't any guests who have checked out?" The management of a 5-star hotel wasn't so messy that they didn't know how many rooms there were. The receptionist gave a standard smile and explained patiently, "Hello, madam, there really aren't any rooms available. Someone didn't want to stay in this room and checked out at the last minute. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any rooms available." Xia Jinyuan, who had paid the deposit and received the room card, saw that she was still unwilling to give up. His thin lips curled up a few times, and he carried her luggage towards the elevator. "If you came early, you could still book 2 rooms. It's good enough that you came in the middle of the night to get a room. I didn't expect Uncle Chun to be so insistent." Yi Jian chased after him. It was not that they had never slept in the same room before. It was just that the man beside her always liked to say mushy things when no one was around. However, after thinking about it for a while, Yi Jian felt that her face was already red at this time. Xia Jinyuan had already seen her unnatural expression from the elevator mirror. TSK, TSK, TSK. She was still so easily embarrassed. The more shy she was, the more he wanted to do this. Even though he was in military uniform, he still couldn't change the bad habit he had since he was young. It had been a long time since they had shared a bed. Should they chat until dawn tonight? Perhaps they could do something adults should do? As this thought flashed through his mind, the young major's sexy Adam's apple couldn't help but moved slightly, doing some adult things. He really wanted to. Xia Jinyuan began to think. When he looked at Yi Qian again with his noble eyes, there was a hint of flirtatiousness in his eyes. He also saw Yi Qian subtly take a small step back. Yi Qian felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He looked at him warily, then glared at him fiercely. "You'd better behave yourself. We're here." After receiving her warning, Xia Jinyuan was very calm. The elevator door opened with a ding. He pressed the button and asked Yi Qian to go out first. "It's late. Take a shower first. I'll go make the bed. We booked a suite. There's one bedroom and one living room. There will be a sofa in the living room. I'll sleep on the sofa and you'll sleep on the bed." Yi Qian, who came out first, stopped in his tracks. He looked back at the man with the luggage in disbelief. Why did it feel so surreal all of a sudden? Her reaction made the seemingly serious major laugh in his heart. He began to tease Yi Qian, who couldn't be any more serious. He deliberately said, "Huh? You don't want to? You can't bear for me to sleep on the sofa, so you want me to sleep with you on the bed?" He was too serious. Yi Qian was even more certain that he wasn't going to be so honest. "Captain Xia, I won't believe you even if you suddenly become serious." Yi Qian took the room card from his hand. He glanced at him lightly, then took the room card away and strode in. Chapter 1905. She didn't notice that the man behind her had a dark look in his deep, smiling eyes. His slightly raised smile was both good and evil, and it was a smile that could mesmerize women even more. The room was worth the price. Just as the receptionist said, the living room was very spacious, and there was a very long corner sofa. The sofa faced a large balcony with a view of the night view of Beijing. The view was so wide that it was indeed relaxing. Looking at the sofa that was big enough for one person to sleep on, Yi Qian was already planning to take out a blanket from the cabinet and cover it with it when he wanted to take a shower so that he wouldn't be allowed to enter the bedroom. Although they had slept together and it wasn't as stressful to face him again, the evil smile on his face in the elevator just now made her heart beat wildly. She had to be more vigilant against this dangerous yet elegant man. "Go take a shower first. I'll make the bed." Xia Jinyuan put down his luggage and took the initiative to find the cabinet. He took out 2 layers of spare blankets from the cabinet and carefully laid them on the sofa. Yi Qian watched as he came out with the blankets. He stretched out his long arms and familiarly shook off the blankets without her help. "Hurry up, I can make the bed myself." The major frowned slightly as he shook off the blankets, as if he didn't understand why she was still standing there. He simply threw the blankets in his hands onto the sofa, walked up to her, and asked in a low voice, "Is there anything else you want to talk to me about?" Yi Qian pursed her lips and pointed at the sofa. "You are taking the initiative. I'm still not used to it." After she finished speaking, she looked at him, trying to find something from his handsome features. However, the man standing in front of her was calm and composed, and his gaze was gentle and deep. It was as if there was a dark look in his eyes, but also as if there was nothing. Xia Jinyuan chuckled, and his sexy thin lips curved slightly. The evil smile that flashed past in the elevator was now on his handsome face. "Little fox, you're making things difficult for me. I don't know what to do to satisfy you. If you don't let me sleep on the bed, I won't sleep on the bed. Now that I've chosen the sofa, you're saying that there's a problem. Then tell me what's wrong with me." She wouldn't be standing here if she could. Seeing his face getting closer and closer, Yi Qian immediately bent down to pick up the luggage and avoided his kiss. "You make the bed. I'll take a shower first." "Forget it. Counter soldiers with arms, water with earth weir." "All right, do you want some water? I'll go pour a pot of water." "Sure." Yi Qian went straight into the bedroom and closed the door behind him. Even though the door was tightly shut, it could not stop Xia Jinyuan from looking at her in the dark. He might let her escape now, but later, he would not let her escape again. When Yi Qian came out of the shower, he saw Xia Jinyuan holding the kettle and bending over to pick up the corner of the blanket that had fallen on the carpet. The water was flowing out of the kettle. Just as Yi Qian said, "Be careful," Yi Qian gasped. The kettle in his hand fell onto the blanket, and steam rose from it. "Scalded? Quick, rinse it with cold water." Yi Jian rushed over and grabbed the wrist of the man who was shaking his hand because of the burn. Why are you still shaking your hand? Rinse it with cold water. Xia Jinyuan looked at the scalded skin on the back of his hand. Although it hurt a little, it was worth it. Rinse it for a long time so that it won't blister. Don't you know that you should put the kettle down before picking up the blanket? Yi Qian turned on the tap and placed his hand under the blanket. He frowned and stared at the scalded area. I'll ask the front desk if they have any burn ointment. Chapter 1906. The front desk quickly sent a waiter to bring some burn ointment. When Yi Qian heard the door open, he motioned for Xia Jinyuan to continue rinsing the burn with water while he quickly went to open the door. After turning down the water flow, Xia Jinyuan saw his lover smiling and thanking the waiter. He glanced at the burn that was about the size of a coin, and his thin lips couldn't help but curl up again. Burn was really not part of his plan. His plan was to accidentally spill all the water when he bent down to pick up the quilt and wet it. If the quilt was wet, he would have an excuse to share the bed with her. He wasn't afraid that she would ask the waiter to bring another quilt. He would always have a solution. However, no matter how good his plan was, he still made a mistake. He didn't expect to burn himself. Although it hurt, it was worth it. Outside, Yi Qian declined the waiter's kindness, closed the door, and hurried back to the kitchen with the burn. It's just a small burn. You don't have to go to the hospital. Thank you. Burns are the most common injuries in life. Even the most cautious people couldn't avoid them. Yi Qian didn't suspect that Xia Jinyuan did it on purpose. When Yi Qian hurried back to the kitchen, he saw Xia Jinyuan wiping his hands with a dry towel. Before leaving the hospital, both of them wore a dark-colored coat in their luggage to cover their winter military uniforms. When they entered the room, they habitually took off their coats and hung them in the wardrobe at the side of the entrance. They were both wearing their winter uniforms. The tall and straight man was wearing a dark green military uniform that was tailored to his masculinity. He stood in the shadows of the spotlights. His unruly short hair, exquisite and elegant side profile, and the natural elegance that flowed out from his every move could inadvertently make people who were familiar with him fall into a trance. His hands were slender and didn't become tanned even after being exposed to the elements. After being rinsed with water, they were so fair that they looked like pearls. No one would think that these were a pair of hands that held guns, but rather a pair of slender hands that lingered on the black and white piano keys. Although his hands were beautiful, the burn on the back of his hand was an eyesore. Yi Qian frowned again. It should take 10 minutes to rinse. You only took 5 minutes. It's not serious. 5 minutes is enough. Xia Jinyuan set up the towel and turned to look at his lover, who was frowning. He laughed and said, "Don't look like that. It's not a big deal. It's just a small burn." Yi Qian retracted her gaze from his handsome face and took a deep breath. She calmed herself down before approaching him. This is a cooling ointment. Apply it first, then apply it again after you're done bathing. Remember to avoid hot water when you're bathing. Yi Qian held the pair of hands that countless women wanted to hold. He squeezed out a light green ointment that smelled cool and refreshing, and carefully applied a thin layer of it. He lowered his eyes and reminded her softly, "Next time, remember to put down the boiling water in your hands first before doing anything else. It's not too bad today. It's only a small burn on the back of your hand. Even if it leaves a scar, it won't affect anything. What have you burned your face?" "Captain Xia, even if you don't become a soldier one day, you can definitely rely on your face to make a living after you retire. You should take good care of such a good resource." As a woman, of course she was happy that her boyfriend was handsome. Everyone loved beauty, and she was no exception. Major Xia was speechless. "Little fox, I didn't expect you to care so much about your appearance. I've heard you tell me several times to take good care of my face." Chapter 1907. Of course I care. Since I found myself a good-looking boyfriend, of course I'd like to look at a good-looking face every day. Yi Jian said confidently and raised her hand to touch his face. "Your face was born to make women commit crimes. Now I'm taking the risk of being stabbed by other women to take down the owner of this face. If you don't protect it well, you'll be letting me down." It felt good to be taken advantage of by his girlfriend. Even if it was because of his face, Major Xia thought it was because of his charm. His face was his, so naturally he was charming. Looks like I'll have to take good care of you. I'm afraid that if my face gets disfigured one day, my little fox will abandon me because of that." Yi Qian nodded seriously and said responsibly, "That's right. In the future, we'll have to look at your face. If your face gets disfigured while I'm still as beautiful as a flower, wouldn't you feel inferior?" Good Lord, she's getting bolder. She's making fun of me so skillfully. She was already smiling like a flower. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Under the hazy white light of the spotlights, the girl with the fragrance of a bath really looked like a fox demon. She was so charming that she could hook people's hearts. Xia Jinyuan gradually stopped smiling. His dark eyes turned deep, like an unfathomable ancient well that locked the person who was reflecting the water. He suddenly took a step closer to her. His sudden action startled Yi Qian. She instinctively dodged to the side and pressed her butt against the counter. She looked at the approaching man warily. "What are you doing?" "I'm just telling the truth. Could it be that you're angry?" There were too many unfathomable dark colors flowing in his eyes, and there were even specks of starlight flashing through them. The young major who had been so noble and outstanding just a moment ago was now filled with danger from head to toe. It wasn't the danger of pure darkness, but the danger of temptation. The dangerous major and the elegant man made her a little flustered. Xia Jinyuan calmly looked at Yi Qian, who had nowhere to run. His thin lips curved slightly as he took a step forward and instantly pulled her into his arms. His chest was very broad, firm, and gave off a sense of security. Yi Qian actually bumped into his own chest when he was suddenly pulled by him, and it hurt a little. Yi Qian raised his head and stared unblinkingly at the handsome, domineering face in front of him. He swallowed with some difficulty. This kind of Xia Jinyuan, although dangerous, still made her heart race. She had to admit that the reason she had agreed to him on impulse in her third year of high school had a lot to do with this elegant face in front of her. Even though they had known each other for 5 or 6 years now, every time she looked at his facial features, her heart would race uncontrollably. Fortunately, she had good self-control. Otherwise, she suspected that she would have pounced on him in advance and made the first move to gain the upper hand. For a moment, Yi Qian was lost in thought as he stared at the major's handsome face. "Do you like my face that much? Would it be more convenient for you to look at it if I stood closer?" He lowered his head and leaned over. His deep voice sounded, and there was a deep affection for her in his sexiness, as well as the indulgence of a man towards a woman. "Wouldn't it be more convenient if I looked at it like this, or should we look at it while touching it?" He held Yi Qian's hand and pressed it against his cheek. He asked her in a low voice, "Wouldn't it be more enjoyable?" The palm of her hand pressed against his cheek, and the warm touch made Yi Qian shiver violently. Before she could fully recover from her shock, her heart melted from the adoration in his eyes. Chapter 1908. Yi Jian, who thought that she could face him calmly, could not resist such a gentle attack. She wanted to resist, but what she got in return was his indulgence. "I'm born with a pretty face. Can I only let you look at it? I won't show it to anyone else. Other than you, I won't show it to another woman. Okay? Answer me. Okay? Captain Xia, where did you learn all these sweet nothings? It used to be mushy, but now it was even more mushy." Her ears felt like they were on fire just from hearing it. Yi Jian knew that she couldn't hold on any longer. His handsome face was getting closer and closer. His breath had completely surrounded her. There was no way she could escape. Slightly, "What's wrong? Don't you want to have me all to yourself?" He pressed her hand down and let her palm caress his handsome face, interrupting her words. "Slightly what? Do you still need to think about it?" His thin lips slowly curved into an unrestrained, flirtatious smile. A clean face. "Little fox, don't you want to have me all to yourself? I only belong to you, and I'm only willing to show it to you. Are you not willing?" Willing. 10 million willing." Yi Qian nodded frantically. Something was wrong. Captain Xia was very strange tonight. His words were too profound. He was handsome, said sweet nothings, and looked at her with such deep affection. This was great. Even her legs were starting to turn to jelly. Yi Qian touched his face with her right hand and blocked his body with her left hand. She was trying to calm herself down. She pursed her lips and said softly, "You can say whatever you want, but you're too close. I can't see it clearly. Why don't you back away a little more? You don't have to back away too far. Just 2 or 3 steps will do." Her face was red, her heart was in a mess, and even her legs started to tremble. The major skills were improving day by day. Even if she chased after him, in the end, she still could not win. Xia Jinyuan did not believe it. Once this cunning fox in front of him realized there was danger, her first reaction would be to run. She wanted to run? Sorry, he didn't want to see her escape at all. The more she escaped, the more he wanted to make her stay. Let's see where else she could escape to. The kitchen is only so big. I can't retreat too far. The distance is just right. The major, who had begun to reveal his hunter's nature, leisurely circled around his beloved prey. His waist bent a little more, forcing Yi Qian to stand on his tiptoes and lean back against the counter. It's hard to see clearly in this position, right? Why don't we change to another position to look at it? At 26 or 27 years old, he was so clean that no one would believe him. Tonight's main course won't be served. Let's have a side dish. Young people were full of vigor and vigor. Being alone in a room with their beloved, it would be too abnormal for a single man and woman to not do anything. Yi Qian was extremely regretful right now. She clearly knew that the man in front of her was a dangerous man. She didn't have a high level of cultivation, but she still dared to flirt with him first. She brought this upon herself. What's more, changing a position. Although she was a little dizzy now, it was not to the point where she lost her rationality and her heart. Washing his hands in the kitchen or applying medicine, he could do all sorts of things. Changing the position, the sofa in the living room, the big bed in the bedroom. If they changed the position, there would be more tricks up his sleeves. How could she be fooled? Chapter 1909. Yi Qian, who sensed danger, tried her best to look calm. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she blinked and said delicately, "I haven't been sleeping well recently, so my eyes are a little tired. Everything I see is a little blurry, so it's the same in another place." That was a good excuse, but for someone as thick-skinned as Major Xia, it was only a matter of time before her excuse was exposed. His brows furrowed slightly. His indulgent indulgence already contained a hint of heartache. His slender fingers caressed her eyebrows, and his slightly calloused fingers gently rubbed the side of her eyebrows. "I'll help you relax. You just have to close your eyes." Relax and close my eyes. Captain Xia, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Close my eyes and relax? She would only be more nervous. Yi Qian laughed dryly. No need, no need. Go take a shower now. I'll just apply a hot towel to your eyes. It's almost midnight, Captain Xia. You can really go take a shower now. Yi Qian, who was pressed against the counter, moved sideways to the right. There was a door on the right, so she had to rush out. However, the two of them were too close, and she was tiptoeing. She purposely left Xia Jinyuan with her tiptoes, and the 1 centimeter distance between them was reduced to nothing. Although there was still some distance between their upper bodies, their lower bodies were so close together that they couldn't be any closer. Xia Jinyuan was a little stiff, and it was obvious from the way he held her hand tightly. He didn't expect Yi Qian's movement to actually let her experience what a normal man was like. He was indeed addicted to saying sweet nothings, but he still controlled the distance between their lower bodies very well, so as not to startle his little fox. He didn't have much self-control left when it came to her, so he used the last bit of self-control to control the distance between their lower bodies. Now, the last bit of distance between them was broken. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian, who was completely stiff, and his handsome face was slightly embarrassed. It's a normal man's reaction. Don't be too surprised. It didn't seem appropriate to call him a hooligan, calling him indecent. It wasn't as if she had just found out that he was indecent. Calling him impatient didn't seem appropriate. She had told herself before that the word impatient had long been wiped clean from his dictionary. With the relationship between the two of them, it would be too pretentious to scold her. Yi Qian's brain spun as he used the hand that could still move to push against his chest. His lower body was really too close. He could feel even the slightest change in his body. It was very sturdy and full of manly strength. It was also very scary. He could feel the scorching heat through their clothes. Previously, when he had washed his hands by the stream after completing a mission in the southern province, he had also felt it when he rolled into the grass. However, that was in the grass. Now that he was in a room, his mood was different, and the changes he could feel were also different. Her gaze drifted away as she gently reminded him, "I'm not surprised. Go and take a shower first. Don't overeat. Cough. Don't overeat." At this critical moment, Yi Qian stopped himself from saying the last words. He stopped so quickly that he even bit his own tongue. There was still a hint of blood and rust in his mouth. Unfortunately, although she only said the word overeat, it was still out loud, and the man opposite her instantly understood what she wanted to say. As soon as she blushed, Xia Jinyuan stood up. He was a thick-skinned person. His normal reaction was caught off guard by his girlfriend. He felt as if he had been caught red-handed doing something bad, which made him a little embarrassed for a moment. Chapter 19:10. Now that she was blushing, he let go of her. Blushing meant that she knew and understood. She knew that men were impulsive and understood that a man's body would change when he was impulsive. Was there a need for him to blush? There was no need at all. However, Major Xia did not continue to press against her. Forget about the kitchen. Both of them were newbies. They could explore the kitchen when they were more familiar with it. He took the initiative to distance himself from her and let go of her hand at the same time. He placed his hands on the countertop and locked her in his arms. "Are you trying to say that you shouldn't burst?" As he spoke, he let out a low chuckle. His mellow laughter was so sexy that it made one's heart go numb. "If it was that easy to burst, I would have burst several times in front of you." Yi Qian had the urge to knock herself out. How could she say such things, especially to him? She knew that he would take advantage of her. "No, I'm saying that you should stop messing with me. You could take a shower and sleep." The commander-in-chief had repeatedly reminded her not to let him take advantage of her. Otherwise, she would be the one at a disadvantage. Yi Qian composed herself and pretended to be scared. "Hurry up and take a shower. You smell like disinfectant. I don't like it." His gaze was really scary. It was as if he wanted to eat her up. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled at his lover, who was blushing. He smiled meaningfully. "Okay, go back to the room and wait for me." Go back to the room and wait for him? She was dreaming. Yi Qian smiled and nodded. "Okay, hurry up and go." Seeing that he was about to get up, he said, "You bit your tongue just now, right? Are you going to spit it out for me to see? Or should I put my hand in to check?" He always gave her a fright. Yi Qian took several deep breaths and suppressed the heat on her face. "No, I'll just swallow my saliva. I don't need to trouble you." Whether he spat it out or did something else, the result would be the same. Rejecting him was the best choice. Xia Jinyuan, who knew what was right and proper, did not press her any further. His little fox cannot be pushed too hard. If he pushed her too hard, she might escape to the hospital to look after Uncle Chun. He would wait until he took a shower and went into the room before slowly grinding with her. He would leave the main dishes aside for the time being, but he would have to try the side dishes. "That's good. You check if the bite is serious. I'm going to take a shower." Finally, Major Xia Jinyuan withdrew his hands and stood up straight. Naturally, he also straightened his back. Yi Qian lowered his gaze and accidentally glanced at his most spectacular part. His heart skipped a few beats. He cleared his throat guiltily and turned to face the door. "I got it. Go do what you need to do. I know what to do." Usually, she really couldn't see anything different, but now that she saw it, even her vision was severely impacted. It was simply too spectacular. Xia Jinyuan had always been satisfied with his figure and was quite confident in his masculine features. Looking at Yi Qian, whose neck had turned red, he took a deep breath. Although her gaze was insubstantial, he could feel the tenderness that brushed past him. It made him tremble slightly. She was really a torturer. Yi Qian did not know that he was a torturer. As soon as he stepped into the bathroom, she went back to her room and immediately locked the door. Yi Qian, whose back was against the door, was breathing heavily. There was danger tonight. She had to be on guard. Chapter 19:11. How could she prevent that? That was a big problem. Yi Qian looked around the bedroom, then finally fixed his gaze on the two bedside cabinets. Picking locks was a piece of cake for Captain Xia, and he could do it easily. She couldn't prevent him from picking the door, but she had to prevent him from opening the door immediately, even if he picked the lock. Yi Qian picked up one of the bedside cabinets and placed it behind the door. After confirming that the cabinets were firmly behind the door, Yi Qian clapped his hands in satisfaction. In this way, even if Xia Jinyuan picked the lock, it would be difficult for him to open the door immediately. Yi Qian only went into the bathroom to dry his hair after making sure that she could detect him in time and avoid him. Xia Jinyuan, who was also doing something, didn't expect Yi Qian to guard against him, as if he was a thief. He blocked the water pipe with a towel and tightened the pipe. Xia Jinyuan, who was covered in foam, opened the pipe cage. Great! Not a single drop of water flowed out. He didn't want to do something like picking locks that would ruin his image. He just blocked the water pipe while he was taking a shower and knocked on the bedroom door with only a towel wrapped around his lower body. Are you asleep? There's a problem in the bathroom outside. There's no water in the shower. Help me check if there's any water in there. Compared to picking locks to break into a room, openly knocking on the door was much more upright. Even if he wanted to use tricks, he had to be more advanced. He couldn't use tricks that could be easily seen through. In particular, he needed to outwit an extremely intelligent fox. She could see through the tricks of a lowly person with just a glance. If he didn't put in some effort, if she saw through it, not only would he lose face, he would also be despised by her. In order to protect his face and maintain his image, Major Xia felt that it was necessary for him to scheme once. Advanced tricks were not called tricks. For example, he used a towel to block the water pipe. Although it was a small matter, it required a lot of skill. Therefore, it should be called a strategy to achieve great things. Why was it said that thieves with many tricks would never achieve great things? It referred to petty cleverness. After deceiving people once, they wouldn't be able to deceive them a second time. Those who achieved great things also needed to use methods to achieve great things. Their methods were high in number and high in technical content. When they made a move, they would be able to shake the world and cause a storm. This was not a method, but a strategy. When Xia Jinyuan was young, he had done bad things and told lies as a spy. Master Xia had seen it all and only asked him if he wanted to be a thief or a great talent. He knew why the two of them had completely different reputations, even though they used the same methods. From then on, he no longer disdained to use self-righteous little tricks. Either he didn't do anything, or if he did, he would do it without anyone knowing. Even if others knew that he had done something bad, they wouldn't have any evidence. At that time, Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't know that at such a young age, he already knew how to strategize, so he suffered countless losses. Fortunately, Master Xia did not know that his grandson was using strategy to achieve what he wanted to do. Otherwise, he would be so angry that he would whip him. Now, Major Xia, who was thinking about how to get a few side dishes, blocked the water pipe and calmly knocked on the door. He said, "Little fox, I'm covered in bubbles now. Open the door and let me in to take a look." There was no sound inside. Xia Jinyuan knocked again, but there was still no response. Asleep? Even if she was asleep, she should have been woken up by his knocking. Asleep? Or don't want to open the door? Are you afraid that I'll do something to you? He knocked again, but there was still no response. Chapter 19:12. With one hand on his waist, the Major narrowed his eyes dangerously. She shouldn't have not heard him knocking on the door. Did she really pretend not to hear him and refuse to open the door for him? Yi Qian, who was drying his hair, vaguely heard the knocking on the door. He turned off the hairdryer and leaned out. There's no water in the bathroom outside. Check if there's any water in the bathroom inside. There's no water in the bathroom outside? She paused for a moment before hearing him say, "I'm covered in bubbles right now. Little fox, you're not pretending to ignore me, right?" Yi Qian wanted to laugh. He turned on the tap and water flowed out happily. That's not right. If there's water in the bathroom, there's no way there's no water outside. Could it be? Just as the thought popped up in Yi Jian's mind, she immediately stopped herself. She even slapped herself on the mouth and muttered to herself, "You're thinking too much, thinking too much. Although it was quite scary just now, there's no need for you to come here with foam on your body." After knocking on the door for about 3 minutes, Xia Jinyuan finally heard Yi Qian's response. He heard footsteps in the room again. It sounded like something heavy was being moved out from behind the door. Major Xia couldn't help but raise his hand and rub his forehead. A few appetizers. It's really not easy to taste. Blocking the door and locking it from the inside. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian, who opened the door, and frowned. He asked deliberately, "What were you moving behind the door just now?" Yi Qian, who felt a little guilty, lowered his head and opened the door. When he heard the question, he thought to himself, "I moved so softly. Did he hear me?" He immediately looked up to explain, who knew that the first thing he saw was a naked man. His unruly black hair was completely wet. The ends of his hair were mixed with shampoo, dripping drop by drop onto his smooth and sexy chest muscles. His chest muscles rose and fell with his breathing. They were thick, muscular, and filled with a man's sexiness. Yi Qian's gaze slid from his chest to his lower body. She was startled. She thought he was naked, but it turned out that there was only a towel wrapped around his waist. It hung loosely on his muscular waist, as if it would fall off at any moment. She was probably not wearing anything under the towel. If the towel really fell off, wouldn't she be too scared to look? Yi Qian was so shocked by his own imagination that he shivered inwardly. He quickly glanced at the half-naked man, then looked up at his handsome face. She changed the topic somewhat unnaturally. "There's water inside, but why isn't there any water outside?" The fragrance of a shower foam wafted into her nostrils, and the tiny bubbles of shampoo on her hair shone with various colors under the light. She had indeed washed to the side and wrapped herself in a towel. Yi Qian pursed his lips to suppress his laughter and stepped aside to let him in. "There's water inside. Go and wash up. What did you use to block the door? Little fox, are you trying to prevent me from picking the lock?" Major Xia, who had just entered, took 2 steps forward and stopped. He looked at Yi Qian with a half-smile, who looked embarrassed after being exposed by him. Taking advantage of her lowered gaze, he quickly raised his thin lips, then tightened them and said somewhat sternly, "Are you suspecting that I would force you?" He used the word suspect a little too seriously. Startled, Yi Qian immediately looked up and explained, "No, I did lock the door, but that's a personal habit. As for what I used to block the door, is there a need for me to do so?" No matter what, she could not admit that she used the bedside table to block the door. As long as he didn't see it, she would never admit it. Chapter 19:13. Xia Jinyuan nodded in satisfaction. "If you really used something to block the door, I would be very sad. How could he do such a sneaky thing?" Doing things openly was his style of doing things. Looking at the back of the person who turned around, Yi Qian patted her chest lightly. "I feel a little guilty. But Captain Xia, who was only wrapped in a towel, had a unique charm. He had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Just by looking at his back, one could tell that he was a handsome man." Yi Qian, who was standing at the door, glanced at the bathroom outside. In the end, she decided that although Major Xia was dangerous, he was still a gentleman. There was no need for him to lie to her. Therefore, the female soldier Yi Jian had lured a wolf into her house, and she was completely unaware of it. Yi Qian, who was lying on the bed flipping through her textbook, was preparing for her final revision. Just in case, she had to consolidate her knowledge before the exam the day after tomorrow. When the wolf came out of the bathroom, he stood by the bed and wiped his hair while saying, "The blanket outside is all wet. We'll have to squeeze in for the night." Yi Jian suddenly realized that something was wrong. Her eyes widened as she stared at the major who had entered the room and continued to lock the door with a towel wrapped around his waist. Then, he calmly returned to the bathroom to dry his hair. Yi Qian looked at the 1.8-meter bed, then at the bathroom. She touched the blanket again. "Does this mean that we can't avoid sharing the same bed tonight? Why do I feel like I've missed something? Why do I feel like something is wrong? What else do you not understand? Wake up at 8 tomorrow. You still have an hour to revise." The major walked over with his upper body bare. He lifted the blanket and got in naturally. The big bed was obviously sinking because it could bear the weight of one more person. Yi Jian was stunned by a series of movements that were as smooth as flowing water. They were not at all an eyesore. She only felt that they were all natural and went with the flow. Captain Xia, you have a plan. Yi Qian put down her book and hugged a pillow as a self-defense weapon. At the same time, she prepared to get out of bed. The man who was leaning against the headboard reached over with his long arm and picked up the textbook she put down. He raised his eyebrows and asked elegantly, "What plan? Tell me about it." "You just want to sleep with me," Yi Qian said through gritted teeth. "Yes, I've always wanted to." The major, who had successfully climbed onto the bed, curved his thin lips. His calm, dark eyes were smiling as he looked at the vigilant Yi Qian. He said leisurely, "It's not just lying down and chatting, it's—" Yi Qian did not wait for him to finish. He rushed out of bed at lightning speed. However, the man beside her was not an ordinary man. He was a man who had walked through the smoke of war. He was a skilled special forces soldier and an all-around soldier who had the entire Snowfield Brigade obeying him. No matter how skilled Yi Qian was, she wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand against soldier King Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan grabbed her wrist with one hand. The world spun, and she was lying on top of him. It was impossible for Yi Qian to accept it. Knowing that he had fallen into a trap, Yi Qian's eyes turned cold, and he began to resist. He used his other hand to hit Xia Jinyuan's shoulder. At the same time, he raised his leg and bent over to hit Xia Jinyuan's crotch without any mercy. "You're so wild in bed." Xia Jinyuan chuckled. "I'll be more interested if you're so wild." "Be careful, little fox. I'm only wearing a towel. I'm not wearing anything underneath. Don't pull my towel down." Chapter 19:14. Xia Jinyuan wasn't trying to scare her. He was only wrapped in a bath towel, so he sat under the blanket and grabbed Yi Qian. The corner of the towel that he had tied up was already loose and would fall off if he moved a little more. Yi Qian immediately changed her strategy. Instead of focusing on escaping, she hooked the blanket with the tip of her foot and wrapped it tightly around Xia Jinyuan. Both of them were special forces, and their skills were not something that ordinary people could deal with. For a moment, the whole big bed shook, and from time to time, it made creaking sounds due to the excessive spring pressure. Fortunately, the head of the bed was solid and did not hit the wall. Otherwise, it would disturb the guests next door and complain. "You've improved a little. Let's see if you can wrap me into a cocoon." Xia Jinyuan saw that she had changed her strategy and was going to face him directly. He raised his eyebrows and revealed an elegant smile that was unique to him. "Tonight, if you really want to wrap me into a cocoon, I won't be able to move, and I'll be at your mercy." Yi Jian was wearing a fitness shirt and shorts, so she was not afraid of exposing herself. She pressed one of her high legs against Xia Jinyuan's chest, and her whole body was in an upside-down 7 shape. Hearing this, she raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a faint smile, "Captain Xia, are you sure that I can't beat you? I don't have that much confidence. We've all seen your ability. Even the comrades in the team have to write the word impressed. Why don't you give it a try?" The wild little fox was very interesting. It didn't have the sadness that was inadvertently revealed, and its entire body was full of vitality. Xia Jinyuan grabbed Yi Qian's ankle with one hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he bounced up and wrapped the blanket around Yi Qian. Since Xia Jinyuan intended to wrap him into a cocoon, Yi Qian naturally fought back. He bounced up, and Yi Qian supported herself with one hand on the bed and turned her body around. Xia Jinyuan had no choice but to let go immediately to prevent his arm from being sprained. As soon as he let go, Yi Qian, who had already turned around, bent over and kicked his chest with her knee. As Xia Jinyuan dodged, Yi Qian picked up a pillow and threw it at his head. Xia Jinyuan blocked her knees and blocked the pillow that was thrown at him. He stepped out of the blanket with his long legs and tried to push Yi Qian down with his long legs in the same attacking posture. "Captain Xia, your legs are beautiful. They're straight and slender, but it's better to hide them under the blanket. Don't expose them naked." Yi Qian had a smile on her delicate face. She was as cool as water and had an unyielding determination. "Be careful not to catch a cold if you're naked for too long." Yi Qian lifted the blanket again and held it in front of his chest to block Xia Jinyuan's long leg attack. Fortunately, the room was expensive and the facilities were all of a high quality. The two of them attacked each other on top of the bed and shook it until it creaked and swayed from side to side. The entire bed didn't collapse. Xia Jinyuan, who had one leg wrapped in the blanket, laughed. There was a meaningful look on his handsome face. He didn't attack again and allowed Yi Qian to snatch the entire blanket from him. When she snatched the quilt, she also snatched the white towel along with it. Yi Qian's biggest worry still happened. However, she didn't look like she had seen something she shouldn't have. Instead, she looked a little angry. She stared at the pair of gym shorts that were exactly the same as hers and threw the blanket away. She was so angry that she laughed. Xia Jinyuan, I'm very angry right now. The consequences of being angry were very serious. Since she still had a pair of pants, what was there to be afraid of? Now that she was angry, she could even rip his pants off. Let's see if he could still tease her then. Chapter 19:15. She definitely couldn't strip him. If she did, it would be exactly what he wanted. If she couldn't strip him, then she'd hit him. Xia Jinyuan didn't try to grab the blanket again. He wanted her to know that he was actually wearing pants and wasn't naked. Unexpectedly, the result angered Yi Qian. Just now, she was afraid that she would see something she shouldn't see, so she grabbed the blanket and showed her sharp claws. She attacked him from all sides. Yi Jian used the bed as a battlefield. She lifted her leg and slashed sideways, 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 sideways. Only the sound of flesh hitting flesh could be heard. Combined with the strength of her fists, she looked like she wanted to beat Xia Jinyuan until even Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't recognize him. It wasn't their first time fighting, so they had a certain understanding of each other's strength. When Xia Jinyuan saw her fighting style, he knew that she was going to fight for real. He also knew that she was really angry. At this moment, Major Xia was a little uneasy. He had made his girlfriend angry, so he should shrink his neck and admit his mistake immediately. After a few rounds, he only defended and didn't dare to attack. He was afraid of adding fuel to the fire. After all, not long ago, during training, he hit his girlfriend until she was hospitalized. Yi Qian didn't care whether he was defending or not. He only knew that if he didn't give him a good beating today, he would really tease her from time to time in the future. If he wasn't wearing pants, then so be it. He was obviously wearing pants, but he deliberately put on a bath towel to pretend that he wasn't wearing pants. That was how he teased her. How fun. Then I'll play with him for real. Yi Qian was going to fight for real. Xia Jinyuan's heart skipped a beat when he saw her standing on the bouncy bed. Xia Jinyuan, who was afraid that she would step on air, blocked the incoming punches while getting off the bed. Yi Qian's eyes were fierce. He said coldly, "Don't you dare get off the bed." Xia Jinyuan, whose feet were on the ground, quickly jumped back onto the bed. I don't dare. Huh, there's nothing that Captain Xia doesn't dare to do. Yi Qian's fists were not aimed anywhere else, but at that handsome face that sometimes made him lose himself in thought. There was a fierce battle in the bedroom. Two waiters hurried over from the corridor outside. After confirming the room number, they pressed the doorbell. When Yi Qian heard the sound, she hurriedly threw the pillow to the side. She hadn't used her fists up until now. She picked up a pillow and started hitting him. She threw the pillow to the side and glared at the major who had been obediently getting hit the entire time. Her chest heaved up and down, and sweat dripped down her delicate face. Let's call a truce. I'll go take a look. Xia Jinyuan hurriedly made a gesture and got up from the messy bed in his gym shorts. Calm down. I'll go out and take a look. Yi Qian stared at his back as he strode out, then looked at the messy bed. He was angry, but at the same time, he looked at the open bedroom door with a subtle expression. The commotion just now seemed a little loud. Could it be that he was here to complain? The bed was unusually messy. The sheets were crumpled into a ball, the 4 pillows were thrown out, and they were scattered all over the room. The quilt looked like it had just been fished out from the washing machine. It was unbelievably crumpled. She was partly to blame for the mess. She was angry because he had put on pants, but deliberately said that he didn't wear anything. It made her nervous. But Yi Qian patted his forehead in pain. But why was she angry that he didn't wear pants? Angry that he didn't wear pants? Angry that he had to wear pants? She was angry that he wore pants, but wouldn't she be angry if he didn't wear pants? What kind of logic was this? Chapter 1916. Wearing pants or not wasn't the source of her anger. She was angry because he was deliberately teasing her. Now that she had hit and kicked him, the anger in her heart dissipated. Yi Qian began to think of ways to teach Xia Jinyuan a lesson so that he wouldn't dare to tease her so easily in the future. But since he knew she was angry, she had to continue pretending. He teased her, so she had to tease him back, give him a taste of his own medicine. Outside the door, the young hotel waiter looked at the shirtless man apologizing in front of him and immediately felt a sense of inferiority. They were both men. Xia Jinyuan's figure was so good that other men would be envious. After saying a few words, the guest downstairs has insomnia. Please understand. The waiter hurriedly left. With his figure, one could tell that he had good stamina. No wonder he could shake the bed and wake the sleeping guest downstairs. Xia Jinyuan obviously knew that the waiter had misunderstood, but it was a sweet misunderstanding. He didn't do anything but fight with his girlfriend on the bed. After locking the door and returning to the room, he saw the girl who had just fought with him and change her face when she saw that he was actually wearing a pair of gym shorts bending over to pick up a pillow. His gaze shifted to the bed and paused for a few seconds before he couldn't help but gently touch his forehead. It did look like a physical exercise between a man and a woman. He gently closed the bedroom door and picked up the pillow that was thrown under the bed. He didn't say anything and obediently went back to making the bed. Tonight was a little troublesome. He teased her too much and made her angry. Yi Qian ignored him and picked up the other 3 pillows. He calmly watched as Xia Jinyuan tidied up the messy bed and neatly placed the 4 pillows against the headboard. He was good at tidying up, just like before he moved in. After everything was tidied up, Xia Jinyuan stood on one side of the bed and looked at Yi Qian, who was standing on the other side of the bed. He took the initiative to admit his mistake. I was wrong. I shouldn't have teased you. I don't dare to ask Captain Xia to apologize. Yi Qian softly said, Amichim. His originally calm little face suddenly showed some grievance because of his apology. Xia Jinyuan could accept being hit or scolded, but Yi Qian was not doing anything. His little face was full of grievance, and he was really panicking. He, who had been standing on the other side of the bed, propped himself up with one hand and jumped over the 8-meter-wide bed in an instant, standing in front of Yi Qian. His actions made the corners of Yi Qian's mouth twitch a few times. Having a boyfriend who was a Special Forces soldier was really something to look at. It's my fault. I shouldn't have lied to you that I wasn't wearing pants. I didn't really intend to lie to you. I just wanted to tease you before I took the towel away. Who would have thought that she would be so shy that her eyes would wander all over the place? She would glance at his crotch and then look away with a guilty conscience. His bad habits would resurface. Now, she was so angry that she felt wronged. It was all his fault. Xia Jinyuan had never coaxed a girl before, so he had no experience in coaxing her. However, when coaxing Yi Qian, he used his heart to coax her. He hugged her and gently patted her back. His low voice was so gentle that it could drip water. You have the final say on how to punish me. Don't be angry. You want to wrap me up in a blanket, but you don't have to do it yourself. I'll do it myself. How about that? It's my fault for making you feel wronged. Be good. Don't make yourself sad. You'd rather make me feel bad than make yourself sad. He was really being honest. Yi Qian, who was nestled in his arms, smiled. No matter how he apologized or coaxed her, she did not say a word. I can't let him take advantage of me. I must always remember what the commander-in-chief said.